Oh, Cupid, thank you for the 4-month resub. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. How's it going? Did you guys have a good weekend? Sorry, the game closes out if I don't click on it often enough. Hey, Kodama. Hey, Stuff. Hey, Cupid. How's it going? How's it going? Hey, Alim. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. How was everyone's New Year and also weekend? Yeah, I can't believe it's been 4 months either. Sorry, this game is quiet. Let me turn on the background. This game is quiet until you get into it. I'll try not to blast your ears out. There has been an instance in which I have blown out everyone's eardrums. Oh, Goofy! Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you for the gift sub over to Allie. How was yours? Okay, so... I had to cancel my Friday stream because the internet went out. Which I apologize. That was gonna be like our goodbye 2022 stream. But that same night, I was going to like my internet came back around at 11 p.m. I was going to go grind because we need to grind in Final Fantasy IV still. And I got a message from one of my roommates saying we have COVID, referring to both of them, and I'm like, no. So I tested. I'm negative. I'm still negative. I've been testing every day, but I just was in my room the entire 3 years because they got the Rona. This week's schedule is tentative. If I do get the Rona, then it'll be canceled, but I'll let you guys know that. As of right now, I'm negative, so let's go. I've never had it, and I would very much never like to have it. But yeah, Goofy, thank you. I hope, yeah, I do not. Yeah, I hope I avoid it too. You probably just heard a cough. I hope that I avoid it. They both sound like pure death. And I've talked about before, but I do not have like good immune system at all, or like body health or anything. So if I get it, I am very concerned. So I've very hardcore, you know. I have a horrendous immune system. It's so bad. It's so bad. I honestly fear potential hospitalization if I get the Rona. So I hope I don't get it. I hope I don't get it. I've had every single booster in existence, so hopefully that helps me. But yeah. Schedule for this week is this. We're doing a semi-break week. It looks kind of like normal, but I'm gonna stream for like less hours. I'm not pushing to like complete anything this week. So today is Psychopaths. It's kind of, I think it's a visual novel. That's what I was getting from. I've never seen any of it. And I had kind of felt like a cold. Yeah, I remember you talking about it. It still stinks. Yeah, it still stinks for sure. I, in general, feel not the best. So, I don't want that. I don't want it. I'm so sorry if anyone else has recently caught it either. I've ever caught it. I've never heard, you know, of course, good things, or even mild things, you know. Everyone's like, it sucks, but yeah. Tomorrow is Honkai. Tuesday we're off. Wednesday is Resident Evil Revelations. I looked at it more thoroughly. It is the one that has the character that is purely there for Booba. I was like, wait, nope, there she is. Thursday is LA Noir. Friday we're off, and then we have a rare and elusive Saturday stream. AM stream for Final Fantasy IV. I'm just not go to sleep then. I usually, if I don't have anything to do, I just stay up all night, so we'll finish that on Saturday. Let's go. Everything else is new this week, I think. Let's go. And then background for Psychopaths. You don't need to know the anime at all for this game. Everything I saw from the Steam reviews, if you enjoy Psychopaths, you can still play this. So like if you like have background, it's just not like it's a new storyline-ish. And then if you have not seen it, you don't need the background. Let's go. Psychopaths in general is, you have like everyone, it's a futuristic society. Everyone has, I think it's like wristbands, I forget, but something that tests like how mentally stable you are. And if you are too depressed, anxious, you get murdery, I don't know, all of the above. your hue will get too, I don't remember what, tainted. And then you get arrested and you can never have fun in your life again. Yep, the Cycle Pass is a great time. Alright. I would talk about it a lot when we were playing the Genshin Sumeru arc, because it, like, Sumeru like reminded me so much of Psycho Pass. It sounds wild, yeah. Sumeru, like the way that what's the was it the Akasha? Was that like the headpiece things? It reminded me so much of that when we were playing that the entire time. Yeah, yeah, like constantly you're being like monitored. Yeah, the Akasha terminals. Let's go. Let's go. I hope that there's a character that dies in Psycho Pass. That's my favorite character because, of course, if a character is ever my favorite character, and a series ever kills off a character, it will be that character. So, I hope that, you know, I can save them in this. Mood? Oh no. Yeah, I can completely see that. I'm like, no, I hope all of her faves live from now on. Is that loud? I need a stare. Oh, if I tap out of the game, it goes away. Okay, hold up. Oh, a little more. I can boost it. It does not have settings. I also don't know how this game saves. Because I loaded it up before. It just automatically goes into the beginning of the game. I don't know how it saves. We'll see. Is it auto-playing? Wow. That'll be a thing. I don't think, was it? No. No? Okay, stay on the screen for a little bit. Far above the man-made dome of the once renowned Metro Paradise. It's an ivory tower, and within this tower lied... Is that... God, is my grammar bad? Probably. The answer is probably yes. Yes, city's core functions are here. And deep within it. He infiltrated the tower's core with ease. Okay, looks good. Nice. Let me know though.
セキュリティシステムの扉は子供部屋の鍵よりもたやすく開くじゃないか。
That's me. That's me for real, for real. Hold up. He was up to himself. He had avoided social interactions for so long that he only spoke to himself. This is the mood right here. Oh no.
この塔の中にあるはずなんだ。僕の新しいおもちゃが。どこに隠してあるんだろう。
Searched. And searched. For his toy, which had to be somewhere.
見つけた。
There it was, his toy in the neurosurgery room. As written on the hospital map, it was his first time touching it, but he knew the only place.
これは僕のために作られた人形だ。こんなところにしまい込んでおいちゃかわいそうだ。さあ、行こう。今から君は僕の体となって動くんだ。行こう。僕には使命がある。お母さんから託された大切な使命が。
This character is not in the anime whatsoever. I don't know who
人
you
を
are.
幸せにする。
I don't know.
それが僕の使命だ。そうだよね、お母さん。
Oh. Oh. Okay. Which one? Wait, what could I have what? Oh yeah, new anime are coming out soon. Is anyone looking forward to anything in the new season? I'm gonna go with him. Her name barely fits on that ID. What is this game? It's Psychopass. It's a visual novel. Get back to watching stuff. That's how I feel. I've been watching Blue Lock. Yeah, that's what it's called. And I'm really enjoying it. It's a soccer anime, but like, you know how sports anime be. Oh, are we in prison? Okay, guys, we're a character who has no rights now, because our hue got too dark at one point. Why? Where did I go wrong? Such a futile question. I had been born and raised in a rural city far away from Tokyo. The civil system judged humans, leading them to the path that maximized their futures in education, marriage, employment, anything. The judgment that had been given to me was to live and die in that rural city. That was fine. It's not like I didn't like it there, but I did regret obeying Sybil. Apparently there's 14 different endings to this. We're just gonna go and get whatever. And if I want to get more endings and like replay it again, I'll look at a guide. But usually if I'm playing a game that has multiple endings, I just play through it straight through how I would do things and then look, yeah. Sounds like fun. I love Psychopass so much. Everyone go watch Psychopass. You can leave the stream and go watch it right now. No. I would fully support that though. And it wasn't possible. But I couldn't help but think about it. The world now was a place where one couldn't get a job unless Sybil deemed them suitable. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Is it an anime? Yeah, it was initially an anime. They had a collab? I missed that. I love it so much. I think the same artist, also if you know Katekyo Hitman Reborn, I think the same artist does them, if it looks familiar. A3 is, oh god, actors, something, oh no, it's a, kind of like an idol game, but not an idol game. And they're actors, and you go train them. Most of them are like beginning actors. Okay, thank you, Allie. It's kind of like an idol manager game. If you were familiar with like idol games, it's the same idea as like raising their cards and everything, yeah. Then again, there was my childhood friend, Yukari. Oh, okay, the girl is our friend. Wait, no. Oh, that's someone else. Okay, Yukari Himekawa. Unlike me, she had the aptitude to study medicine in Tokyo. Such a different past, but I loved her. No. I'm gonna kill her. No. Yukari. No, I'm not. Yes, of course, Chikage. The most mentally stable A3 character, of course. Actually, both of them are the most mentally stable ones, I agree. Oh no. One day, Yukari had just disappeared. It made no sense that she didn't contact her parents or me, so I came to Tokyo searching for her. She was nowhere to be found. The school she'd attended, the place she worked at, I looked everywhere, but nobody knew where she had gone. It was useless. Everyone just said the same thing as I did. Yeah, Monkai is the epitome of mental health. If you ever want counseling, go there. And ask for Chikage first. A resignation letter to employer. Oh, okay, she's dead. Okay, I know where this is going. She's dead. She's already dead. We don't need to kill her, guys. It's time for our main character to find a new love interest. Let's go. You just jumped. Let's go. No. I searched for her, became reckless. Can I click on those? How do I access those? I can't hit escape because escape just takes me out of the game. I'm clicking on every single button. Hold up. This would be helpful knowledge if you guys knew these things. Oh! Okay. 1. 1. Oh, yes, I see. Oh, okay. That text is so small. Probably even worse for you guys. Oh, no. The crime coefficient displays a target's risk of becoming a criminal. Okay, yeah. That's your mental health, guys. At any point in time, either way, targets will essentially be removed from society in this era if a person has poor mental health. So I would be a criminal. Oh my legit, if you're too depressed, too anxious, too stressed, they're like, you go to prison. Yeah, we're all going to jail, guys. Education system is basically where you're placed, so they tell you what you have to do in life. Based on what the system like deems you as what you should be doing, based on your strength. Hue is the thing that will show your physiological parameters. The lighter your color will be if you're healthy, the darker it will go if you're not. So that's like how they will scan you to make you go to prison. You know, see, everything here is good for your mental health. All right. Latent criminal. Okay, so if you reach above 100, okay, yeah, that's when you go to jail. What the heck is? Oh, okay. I was like, oh, occupation aptitude. Yeah, that's where they test you to say where you should go. A mining city. Oh, this is where we're from, right? Shrinking population. Yeah, okay. Wait, no, that's where the dude was. Civil system. I won't talk too much about this because it gets real fun. I don't think they would let you get to 1,000. Oh, and that's our childhood friend that we were in love with, but she's dead. Alright. Okay, yes. Alright. How do I close it? 2? Escape? No? Right. Oh no. Don't lock me in purgatory. Oh, backspace, of course. You missed the intro. Okay. He just said that she was... she's not... He doesn't know that she's dead. I do. She's not a character in the anime, but basically if someone disappears, they're dead. They were killed off. Yeah, it's not really much of a spoiler. Because you go on fly it like in 5 seconds. Actually, no, the game implied it. The game literally implied it when the tips came up and he mentioned her name. And then it was like, Hugh. The crime coefficient. He's a character in the anime. Can I say no? That was my ticket out of here. Oh, out of hell. Okay. Jumped at the chance and never looked back. I can't say no. So we're basically his dog now, if we're working for him.
ここが今日から俺の職場になる公安局だな。くー、憧れだったデカになれるなんて感動だぜ。デカ？正しくは執行官だ。まあ、デカも執行官も同じだろう、ギノザさん。犯罪者を捕まえることに変わりはないじゃねえか。それも正しくは潜在犯だ。まったく。お前は何度言えばわかるんだ。
Why were we a Why did we get Did we get arrested because we were looking? Yeah, we were looking for Yukari, right? Okay.
はいはい。潜在犯は犯罪を実行しているいないにかかわらず、犯罪係数が一定以上のものを指すだろう。彼らは潜在的に社会に害悪をなす可能性がある。そうなる前に確保、隔離するのが刑事課の仕事だ。
I'm like staring at the options at the in the bottom right. Okay, you guys can't see all of them, but I don't. Arrested. So if your criminal, if your hue gets too dark, and which is 100, you get arrested. Like how I used to be, but I was in a good mood, so I kept that thought to myself. Sure, I had dreamed of being a detective since I was a kid, but more importantly, if I was in the PSB, I knew I'd have a better chance of finding more about Yukari's whereabouts. Oh, she's dead. Hold up. For that reason, I was in pretty high spirits.
何をニヤニヤしている。さっさと行くぞ。
He's like the person I would at least want to be in charge of me, though.
はいはいと。
There's so many. I don't know what they're called.
執行官デバイス
Like
の
the
使い方も
detectives
把握して
who
おけ。
aren't insane,
特に色素チェッカーの使い方
quote
には慣
unquote,
れておくんだ。
because we're in
メンタル
insane.
ケアは重要だからな。
Okay, yeah, we're enforcers. I don't know what they're called, but he's the one of them that I would least want to be in charge of me. It's an uncommon for to find programs that could check your own hue, but the PSB special model was quite unique. Built in there are risk comms. Yeah, we're in this society we're the insane ones, but that was just because we were stressed and desperate and looking for our friend. The fact that they issued such a device said a lot about the stress that came with being a detective. Mental care is a personal responsibility, so be diligent. And as I said sternly, they gave a detailed tutorial about the advice. It was really helpful. Fair? No! No, the thing is that this is not fair. It's horrible. I love psychopaths. That was better this way. Oh, it was better than before. Okay, yeah. Apparently, it went to that orange. Before it had a chance to worsen, detectives are required to take mental supplements. That's our duty, apparently. Any medication was paid for at the public's expense. That's where your taxes are going, guys. But then again, I shouldn't need that anytime soon.
Oi, 常森監視官。二人を連れてどこへ行く？
As we walk down the corridor, Genoza stopped the three ladies coming from the other direction. Is there only one game of this? Yeah, I think so. I think there's only one Psychopath game. There's, like, I think 3 seasons of the anime? And there's also a movie. The criminal investigation department was full of tough men. But reforming stood a variety of women, gorgeous, cool, and cute.
あ、ギノザさん。公安局の近くに美味しいサンドイッチのお店があるそうなので、国塚さんたちとお昼に。
She's the protagonist of the anime.
前から気になってたんだけど、私たちだけじゃお出かけできないでしょ？あかねちゃんに頼んだらいいって言ってくれたし。
And they're dating, and we love them. These two, yeah, let's go.
確かに執行官外出時の付き添いも監視官の仕事だが、常森、あまり執行官と慣れ合うなよ。
私もちょうどお昼を食べようと思ってたところですし、一人で食べるより誰かと一緒の方が美味しいですから。
Yeah, good for them. Yeah, good for that's how I feel every time I see them. I'm like, let's go. Should you get it? If you enjoy it, I would say yeah. I think it's like $4 right now, right? Let's go.
そうか。
I think there was a need for him to make such a bitter face.
ところで、そちらの男性は？
ああ、新しく配属された執行官だ。鶴に拓磨だ。お嬢さんたち、よろしく頼むぜ。
あら、いい男じゃない。私は空の森シオン、分析官よ。詳しいことは分析室にでも来てちょうだい。
分析官とは、街頭スキャナやカメラのデータ解析、死因の分析など、いろいろと連携して動くことは多い。覚えておけ。
あ、私は監視官の常森茜です。それでそっちが。
Oh, okay, inspectors and enforcers. Okay.
あなたと同じ執行官の国塚弥生よ。
空の森城に常森城に国塚城ね。いや、綺麗なお嬢さんたちと同じ職場ってのは
No, sir,
テンショ
they're
ン
gay.
上がるね。
They're gay. Don't hit on them.
バカなことは言ってないで、さっさと行くぞ。あ、常森。昼休みの規定時間内には戻ってくるように。
I spray that main character with a water bottle.
あ、はい、わかりました。急ぎましょう、空の森さん、国塚さん。
また後でね、剣くん。
ここが刑事課一係のオフィスだ。普段はここに詰めて仕事をしてもらうことになる。へえ、ここがね。
The office is less organized oh my goodness. See, I specifically picked games this week, other than today, where I don't need to speak much. Today's the only day we have to suffer through this. The office was less organized than I expected. I wondered if everyone here was an enforcer. They all seemed to be doing as they pleased.
本日付で刑事課一係に執行官として
Show me my
配属されまし
boy.
た
Show me
鶴
him.
見拓馬です。よろしくお願いします。
As I continued to bow, I noticed a middle-aged man who, in the presence of a veteran detective, stand up from the seat in the back.
ああ、新しく来るって執行官はあんたが。ま、見ての通り、事件がなきゃ俺たち猟犬は暇なもんだ。適当にやってくれ。
Of the game. Okay, so in the Steam reviews that I read for this game, you can play this game if you've watched the anime or you have not. So it exists in the same universe, does not have the same storyline. So, kind of? Let me make sure you have water. Oh, I have tea, coffee, orange juice, and water right in front of me. I'm hoarding drinks.
適当にって言われてもな。あんたは
お前さんと同じ執行官の正岡智美だ。あっちの坊主が香狩修正、そっちが鴻上信也。どっちも執行官だ。
There he is. I love him.
よろしく。
Oliver, can you share them? I think most of them probably would have mold if I shipped them, but I can. The water's probably the safest bet. That was a stack of manga piled up on Kagari's desk. Could it be?
昔の少年漫画じゃねえか。表紙のこれ好きなんだよな。
Excited I picked it up. I always thought I'd only be able to find these in museums, but I never actually thought I'd see a real paperback up close, much less hold it.
なになに、もしかしてあんたも結構いける口？
おう、特にこの号の敵もろとも谷底に落ちていくとことか。
With your iced tea and water, let's go. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna bring these all in here.
へえ、剣拓馬だっけ？結構話せるじゃん。俺はこっちのライバル集結会が好きなんだよね。
お、わかるわかる。お前とはかなり気が合いそうだな、シュウ。つうか、紙媒体ってあたりわかってるな。
Okay, as far as I know, he's not a taken man. You can hit on him.
身内の影響で最近ハマっててさ、紙の漫画探すの苦労したんだぜ。
なんだなんだ、剣は香狩の同類か。
いや、レトロっつうか、熱いもんが好きなだけっつうか。あとはタバコとか麻雀とか。刑事のたしなみって感
You
じで
smoke
渋い
because
じ
you
ゃねえ
think
か。
that's what detectives should do? Every detective's gonna die in the world, guys.
お、とっつぁん、こいつはカモが来たぜ。
おお、撃てるなら今夜早速囲むか。新人の親睦会って名目でな。
喜んで参加させてもらうぜ。
執行官同士親睦を深めるのは勝手だが、仕事は真面目にやれ。
はいはい。でも今昼休みっすよ。
お前もいつもそう張り詰めてないで、たまには息抜きも必要だぞ。
メンタルセラピーには定期的に通っている。ところで、クガたちはどうした？
The thing is with therapy in this world, I'm pretty sure your therapist will also report you if they're like, you kinda seem like you're mentally unstable even though that's what you're here for.
なでしこちゃんならお花摘みに行ったから、もうすぐ帰ってくると思います。
花を摘みに？勤務中だぞ。
トイレの隠語っしょ。
あ、って紛らわしい。手洗いなら手洗いと言え。
Helmet mandated reporter takes on a whole. Yeah, Milne. There's no getting away from it here. Jeez. As I thought about such things, Owen entered the office.
ただいま戻りました。
Okay, that's the other character who could have been.
そちらの方は？
本日付で配属となった執行官の剣拓馬だ。
Her name is so long.
彼女は最近配属された監視官の久我たちなでしこ。
久我たちです。剣執行官。
Kugatachi, that's all you're gonna get. Alright. When I appeared in the woman's cold eyes, I felt a sudden tightness in my heart for some reason.
私はあなたを刺激し、監視する立場です。慣れ合いは必要ないと考えますが、最低限、職務に不可欠な協力と従属を期待します。
A stern voice and rational speaking pattern. Totally different from her appearance. What? Okay. Reminds me of Yukari.
剣執行官、聞こえていますか？
悪い。聞こえてる。ただ、ちょっとあんた、昔の知り合いに似ててな。それで、驚いただけだ。
I won't talk about things. I won't talk about things until we reach that point in the plot
申し
line.
訳
Oh
ありま
no.
せんが、あなたの名前を私は先ほどまで知りませんでした。あなたと私が知人であった可能性は限りなくゼロに近いと思われます。
いや、わかってる。見た目からして全然違うしな。
Even then, her indifference and calculative reasoning remind me strongly of Yukari. And I felt my chest ache. Yukari from Persona. Oh no. However, I didn't let the sentimentality take over me. I decided to find Yukari, and I was about to let this woman stop me.
よろしく頼むぜ、久我たち城。今日から俺とあんたは同じ釜の飯を食う仲間だ。
It's the Imperial Guild of 5 overclocks somewhere. Seal? Oh, I don't know what that looks like. Let's go, another coaster. Let's go. Have you been making a lot of like coasters still? I mean, if you want to talk about no. I'm not gonna say spoilers until the game specifically has like little indicators in the tips talking about what I'm thinking about. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Keep thinking up for P3 Yukari. Yeah, every time I'm like, oh yes. I hope that she's not dead. I know she doesn't. I mean, you can make her die, but not permadeath. But for me, Yukari, I'll definitely find you, no matter where you may be. The first mission came quickly. As my hue worsened, I sunk further into the abyss. I hated yet yearned for Tokyo. The city had taken her from me. How ironic that it took me as a detective. But moreover, my first case wasn't in Tokyo. Oh, Jesus! They stun grenaded me. Okay, it was also your hometown, okay. Southern Marine City. We got a prefecture. Is that a real prefecture? I've never heard it. Okay. A floating dome like a city wedged between the mainland of Sato and Noto Peninsula. Methane hydrate, okay. Drone. I just stare at the tips as they come up. Okay. The kind of population had already begun when I was a kid in those suburbs. Oh yes, suburbs. Zero. Again, the district grew. Cuddy and I had grown up in this dying city as neighbors. We often looked out on our windows together. Okay. I wish the entire text would pop up. Also, this helicopter needs to turn off. Bro. Kogami, turn off the helicopter.
妙な成り行きだよな。だが、おかげで早速お役に立てるかもしれない。なんたって、俺には土地勘があるからな。その意気だ。お前が鼻の利く猟犬なら、きっとうまくやれる。やってみせるさ。
Get me out of here. Get me. Thank you. Oh my god. I don't know if it was as, I don't think it was as loud for you guys, but it was like blasting in my ears. Been making designs, waiting on blanks to come. Let's go. I'm excited for you to be able to make them. The city? Okay, let me see. Hold on. No methane hydrate. I'm assuming that city was made. But louder, yeah, the helicopter was the loudest thing, and I could barely hear them talking. I'm like, oh, geez, you can't audio balance in this game. Where is it? They're low temperature and high pressure methane and water from form methane hydrate, which is a large amount of methane molecules trapped within ice, down at depths 500 meters beneath the ocean floor. So I'm assuming that it was a city built. To get ocean energy, essentially.
行方不明となっているのは松方しおり。昨夜から帰宅していないとの訴えが両親からあった。
The girl shown in the monitor was quite pretty, cute face and round, clear eyes. Age 16, she was attending a high school in Tokyo.
遊び盛りじゃないの？俺らみたいな潜在犯でないんならさ。
お前とは違って松方しおりのサイコパスはクリアカラーだ。しかも不審な点がある。
No sus.
不審な点？
これを見ろ。
The picture in the monitor changed. It was from a street camera. It showed Shiori Matsukata smiling. Smiling at some kid, but the back of his head was visible. Only the back of his head was visible.
この坊やは
今のところ正体はつかめていない。
仲は良さそうだよな。見ろよ、彼女の顔。いい笑顔だぜ。懐かしい友達にでも会ったみたいじゃねえか。
If you say so myself.
私もそう感じました。
Oh, okay.
この二人は旧知の間柄だと思います。おそらく中学校時代の友人でしょう。
なぜそう思うんだい、常森城。
根拠となる情報があります。唐野森さんが街頭カメラの映像を分析して。
I forgot everyone in this series has like 500 IQ. So it's gonna be like when I'm playing Honkai and I'm just gonna let it happen. But analyzing and extracting footage from the street cameras and scanners, finding these high school students was going to be a breeze. All we had to do was follow their tracks. As expected, there wasn't a clear shot of the suspect's face, but the conversation between the two should be clearly heard. They were bickering about something. They were bickering? They look at what?
来てくれてありがとう。急に訪ねてくるからびっくりしちゃった。でも楽しかった。
過去形？待てよ、まだいいだろ。
もう帰んなきゃ。 門限だもん。
はあ、お前東京じゃ一人暮らしだろ。なんなの門限って。
ホームセクレタリー AI がログ取ってるの。門限は19時。それを過ぎたら家族へ連絡が行く。すぐにママから電話がかかってくるよ。
The perfect world. No. This world sounds like it
バ
sucks.
カじゃねえの。そんなに娘が信用できねえの。だったら東京なんか行かせなきゃいいだろ。
ねえ、私勉強するために東京へ来たの。家族だって私の将来を考えて。
俺はどうなる。置いていくのか。なあ、帰ろうぜ。また一緒の高校で俺と。
No, I'm good. No, I mean, she's good. Okay, peace out, peace out. Suddenly, it seemed like Shiori's cell phone started ringing.
ママからだ。ごめん。ほんともう限界。私行くね。あ、何すんの？
We're gonna commit a murder, alright. Oh no! Is that a picture of her sleeping? The whole image projected from his phone was of Shiori in her middle school uniform. She was asleep, hunched. No, that's so creepy.
こんなフォローいつ撮ったの？
可愛いだろ。同じクラスにいた頃のお前だ。 3D 高精細モードで撮影してあるから、どんな角度からでもバッチリ写ってるはずだ。こいつをお前の友達全員に送りつけてやる。お前の携帯端末からな。
やめて、消して、早く。
She justly lunged for the phone, and the male suspect ran away, taunting her. They both vanished from the street camera's view. Oh, yeah, I love blackmail. It's my go-to.
今のホロに映ってた制服、なんだか見覚えがあるな。
Is it from your school islands?
おや、タクちゃんって制服フェチだったの？
そんなんじゃねえ。常森城、松方しおりのホロに映ってた制服はどこの学校のものだ？
Oh,
地元の中学校
the
の制
bass
服みたい
drop,
ですね。
but it's not quite a bass drop. I was not ready.
佐渡海上市だな。新潟の海の上にあるメタンハイドレート掘削都市だ。そうだろ。
よく知ってますね。
新潟の中学の制服までフォローしてんの？すっげえマニアック。
It was only like 10 years ago from him. What?
だから
He's
そんなんじゃねえって
25,
ば。佐渡海上市は俺の故郷なんだ。
故郷。私の記憶からは欠落している情報です。
Thought in your memory, she probably felt a bit empty, not knowing where her hometown was, but she didn't seem despondent and questioned Miss Tsunemori instead.
重要参考人の少年は佐渡海上市で松方しおりと同じ中学校に通っていた可能性がある。そう理解してよろしいですね。
その通りです。
この映像の後、彼女は
消息はまだつかめていない。重要参考人の少年も行方をくらましている。
街頭カメラを避けて移動し始めたってことか。少なくとも重要参考人の坊やにはヤバい真似をしてるって自覚はあるらしいな。
東京都外、特に北陸方面の街頭カメラ、スキャナー、その他公安局管轄のデータ収集システムによる記録内容は確認したか？
紹介中だが期待はできない。都市外の情報インフラは立ち遅れているし、そもそも北陸地域は穀倉地帯だ。無人の場所に設置数は限られる。
都外、北陸。それってまさか。
Yes, fill me in.
重要参考人の少年は松方しおりに訴えていました。もう一度一緒に故郷へ戻ろうって。
Oh, that's how you start a healthy relationship. Uh-huh.
マジかよ。
Apparently such things had happened long ago. I once heard about this from Yukari after she read a classic novel she liked. I think it was called Elope. No. No. No, that's not.
北陸ブロックより緊急通報。新潟県佐渡海上市海底ライナー駅。
Yeah, I think eloping's a little different than
利用
that.
客の色素悪化を検知。ドローンの警告を無視し、逃亡とのことです。
Our character is like, that sounds legit. They're just eloping. What? A thorough investigation was conducted at once. All street scanners among underwater subway stations were analyzed, and the footage from the cameras were reviewed. Her terrified face popped up in a pixelated 2D image as the male suspect forced Shiori onto the train. Again, this is what our character thinks of as eloping. Is that an arrestable color? Hold up. I don't know. Where does yellow fall on it? No, that's dark orange? Are you sure? Okay. Hue is a dark orange, quite cloudy. Thankfully, Shiori's hue had not worsened that much.
佐藤春人の色相はダークオレンジ。衝動的な犯罪成功が疑われるカラーで、早急なセラピンが必要です。
Okay, so you don't get arrested at that. Okay.
ドミネーター的にはどうなんだ？その
We need a rainbow meter, we do. I don't know what the colors mean. I mean, I think hers was blue, so... Which way was it? Which way would it go? Because they're on the complete opposite side of the color wheel. Well, I guess does it go to red or does it go to orange? I probably would go to orange, so... Yes, at risk of criminal activities, he's actively kidnapping. He's fine. He's fine. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Happy New Year.
だよな。
We might make it in time. You might be spared the fate I had being sent in the isolation ward. It may still be able to return to society. What did you do, my guy? What did our character do? They didn't tell us what we did, right? Other than the fact that we were looking for Yukari. Oh god, it's back. His hue had deteriorated. We, the PSB SIDS Division 1, rushed to the scene at Southern Marine City, my hometown.
ねえ、いつまで私を連れ回す気なの？
Kidnapping is a potential crime? Yeah, who would have guessed? I don't think so. I think this is normal. So how did they get here? How did they would have had to take a boat or a plane or a helicopter too.
そう怖い顔すんなよ。たまには野宿もいいもんだよな。見ろよ。お前の寝顔、可愛く撮れてる。
また撮ったの？どういうつもり？昨日見せられたホロって教室だったよね。ハルトって盗撮なんかやっちゃう人だったんだ。
だってさ、お前があんまり可愛いから。
You literally blackmailed her, what?
嘘。ハルトのやってることって脅迫だよ。
こうでもしなけりゃついてきてくれなかったじゃないか。離れたくないんだ。まだ好きなんだ。頼む。もう二度と会わないだなんて言わないでくれ。
そんなこと言ってないじゃない。
Yeah, she said that she wanted to go home for the night and that was it.
言ったよ。証拠もある。ほら、このメールだ。東京へ行ったらお別れです。お互いのためになりませんから、もう二度と会えないけど、お元気でってさ。
Yeah, just took creeper photos for funsies. You know, it's his hobby.
何これ？私じゃない。きっとママ。私のアカウントから勝手に送ったの。
Okay, your mom also should not have done that. But also, that does not justify kidnapping. And also going back to the island where the mom is at. Okay.
ママは言ってた。東京へ進学したら将来のためになるいいお友達をたくさん作ってほしいって。
This is very normal behavior.
なんだよそれ。仕事のど田舎のオナチューの同級生なんか 将来のためになんないから切るってわけか？
私そんなこと思ってないよ。だからハルトが急に訪ねてきても普通に会ったし、一緒に遊んだじゃない。
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, all she literally said was that she wanted to go home for the night. She never said that she wouldn't hang out with him again.
そりゃそうだよな。俺のこと嫌いなら会ってくれるわけねえよな。思い切って会いに来てよかった。
I mean, yeah, you could go visit her, but the kidnapping thing is a bit.
でもよく私の東京での住所が分かったよね。ハルトの家のホームセクレタリー AI ってすごい高性能なんだね。
だろ？昨日も話したけどさ、朝起きたらホロアバターがいきなり名乗ってさ、いつの間にか新しい AI がダウンロードされてたんだろうけど、僕はアルファ、君を助けに来た。会いたい子がいるんだよね。隠さなくてもいいんだ。
I want to make the comment
僕は
again,
君をずっと見てたからね。
but I try to refrain from making the comment. Starts with an O though.
その子に会いに行けば、東京は鎖国してるわけじゃないよね。道案内なら僕がやってあげるよ。そう言って AI は本当に俺をお前に会わせてくれた。これって運命の導きってやつじゃね。俺とお前は離れ離れになっちゃいけないんだ。
Right.
そうなのかもね。ねえ、もう気が済んだでしょ？私の携帯端末返して。学校サボっちゃったし、ママとも話をしなきゃ。
まだいいだろ？なあ、もうちょっとだけ一緒にいてくれよ。ただのデートだ。昨べだって俺何にもしなかったろ？
That should not be a judgment of like you being a good guy or not. What? He's the guy who would say that he's a good guy, though. He just comes up to you and is just like, I'm a good guy. We're fine.
しょうがないな。今日一日だけ付き合ってあげる。その代わり約束して。私のフォローは消す。携帯端末も返す。
もちろん。なあ、どこへ行く？この町には
run to your mom's house.
俺たちの思い出の場所がたくさんあるよな。
None of the reactions to anything other I'm saying is making any sense. Yeah, they're just like, I'm just gonna like. She's just like, let me just call my mom, and he's like, okay, yeah, let's chill. I don't. Honestly, they probably both should go to that therapy session. Everyone in this world probably should, but also I would be very scared of therapy in this world, because again, if you say anything like, I'm depressed, they'll be like, all right, jail. For the Central Management Tower had a takeoff landing facility for it was moved by an elevator which connected the dome to the outside world. What does it mean though? What is it in? I'm assuming it's an acronym. The VTOL. Hold on. Vertical takeoff and landing. I can't. You would want to lean in? I can't read that. Something aircraft. The helicopter? Why is it? What is that word? Does it start with a T? Is it Tiltroder? Why do they say helicopter? Okay. Alright. The helicopter was referred to. Data acquired from street cameras and scanners were sent to Miss Karanomori. Okay. As a result, we confirm that Jitsu and Shiori were in the middle of the city in a rental car.
無人タクシー、海底ライナー、今度はレンタカーか。 バカにならない金額だぜ。ハルトってガキ、ずいぶん金持ちだな。
Okay.
それなんだけどね、ちょっと変なのよ。佐藤春人が使った交通機関の履歴をたどってみたら、すべての料金がフリーパスの扱いになってて。
So his alpha thing is sus.
ただ乗りしてるってこと？
事前にフリーパス契約を結んだ形跡もないし、そもそもこの子の家庭の経済状態ではそんな贅沢を許す余裕はないっぽい。
何らかの不正手段が行われている可能性が高いな。
しかしこの少年はコンピュータに詳しいわけではありません。自らクラッキングなどの不正を行うとは考えにくいですが。
まあもうちょっと調べてみるけど手間取るかもね。この町の情報インフラって何世代か前のだし、人口が少ない分カメラの設置数そのものも限られるのよ。
Shouldn't you guys fix that? I feel like this would be fixed right if they just put their cameras and sensors in more places. Wait, your friend the rental car was still moving in the city, but without the ability to track the vehicle in real time. Tedious analysis was essential.
彼らはまだ佐渡海上市内にいることが確実なのですね。ならば私たちで探し出せばよいのではありませんか。
その案。
Oh, I cut my guy off. It's okay.
いいだろう。
I will cut myself off too.
すぐに車を手配する。二手に分かれ、問題のレンタカーを追い詰める。
すぐにドミネーターの手配をします。久我立さん、剣さん、ご経験は
So you probably wouldn't want to use a Dominator, guys.
いよいよか。いっぺん撃ってみたか
Psychopath
ったんだよな。
101. You probably don't want to use that.
不謹慎ですね。
俺も最初のうちはそう思ってたけどさ、いいもんじゃねえよ。
Oh, I was like, do I have to type? Oh, do I have to type in a code? I have not registered any code. I have seen someone make a very, like, it was years ago, but someone make a very good replica of this in real life. And I want one.
ユーザー認証、剣拓磨執行官、公安局刑事課所属、使用許諾確認、適正ユーザーです。現在の執行モードはノンリーサルパラライザー。落ち着いて照準を定め、対象を無力化してください。
Thing is cool. Yeah, and then like when you like go to shoot it, it like depending what mode it is in, it like morphs into other things. Alright, you know, the drove. Oh, are we in the back? We're sitting. Yeah, I would get car sick. I get car sick. Can we sit up front? Can I ride shotgun? Well, stop. She's hot, but it seems a little unapproachable.
どうかした？
いや、そのよう、ギノザさん。俺、運転変わろうか。
せっかくだが、貴様に命を預けるつもりはない。
タクちゃんぶっ飛ばしそうだもんね。
せえよ、シュウ。てめえをぶっ飛ばしてやろうか。
急に大きな声を出さないで。
お。
Can't read in cars anymore. Start getting really sick. Yeah, I just can't in general sit in the back of a car, but then also if I sit in the front of the car and start like reading, like you said, I also get sick.
ギノザ監視官、ラボからデータが届いています。佐藤春人と松方しおりが乗ったレンタカーの位置
And
が
then I
判明
get
しました。
seasick too, but I don't get air sick or roller coaster sick, and I'm very confused.
マジか。
レンタカー搭載の GPS および車載カメラからの映像を解析した結果よ。監視官、目標捕捉への最短ルートを表示します。
よし、オートナビに切り替え、追跡に移る。
I'll further drive a lot because I get yep, exactly. I feel that. As expected, the PSV vehicle, the acceleration felt different too. According to the route simulation, our ETA was approximately in 7 minutes.
同級生を誘拐し、連れ回すとはな。まったく、近頃の子供は。
いやー、同意の上じゃないっすか？
It was, I swear to you, Kagari, it wasn't. I swear.
計画的な家出という線も考えられますね。松方しおりの母親には過干渉の傾向がありますから、束縛から逃れるための行動に走った可能性はあります。
色相が悪いのが片方だけってのは引っかかるけどね。タクちゃんはどう思う？
俺はハルトってガキが主導してるんだと思う。
憶測は慎め、剣。
俺興味あるな、タクちゃんの意見。
Wait, why did we get
なぜハルト
scolded?
が悪いって思うわけ？
それは。
Because I've been there before, my unrequited passion for Yukari Yanakawa, like a fool, my hue was worsening. Were you, was the fact that your hue got worse because you were down bad? I'm so confused. What did you do? Was that really the only reason? Oh no.
視認できました。あれが目標のレンタカーです。
So he makes you, yeah, exactly. I'm like, is that the only thing? It was, there it was. Beyond the Rosa cars, the rental car that Haruto and Shiori were in.
これより重要参考人の確保に移る。
了解。
Oh, we switched it into police mode. Okay.
こちら公安局刑事課。そこのレンタカー、とっとと止まってくんない？優しいお兄さんたちと怖いお姉さんが来ようがあります。
That passenger's window was open. The girl stuck her head out. Shiori Matsukata. Oh my god. Matsukata. Her face pale, her eyes wide. She was calling for help. Was quickly pulled back in.
やっぱり坊やの悪さか。
聞き分けのない僕ちゃんたちにはお仕置きしちゃうぞ。
かがり、真面目にやれ。
It's only a matter of time. That's what we thought, but then.
何？
待てこら！逃げんな！
The rental car accelerated into the oncoming lane, dodged the oncoming car, skillfully slipping. Oh, you're a pro driver. Let's go.
ちょっと、なんなのあのドライビングテク。ハルトってガキ、峠かサーキットで暴れてたわけ？
So I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, oh, he's going.
目標のスペックが更新されました。補足予想時間のシミュレーション結果が変化。補足まであと12分。いや、10、27。
引き離されてるってのか。相手はただのレンタカーだぞ。
大きな声を出さないでってば。
佐藤春人は運転ライセンスを持っていない。車はオートナビで走っているはずだ。なのにこの俺が追いつけないだと。
あかねちゃんの車は挟み撃ちにした方がいいんじゃ。
Oh, that's. Yeah, the AI took over. Yeah. But like, they're just.
あっちもそれ
Yo,
つも
he
りよ。
just suggested that they slam that car from both sides. I hope none of them get a concussion from this.
おいおい、運転してんのあかねちゃんじゃねえぞ。
鴻上のやつだ。
The other team's car was in sight. Kogami was in. Oh, he's going. There's no way Haruko escaped now. Oh, a patrol car suddenly braked and started to spin out. Tablet shot out from Miss Kunizaki's lap and we swerved and barely stopped partially into the oncoming lane. In front of us, missing one of these cards. Stop this in similar fashion. The rental car drifted right between both of our cars.
待ちやがれハルト！
大きな声を出さないでってば。
どうなってんだよ。
Can we get him?
なんでパトカーが公安局が追ってくるんだ。
ママが通報したんだと思う。捜索願いが出されたんじゃないかな。ひょっとするともう
You have a lot of
事件
faith
に
in
な
your
ってるの
mother.
かも。
She did none of that. Bro.
なんでだよ。俺はただ最後の思い出が欲しかっただ
I
け
mean,
な
she
のに。
did. Does she?
どうして
She
みんな
might have.
邪魔をするんだ。
色相悪化。セラピーが必要なレベルだよ。どうしたのさ、ハルト。君は幸せじゃないの？
うっせえな、黙ってろ。
ねえ、もうやめよう。家へ帰ってみんなにちゃんと謝ろう。今ならまだ許してもらえるよ。
そんなに俺から逃げたいのか。
After you kidnapped her, yeah, she probably would.
やめてよ。痛い。
話したくないんだ。一緒にいたいんだ。あとちょっとだけ。そう、今夜だけ。二人っきりで。
手を離して。私が嫌なことはしないって約束したでしょ。
先に約束を破ったのは
How
お前だろ。
graphic does this game get?
今日一日は俺と付き合うって言って
Because
く
the
れたのに。
anime gets real
パトカーに
graphic.
助けなんか求めてさ。
もう嫌。家へ返して。
そんなに俺が嫌いか？だよな。ずっと前から好きなのは俺の方ばっかりで、お前はキス一つさせて
Oh,
くれ
ew.
なくて。
Ew. Ew.
けど俺たちしょっちゅう一緒にいたよな。なんで？お前にとって俺は何なの？お友達？アクセサリー？それとも便利な道具？
Oh, okay. She's done. She's done. All right, we can pew pew her now
な
too.
んとか言ってくれよ。
ハルト、君は幸せじゃないんだね。
うるせえな。ぶっ殺されてるのか。
僕は壊されるのは嫌だ。生きてる者はみんな自分を大切にするし、守ろうとする。
ああ、そうだよ。でも生きてたって楽しくねえよ。
それは困る。ハルト、僕は君の役に立ちたい。君が幸せになれたら僕は嬉しいんだ。
だったら邪魔すんな。俺としおりを二人っきりにしてくれよ。
分かったよ、ハルト。僕はなるべく君に干渉しないことにする。でもさっき追ってきた奴らは
So this guy's just going into people's, I guess, bracelets and making them go insane. All right.
公安局か。お前、奴らの動きがわかるのか。
僕らの動きが奴らに筒抜けなんだよ。この町ではあらゆるところに監視の目が張り巡らされてる。
なんとかしろよ。奴らに捕まったら終わりだ。
わかった。やってみるよ、ハルト。君の幸せのためにね。
That's also, this is, everyone has a toxic relationship in this. Oh no.
なんなのこのホームセクレタリー。怖い。
でも役に立つ。お前とも合わせてくれたしな。二人っきりだ、しおり。もう誰にも邪魔はさせない。
パトカーのナビシステムに干渉されちゃったみたい。マニュアル運転中に強制割り込みをかけられるだなんて、敵は相当できるクラッカーじゃないかしら。
For what happiness exactly? Like,
バカな。相手はただの高校生だぞ。
wasn't the
高度
alpha
な情報処理能力があ
happy
るとは
when
聞い
his
ていない
hue was darker too? Oh no.
しかも動機は地上のもつれってやつ？衝動的な犯罪っぽいし、クラッキングなんて洒落た真似するとは思えねえよな。
松方しおりの情報処理能力は彼女が協力してるって可能性もあるけど。
学業成績は優秀ですが、情報処理能力の交差ポイントはごく平均的なレベルにとどまっています。
Okay, I should preface, if you guys want to watch the anime of this, like I was saying, it's extremely gory. It's more like a psychological horror. I don't know how bad this will get in that sense, but yeah. The kid went, yo, that kid is, he's wildin'.
となると、残る可能性は一つしかない。佐藤春人の背後に協力者がいるんだ。
高度なクラッキング技能を持つ協力者が存在し、佐藤春人の誘拐を幇助している。鴻上執行官、あなたはそう考えているのですね。
そうとでも考えなければ説明がつかない事態が起こっている。問題は誰が何のためにそんなことをしているかだ。
春人の行方は？
それが雲隠れしちゃったのよね。GPS データも街頭カメラやスキャナの
I
ログも
legit
い
feel
つ
like
の間にか
everything
消
we
去されちゃ
play
ってて。
somehow has this voice actor in it. What's her name? What is her name again? I don't remember her name. She's the Raiden Shogun slash Raiden Mei slash Toko. Sure, she's in other things. She's in like legit everything we play. I don't know what her name is.
データが当てにならんとなると、昔ながらの聞き込み操作ってことになるか。
そんな原始的な方法では解決までに何年かかるかわからん。
そうとも限らねえぜ、ギノザさん。俺の勘では、ハルトはあちこちに手がかりを残してる。
根拠のない憶測なら聞く耳は持たんぞ。
Yuki Sawashiro, let's go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm so bad at remembering names. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, she's in like everything that we play.
お前の勘ってやつをな。
しおりとの関係が片思いにせよラブラブだったにせよ、ハルトは黙って胸に秘めてるタイプじゃねえ。いても立ってもいられず、闇雲に行動を起こすはずだ。
例えばどんな行動？
そりゃあ友達に話すとか、デートスポットをネットで検索するとか、あとは告白とか。
You're on her page. She's really yeah. I love her though, so I'm very happy. She's in a lot of things.
何噛んでんだよ。照れてんの？うわ、タクちゃんって順調。
うっせえこの野郎。
緊急通報。松方しおりと佐藤春人の居所が確認されました。佐渡海上市内を巡邏中のドローンからの音声です。
Oh, I didn't know that. Let's go.
お困りですか？厚生省アーバンサービスは市民の皆さんの健康な生活をサポートしています。
Okay, well, let me look at the Ministry of Welfare here. I'm sure it's a great time. One day. One of the main bureaucracies, the Ministry of Welfare manages and operates the civil system possessing absolute power over society. The thing that can like completely control everyone, it controls that. Okay. I got you. Yeah, oh good, yeah. Also, I see save. I'm just gonna go on. Oh, that saved? Okay. I love how the Ministry of Welfare controls everything. Uh-huh.
そんなことより通報して、あなた公安局のドローンなんでしょ？
何やってんだお前。
It's a behemoth, a bureaucratic behemoth. Yo, it really is.
トイレじゃなかったのかよ。何逃げてんだよ。
How dare you make a phone call on the restroom?
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
重篤なストレス反応を検知しました。色素をチェックします。色素シエンナ 速やかに専門の医療機関でメンタルケアを受けることを推奨します。
ほら見ろ、色素チェックに引っかかっちまった。俺たちお尋ね者だけど捕まりゃしねえぞ。なあしおり、逃げても無駄だよ。っていうか逃げんなよ。
Okay.
騒ぐな。ひどいことしたくないんだよ。
Oh, but a healthy relationship.
これで終わりか。映像は
記録されていません。消去された可能性が高いです。ただドローンのフェイスレコグニション機能は正常に作動し、
But I should start taking
音声デー
notes
タの識別も完了しています。
their relationship. Yes. All right. I need to learn how to act.
正真正銘
in
し
life.
おりとハルトってわけか。こりゃ急がにゃならんな。
佐渡海上市内のすべてのドローンを動員。捜査の範囲を広げ、被害者と容疑者を探し出す。
クラッキング対策はどうする？
問題ない。ドローンとの情報共有をリアルタイムで継続的に行い、監視網を形成する。敵が情報操作をする前に尻尾をつかむんだ。
手法としては非常に古典的かつオーソドックスと言えますね。正岡執行官が提案した聞き込み操作に近い発想です。
この俺が正岡と同レベルだというのか。久我たち監視官、少しは言葉を
Which
慎
one's
んだ
Masaoka? Is that the old
ギノ
man?
ザ監視官、なぜそんなに感情的になっているのですか？あなたの表情、態度、口調、身振りのすべてが激しい怒りを示している理由が私には理解できません。
俺は怒ってなどいない。
その発言は様々な意味で間違っていますが、その矛盾もまた人間的な特徴だとすれば非常に興味深く感じられます。ただ、捜査上の判断が感情によって歪む危険性は指摘します。
俺の判断が間違ってるというのか。
聞き込み操作による情報収集には一定の成果が期待できます。それ
I
は
don't think he knows
容
us.
疑者佐藤春人の性
I don't know how old.
社会的レイヤー、ハビタス。
Is it gonna go by Masaoka or is that his? Is it gonna I'll look for both ways. Okay, no. All right. Oh, okay. What's your? All right. Okay. Yes. Yes. A veteran on the job. Okay, he's old. Okay, he's the old man.
およびプロファイルを知ることであり。
黙れ。
ギノザさん、久我たちさんも議論はそのくらいにしてください。今はまず私たちがどう動くかを決めましょう。
捜査方針はすでに示した。俺の指示に従えばいいだろう。
そんなに頭ごなしに言わなくたっていいだろう、ギノザさん。
剣、貴様も反抗するのか。
He's gonna like punch us.
喧嘩売ってんのはそっちだろう。聞き込み操作が無意味だなんて俺は思わねえ。やれることはやればいいじゃねえか。
じゃあ2チームに分かれましょう。ギノザさんの班はドローンを指揮し容疑者を追ってください。私は正岡さんたちと聞き込みに回ります。
賛成だ。オートナビを取り外した車両は2台しか用意できないと連絡が入っている。ギノと俺たちで1台ずつ使わせてもらおう。
I like how Akane's team is just her and Kogami, but then Gidoza's team is just everyone else, and they're all just shoved in one car.
なら好きにしろ。剣、貴様は俺と一緒に来い。
What should I do? Oh! Our first decision. Can I can't save here? Oh no. If inquire what would inquire? This is just going with him, right? What would... I feel like he'll try to like punch me though if I ask him. Okay, let's go.
わかったよ、ギノザさん。 ボスはあんただ。ドローンを使った狐狩り、どんなもんなのか体験させてもらうぜ。
I don't want to beat down from Ginoza.
俺は貴族ではなく、容疑者も高貴な獣ではない。だが貴様ら執行官は確かに犬だ。走り方を覚えておけ。役に立ってみせろ。
いちいちムカつく言い方をする人だな、あんた。まあいい。それもデカってもんなんだろうしな。
では私は常森監視官に同行します。佐藤春人容疑者の人物像を探るための情報収集としては、聞き込み捜査が有効だという仮説を立証したいと思います。
And who's going with us?
君は捜査を実験と考えているのか、クガたち。
仮説と検証は未知の事態に対応すべきあらゆる場面で適用される基本的な手法かと思いますが。
久我達さん、議論はそこまで。出動します。唐野森さん、クラッキングで破壊されたデータの修復をお願いできますか？
はいはい、できるだけやってみるわ。あかねちゃんも大変そうね。もしかしたらその子ラボ生まれなんじゃない？
唐野森さんってば。
ご質問の意味がよく理解できませんが、確かに私は医療および心理に関する専門教育を受けたようです。残念ながら具体的なエピソード記憶は。
I'm very scared of her.
ああ、わかったわかった。うん、事故だったんだってね。
ラボというよりファクトリー生まれのような性格だな。
Does Ginoza
ま
have
るで
to
工業
go
製品だ。ドローンとかドロイドのような。
with 3 enforcers? And the rest of the, oh god, inspectors all go with Kogami, the single okay.
ドロイドちゃんね。
Alright.
そういや、そんなのもう一人。
I don't think this is very balanced, guys. You probably should reassess.
誰のこと？
そうね。
国塚城は違う。あんたにはちゃんと感情がある。人間らしい心の動きが。そうだろう。
そうかな。でもその言い方だと久我たち監視官がますます人間じゃないみたいに聞こえるけど。
確かに私は感情的に極めて
I legit think this, like, she's our childhood friend, right? This girl.
的な印象を与える可能性も
But
十
they
分にあります。
took her and experimented on her
私は人間らしくありませんか？
and are probably taking all her memories after every single case. Uzar's one is. I sure hope not. No.
だが、
And that's why there's not
そ
another
いつ
game.
はあんたの武器だ。どんな事件に関わっても、あんたなら壊れない気がする。
そうでしょうか。
行くぞ剣。念のため言っておくが、オートナビが使えない状態といえども、執行官に
Is
運
it
転は
copyrighted?
させ
Is
られる。
it? I'll keep that in mind.
俺には土地勘があるぜ。
せいぜいナビ代わりを務めてもらうとしよう。
おう。
ギノザ監視官、ドローン網の展開を終えました。
All three, yeah,
システム同期
literally.
順調。クラッキングの形跡はありま
Kagami's
せ
in
ん。
the car with us right now. Okay, it's only Ginoza. Okay.
よし、監視を怠るな。容疑者の車を発見したらすぐ知らせろ。
了解。
剣、お前の土地勘が頼りだ。お前が佐藤
No,
ハルトなら
bro.
立ち回りそ
You
うな
don't
のは
rely
どの
on me
エリア
for
だ。
directions.
ハルトが行きそうなのは。
Excuse me. Oh, Probably not the administrative district, right? We're looking for the boy, right? Okay, hopefully he wouldn't go to the cops. I mean, hopefully he would, but like, if I was running from the cops, I wouldn't. The shopping district. Did she want to go shopping? Yeah, me too. Me too. Also, I think she wanted to go see her mom, but definitely not the residential area. So I was between the shopping or industrial district. Because the industrial will probably have like no cameras, and the shopping would probably have a lot of people. Yeah, I'm between those two. They're both staring at me. I don't think he directly said where he wanted to go. Oh, I can see him? Oh. Heyo? Shopping? Alright, let's go shopping.
商業区域ならデートの気分が出るんじゃないか?
Yeah, oh, he still want to go on a date? Ah. Okay. I'm sure they're having a great date. My intuition betrayed me immediately, even the previous floors, not drones. With hollows, the alleyways exposed ruins, which were so dilapidated that even hollows couldn't pass them.
剣、貴様はこんな荒涼たるところへ女の子を連れて行くのか?
Except bathrooms, and those are in the rare industrial areas. I feel like that, yo, okay, off topic. When I was in Japan, there was like nowhere to go to the bathroom if you weren't going back to like where you were staying. They were in like restaurants, but you had to eat there first. Or 7-Elevens, but not any other convenience store. It was a struggle.
っていうかさ、ショッピングとかやってる余裕なくない?
Kagari, you give me a better guess. Kagari, you're my favorite. You give me a better guess. I can load up my save. I can cheat.
俺だ。どうした?
こちらハウンド1。容疑者の自宅から大量の薬物摂取の痕跡が出た。
なんだと?
Really? Yeah, bad place to have a small bladder. Yeah, it was the struggle. So I was there in the summer, so I was most of the time dehydrated, so it wasn't that bad. Don't go to Japan in the summer if you can avoid it, please. But I was, y'all. Their refinery, there were no bathrooms amongst. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
それは貴様の個人的な意見か?
残念ながらドロイドちゃん、いや、なでしこ姫のお見立てだ。
ドロイドちゃん? それは久我たち監視官のことか?
おっと、そう、目くじら立てるな。軽い冗談だ。
立場をわきまえてものを言え、要件。
いいのさ。その犬っころがここにも3匹いるんですけど。
That's what I'm saying. Why is there 3 of you in this car with just him? So the investigators are supposed to keep them in check. So if one of us were to like actually like get a darker hue again, he would have to kill us. So I'm very confused why there's a single enforcer in that car, like their other car, and two investigators. Slice out an emergency call rang throughout the car. It was from Miss Karanomori. What you got? What save should I load up?
変な空気まとってるわよ。なんかあったの?
報告は後で。それより何か分かったの?
あ、そうそう。佐藤春人の尻尾を捕まえたのよ。
なんだと?
Where is he? At the residential. Residential area, you say? Is that the wrong save data? Oh no. Oh yes. Of course. The residential area.
人が住んでる場所へ行こう。
Residential area took a large part of the top layer, the third floor of the dome-shaped submarine city. As a result, its reduction due to the population decline, and the entire area could easily be covered with an electric bicycle. When I was young, I thought it was a really big city, but now it's somewhere like, oh, I want to go to a small garden. Hold up. Been born and raised in the city, same as Yukari. Did you is that the only thing that made your Hugo bad? I'm so confused. That's the idea that you've had. The little concern that he's relating to Haruto? Yeah? Uh-huh. He's like, oh man, he's down bad. Me too. And snatcher drones. Oh, you have like, in your dystopian future idea, you have the drones that can take people away. Oh no. We need those right now though. Position of Haruto's car appeared on the monitor. Right after the car accelerated.
何これマップ上のドローンが次々と消えてく
クラッキングだわドローンが位置情報を見失ってる
公安局のドローンにまで干渉できるっていうのか
見えたぞハルトの車だ
Still far off, but definitely visible. It was going pretty fast. Oh yes, we're a police car now. I can see the young girls clinging to the car's rear window. Oh, yes. I was trying to imagine that, but I was like, yes, okay, it came together. She's probably crying for help. Suddenly, our car came to an abrupt stop. Airbags deployed and blocked our line of sight. We rarely see our character. Hello. Looking at the map, the road ahead was a dead end up until now. It was fine, but somehow the road we'd been following was completely gone from the screen. And they would be able to perch like our... Oh no, they're always just watching. That does sound like a dystopian future. They sound cool though.
マップデータが書き換えられたとしか考えられません。我々は通行可能なルート外へ逸脱しようとしたと判断され、車のセーフティー機能が作動したんです。
オートナビはオミットしたはずじゃなかったのか。
オートナビは取り外せますが、セーフティー機能は不可能です。
Alright guys, it's leg day. Run. Run. Oh, you're doing it? Yo, good for you. No, he's doing it.
走って追うのは骨董品の刑事ドラマだ。ハードボイルドの探偵ならそんな野暮な真似はしない。
じゃあどうすんの？
俺はな、シュー。ハードボイルドにはなれなかったんだ。だからって突っ走れるほどバカでもねえんだ。ただの半端者さ。くそ。
We couldn't just stand by and wait here. Just then, Miss Kunizaki swiftly started the car. Alright, let's go. Even it could be driven, we didn't know if we could catch Haruto's car. The heavy silence fell among us. Alright. Suddenly, sound of an emergency call rang throughout the car. It was from Miss Karanomori.
どうしたの、弥生？ 変な空気まとってるわよ。なんかあったの？
報告は後で。それより何か分かったの？
あ、そうそう。佐藤春人の尻尾を捕まえたのよ。
なんだと
？Told me to stop at the residential area for a biological. Oh, yes, the restroom. Of
その
course.
時該当スキャナーに引っかかったんだけど、色素がディープレッドになっちゃっててね。
Okay, we can kill him now.
すでに潜在犯となっている可能性が高いな。で、容疑者の居所は？
残念ながらクラッキングで雲隠れ。今言った情報だって必死でデータ復旧した成果なのよ。もうちょっと褒めてくれたっていいんじゃない？
すまんが切るぞ。別の連絡が入った。おそらく常森班か。
釣れないわね。まったく。
常森班、久我たちです。
In a monotone voice, Miss Kugatachi informed us the result of the investigation. From that information, it seemed like the two had been close and even went on dates. Passionate one was Haruto and Shiori not so much. It's like why she broke up with him so easily. They were dating? Did I miss that? Wait. I thought they were friends before, and he had a crush on her. And they hung out sometimes. Okay.
正岡鴻上両執行官の進言を検討した結果、容疑者は図書館へ向かう可能性が高いと判断しました。報告は以上ですが、そちらからは？
言うべきことは何もない。
Noza hung up, seemingly agitated. Yeah, there was no mention of them dating.
ノさん、どうします？
何らかの手がかりをもとに動かないと時間をロスするだけです。
そんなことは分かっている。
俺たちに取れる手は限られてる。ハルトとしおりの思い出の場所、デートスポットとして浮上したショッピングモール、公園。
Okay, now we go to the
ま
shopping
た
mall.
は図書館を調べるか。
Okay.
図書館には常森班が行っている。剣、貴様なら今名前が挙がった以外の場所について
You know, the cops
めぼ
bust
しい
into the
心当たりがあ
library.
るんじゃないのか？
俺に振るのかよ。そうだな。デート場所か。
Don't you dare. Okay, I'm gonna go. We're gonna go to the mall. I think. Because they're already going. The other team's going to the library. But the mall. Didn't they say the mall had nothing? Isn't that what we have that previous knowledge from a save that completely didn't happen? The park? Somewhere else? The mall didn't exist, right? Does it exist now? I feel like a good spot for a murder would be here, though. I checked the park near Hato's residence. One of the other date spots was the library in the same area.
ひょっとしてここってあかねちゃんチームが調査済みじゃね？
Questioning the relationship status? I'm questioning it. Yeah, me too. I'm so
それなら
confused.
そうと連絡が入るはずよ。久我たち監視官の性格ならね。
っていうかさ、聞き込みとかすんの？誰もいないじゃんここ。
Shut your mouth, Kagari. You should have picked the place then.
こちらシェパード1。何？
Yes. Where would you say that he is, Ginoza?
容疑者の居所を掴んだとの連絡が入った。
Uh-huh.
どこだ？図書館だ。
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, let's go. Oh, yeah, where they already were? That's fine. All right. Did I not load? Oh, the room. I feel like we should double down on the library.
俺は図書館へ行く。
なぜだ？貴様も刑事の勘とか言い出すつもりか？
なあ、ギノザさん。俺たち執行官は犬なんだろう。だったら 群れで狩りをするのが基本なんじゃないのか。
I guess a shepherd doesn't need to be a dog, but I think of like a German shepherd.
もし図書館に容疑者がいなかったら、
その時は獲物を求めてうろつき回るだけさ。さっきまで俺たちがやってたように
な。なあ、よくここで一緒に勉強したよ。
My new pickup line. It's my, yep. The new pickup line is that. All right. Oh.
楽しかったよな。なんとか言ってくれよ。なあ、しおり。
Oh, this is why she doesn't want to date you. And the fact that you took a picture of her when she was sleeping was just like, I can see everything from all angles. I'm like, oh no.
なんでそんな顔すんだよ。俺のこと嫌いなのか。あんなに一緒にいたのに、あんなに好きって言ったのに、お前だって好きって言ってくれたのに。
来ないで。こっち来ないで。
隣に行くだけだ。前みたいに二人並んで、ここで勉強ばっかしてたよな。閉鎖されちまったんだぜ。
I don't think they were
お前が
dating.
東京へ行くのと同時に。
Hey, yo. How's everyone's New Year? It's been good. It's been good. How have you been? How have you been? How was your New Year? And anyone coming in, how was your New Year?
私のせいじゃない。私悪くない。何にもしてない。
だよな。俺たち何にもしなかったよな。手ぐらいは握らせてくれたけどさ。
So like, what's that game? What's that game? It's not Mad Father, but it's the other one made by them. But there was a character who like pretty much like wasn't going out with the other one, but was being like nice to them, and it was kind of like they were dating, but they weren't dating. But like the girl was just like, "Oh, you can like chill here." Stores are closed, but we ate burgers. Let's go. Like there's hints from this guy, and he's already red flags. Don't worry. If you're coming in now, he blackmailed this girl, and then kidnapped her, yeah, and took them back to their hometown.
騒いだって誰も来ねえよ。ここ廃墟だしな。
No! Why would you say that, bro?
無駄だ。ここには俺たち二人っきりさ。知ってるか？ここって密室なんだぜ。なあしおり、何でもできるぞ。何でもだ。閉館時間も人の目も物音も気にせずに好きなだけさ。
Also, if this house was abandoned and there's this many books left, can I have some? Yeah, Misao, yeah! That one, that one! It reminds me of that.
お前の言うことなんかもう聞かねえよ。だってお前は俺なんか捨ててったんだもんな。
And that dude's like the teacher. Love Mad Father? Yeah! I haven't actually played them myself, but I've watched like people play them, and they seem super interesting. I want to play them both. Is there more than one? I think there's more than one. I think so. Does this guy even hear himself? You know, this keeps getting worse. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's okay. We're here. We're here. We're gonna go pew-pew him. Forbidden sign stood in front of the library's entrance. Written on the, or details regarding its closure from the end of last year. However, I want those books though. Did you see how many books were there? Mad Father is one of the classic yeah, the RPG horror games, but I think they remade it. They did like, I don't know if it was a remake or like a remaster, but yeah, it came out more like I think there was a newer one that came out, but it's like the same one from like older. Yeah, let's play them a lot in college. Let's go. I remember you talking about how you're like super into RPG Maker horror. I've never played. Is it Ib, or IB? I've seen it, but I've like not known how to pronounce it. Witch's House? Yeah, they're super chill. Oh, I'm glad we came here. Let's go. Of course. Ib, but you don't know if that's... Yeah, I don't think they say, really? So yeah, I would go with that too.
容疑者が乗っていた車の登録 ID と一致しました。
間違いねえな。
いっちょ派手にぶっ壊そうぜ。
ギノザの部下、監視官権限により執行官の車載工具の使用を申請。使用者は国塚弥生執行官。
I can't wait for my own gun.
修正執行官並びに。
Oh, I like how I keep cutting it off whenever it's in reference to me. The sound of our car doors closing. As we were breaking through the entry, Miss Cinemori's team arrived. Is it? I don't like they're like abbreviate. I know it's Kogami, but I forget. Is it? Is it Masa? Oh. And then it's Ki or me. Pound one. Masaoka. Okay. Rush into the building. Please do not make the books get bloody. As Kugatachi pointed at the guide map in the building. Oh, you want me to read it? Damn, you don't want me to read this. Oh, the study room, of course. An old library housing relics of an era when paper had still been a commodity. What year does I don't remember what year Psychopath takes place in. The building was split into 4 floors from bottom to top. Children's books, general reading, comics, study rooms. Oh, they're in the study room, right? But I don't see any books up there. But I don't see books any... Oh, actually, no. I see books on some of the floors. But there's study desks. Are those books? Oh, bro. I'm gonna say the study room, but... I don't know. Like, I do think I know. But I don't... As we've gotten... Of course, everything right the first try. Of course. Okay, good. Partitions made me feel like I was in a maze. There was no sign of people in any of the booths. Okay. However, voices could be heard. A young man's... Oh, yeah, man's... Angry shouts and a young woman's scared cries. Where were they? Nearby, definitely this floor. I gripped my Dominator. As we proceeded further past the partitions to the private study rooms, a lone door rattled. In moments in struggle, Shiori's screams could be heard from within. Charge impact, door fell down almost too easily. This room was most likely the place of their memories. I don't think they were dating, I swear. And the books are stashed in a lower shelf or what? Yeah, there was like a little, I think there was like a little bit of books, most of it was chairs. Told it was utter mayhem. Shiori was on the floor. Oh no! Ew, bro. Shadow raising my Dominator, his eyes darted and startled at the sight of the barrel. Yeah, kill him.
犯罪係数259、執行対象です。セーフティーを解除します。
邪魔すんな!
Haruto's body jolted and then stopped moving. Okay, well, you only had the paralyzer. Okay. Shuri pushed Haruto's dead weight off of her. It rolled over onto the floor, seeing how he was easily subdued. It seemed like Haruto hadn't used any dangerous drugs. He practiced that line. Our character practiced that line for a while. Lowered my Dominator slowly, letting out a sigh. The gun spoke once more in its lifeless
犯
voice.
罪係数アンダー90、執行対象ではありません。トリガーをロックします。
Shuri's psychopath had deteriorated, but was still above the level that could be covered within the help of therapy. At least she wouldn't become a latent criminal like I had. What did you do? Suddenly I felt a tap on my shoulder, turned around and saw Masaoka. Yes. Behind him were the rest of the Division 1, all waiting, except for Miss Tsunemori. Trace over to Shiori. Everyone else entered the room one by one.
しおりさん、やめて、来ないで、安心して、あなたを助けに来たの。もう大丈夫よ。
剣、お前の手柄だ。初めてなのによくやったな。
Masa's Kamo didn't sit with me though. I'll gladly fire this gun. They're gonna put you back in the jail cell, my guy. Hold up. I'll gladly fire this gun.
この銃を撃てるのは嬉しい。
銃？ドミネーターのことか？
ああ、そうだ。こいつがシビュラの目だとすれば、それを使う俺はシビュラの手だ。
Oh, ew, I don't want that.
拳だ。
No, take it back. Oh, I cut him off again. It's okay.
ずいぶん無邪気なこと言ってくれんじゃん。けど、俺たちは選ばれたんじゃない。弾かれたんだ。
Red flags all around.
場所がないからここに。
Am I making my character insane by choosing that?
不満か、シュウ。
Oh. It's contagious. So all of us who are enforcers were mentally unstable, and then when we like got more mentally stable, that makes them be able to be enforcers. But yeah, if you ever go over a certain amount, you can never be a regular citizen again. This world sucks. You think compliments make me happy? Say it again, though. Say it again. No.
褒められて喜ぶと思うか？
おいおい、そいつをしまってくれよ。
Oh my Dominator at— Oh! You pointed the gun at him? Why? Why would you do that? Okay, the middle one? The middle one? Looked back at Shiori. She was trembling. Okay, that was the right one. Okay. For noticing I was looking at her, she let out a tiny shriek.
しかもしくじった仕事だ。俺は誰一人救えなかった気がする。あの子も。そして。
The worst one was the compliment one. We were just gonna start fighting with Kagari on the last one. But the first one, he's just like, I'm gonna point my gun at you. And he's also an enforcer, so his Q could be worse than 100, so if the lock would come off. Naruto too. Some foolish kid. Like, I have to stop. 2 options were about to send us back to jail. They really were. And it would have... The third one would have brought Kagari back too. Bro.
まったく誰一人救えない仕事だなこいつは。
そんなことはない。お前はよくやった。そのことは俺たちみんながよーく知ってる。
So do I pick the options that are our character being depressed?
常森監視
About what's happening?
救急
Okay.
搬送の手配完了しました。
ありがとうございます。しおりさん、安全なところでゆっくり休みましょうね。
いやよ、家へ帰して。ママ
I mean, your mom should be close to you, right?
しおりさん、あなたの味方はママだけじゃないの。私たちみんなあなたを守りたいと思ってる。さっき駆けつけてくれた剣さんもあなたを助けに来たのよ。
That's right. I wanted to help not only her, but Haruto as well. But Sybil only cared about the crime coefficients. Those who didn't make the cut were left to be enforced.
そう深
Isn't
刻
her
な
mom the
顔
one who
をす
hacked her
るな。
phone? Yeah, and sent the text to the dude who made the dude come after her? Yep. The mom did do that.
この仕事を長く続けたかったらある程度は割り切ることだ。
ま、よろしく頼むね、タックちゃん。
ああよろしくな。
So I tried to leave the room. Ginoza blocked the doorway.
ご苦労。
あ
So it was done. It was fine. At least that's what I wanted to think. But I completely become a dog. What's our code name? The crime lab drones appeared and proceeded with the forensic analysis moments before. Fortunate vehicle left the hospital. Okay. Adrenaline from my first case hadn't leveled off. Oh man, I wondered how my queue would turn out. Can I check? Yeah, let's go. Okay, it stayed the same. Okay. There's still enough time to take mental care supplements. But what should I do? It hasn't gotten any worse, I don't think. That was how it was earlier. I don't think it... That's how it's always been, right? I don't think you need to take them. I'll pass. I'd say I'd be a failure detective if I relied on supplements for something like this. Also, I figured shouldn't make any excuses for that kid. Take the supplements? No! I hope I'm not getting a bad end if I didn't take those supplements. My happy pills. What game was that? Wasn't there a game that, like... It was also, like, post-apocalyptic, where everyone just had to take happy pills, but then they're, like, actually IRL, like, eating rats and whatnot. We Happy Few, yeah! That one! Bro, I don't want to take the pills. That game traumatized me.
古典に興味が
What classics are you referring to? Before I knew it, Miss Kugatashi was standing right next to me. I got flustered for some reason and felt my cheeks begin to warm.
いや昔の知り合いがな。そういえば古典が好きだったなって。
前に私に話してくださった知り合いの女性の方ですね。その方に剣執行官は恋愛感情を抱いていたのですか？
Say no.
な？
私の観察では剣さんが今回の事件で必要以上に容疑者に共感し捜査にのめり込んだのは容疑者と被
That
害
was
者
a
との
bad
関係を
relationship then if you thought
ご
what?
自身とその知り合いの女性との関係に当てはめ
わかったからもうやめてくれ。
ひどく赤い顔をなさってますね。お怒りでしょうか？
いやそりゃまあ愉快なことじゃなかったが。
Or was it this woman? Something about her threw me off. I also got a strange feeling of deja vu. like I had known someone like, yeah, it was it.
あんた、本当によく似てるよ。
I'm
俺の
pretty sure
知り
she
合いに
is.
さ、あんたのズケズケした理屈っぽい喋り方。あいつに、知り合いの女にそっくりだ。
その方と剣さんも今回の被害者と容疑者のように。
I sure hope not.
シビラの判定で離れ離れさ。やってられねえよな。たとえ俺が
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we said the same thing. I hope not.
好きとか嫌いまでシビラに決められるのか。
ごく当然のことだと思います。
俺にはそうは思えないがな。
Unexpectedly, the one also known as Miss Droid gazed into the
オー
distance.
ナ思いはすべし謎えなく高き癒やしき苦しかりけり。伊勢物語に出てくる恋の歌です。
Is that the first one? Is that like the first novel? Hold up. Hold up. I need to go. I need to go check something. Tales of Issei. Issei Monogatari. Is there a museum for that? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Is that the first novel? What's the first known documented novel? It was not that epic. There was one that was older. Was it Epic Gilgamesh? But no. Also, when I was in Japan, we went to a museum. Is Issei the really creepy dude who kept like peeking in on women? I think he might have been. Okay.
あんたも和歌に詳しいのか。
多少はたしなみますが。
Dabble, she recited it so smoothly. Was she being modest? Though I'd never heard of that poem, her behavior was familiar and reminded me of.
同じだ。ゆかり。まるでお前じゃな
No,
いか。
no, she is her. Okay.
身分違いの恋を読んだ哀れな歌です。高い身分の女に恋をした男がまんざらでもない相手の素振りに希望を抱き、その希望ゆえに苦しむ。そういう意味です。
No, I think Issei was someone else. It was a tale of Genji. And Genji was the creeper. But I'm pretty sure Issei was also the creeper. Because in old, at least Japanese, like classics, it was a lot of like high-ranking men who didn't actually like get with the women, but it was like written by women for women a lot of the time, or it was just like a lot of like romance, like imagining them actually. It was like a bunch of fan fiction, self-insert of them being with the lord of whatever time, and that was a lot of the classics in Japan. I'm sure probably other places too. I haven't read those. But a lot of it's just like the dudes like creeping in on women.
身分違いか。
人は社会に生き、社会は一様ではない。幾重にも積み重ねられた階層の中のどこかに人は居場所を定める。かつてそれは血縁や地縁、財産、時には幸運によって定められてきました。今はシビラが全てを示します。人は皆それぞれが成し得ることによって一つの身分を得る。その階層を超えた恋愛は悲劇しか生みません。
For the right words to respond. I kind of want to see how bad it goes if I say, don't screw around with me. Oh god, you can have 99 saves? Okay. Don't screw around with me.
ふざけるな。人の気持ちまでシビュラに指図されるのか。
I agree with you though.
シビュラの平和には必要なことです。
俺はそんな世界はごめんだ。
気をつけた方がよろしいですね、剣執行官。あなたのその考えは社会の安定に対する反逆です。
ああ、そうかい。ご忠告ありがとうよ。
Blood rushed to my head. Hikari was so argumentative too. Showed this charm to her, but even then.
俺、なんでクガタ事情をゆかりと比べ
Oh,
て
we're
るん
gonna
だ。
betray people. Okay, I'm gonna stay on this. They're two completely different people, so of course their personalities and speech would differ. And yet, I was flustered. How pathetic.
まるでゆかりが変わっちまったみたいな気になって。
Yes, this is what I wanted. Be sus. Of her, not yourself, but like. Oh god, he's gonna invade my mind.
ひどいよ。ハルトはせっかくしおりに会えたのに、一緒にいられるだけで幸せだったのに。今度はあいつらに邪魔されないようにしなきゃ。
The abduction case of Shuri Matsukata is concluded, but we, since Division 1, remain Seto Marine City to investigate Haruto Sato's accomplice. Oh yeah, he was here too, okay. Someone who had helped Haruto with the large-scale rapid hacking, who, for what purpose, and what will their next move be?
今回のケースは標本事件に似ている。
Fun fact, the illustrator for One Punch Man, Sasuke Murata, designed two of the answers for original Mega Man games. How old is that? What? I love One Punch Man too. I think I need to catch up on that. I love Sonic a lot.
標本事件。
昔そういう山があってな。ありゃひどい事件だった。
Mega Man 4, Mega Man 5. Are those newer?
鴻上、バカなことを言うな。
Yeah, that is
猟奇殺人
cool.
と少年による誘拐事件のどこが似てるって言うんだ。
犯人は犯行遂行能力がないにもかかわらず事件を起こした。標本事件もそうだった。あの事件にも、そして今度も協力者がいる。常軌を逸した頭脳と力を持つ何者か。
I hope that no mangaka pushes himself like the One Piece's author does, because or the Hunter x Hunter, like if you're a mangaka, you do most of the time do not make good money, and also your body dies. I'm like, thank you so much for your work, but please take a break.
だとすれば今度の事件にも続きがあるっていうこと？
その可能性は高い。
憶測の話はそれくらいにしておけ。俺たちにはまだ捜査の続きがある。忙しくなるぞ。
Just as Ginoza said, we were very busy, along with investigating the kidnapping suspect's accomplice. 2 more cases have been reported. One was the theft of the medical cyborg. The other was to assist with a citywide mental health examination. Can I assist in the citywide mental health examination? I want to let some people pass. Some of our orders meant the theft cases were deemed as lower priority than the kidnapping, but the fact that we happened to be here probably factored into that outcome too. Oh, that was the medical cyborg. Like other cyberized tech, it was an immortal body capable of housing a human brain, and this way users' thoughts, emotions, and other brain activity were logged. But all the logs were stolen with that cyborg, and what happened during the robbery only left more questions.
まるで擬態が自分の意志で動き出したかのようですね。
常森、軽率なことを言うな。自立行動が可能な AI は存在しない。ましてや、意志を持つ擬態があり得るわけがない。
This man happens to be one of my favorite robot masters. Let's go. I need to look them up. I need to look them up.
しかし、確かにこいつは動いてるぜ。盗難というより逃亡だ。
医療用擬態の特性上、高度脳神経医療患者の脳内データとネットを介して接続することで脳内モニタリングが可能です。
外部から侵入したクラッカーが擬態を操って逃げたと。
No.
そう考えるのが最も無理がないはずです。
To substantiate Ms. Kugatachi's hypothesis, large amounts of access logs have been left within the hospital server during the night of the theft, proof of an intrusion.
随分とハイスペックな機体だ。先端的な研究に使われるべき代物だと思うが、発注者は誰だ?
The cyborg is. I think the cyborg is the hacker. Love the tasteful crop. Yeah, I know. They're like, all right, right here. I don't know if it's a person.
それが無償で寄贈されたものなんだそうです。
The donor was Six Tower, the General Medical Facility of the Ministry of Welfare, the super sus place. But details of the order were unclear, as well as the person who made the order.
何それ? 怪しいな。
Kagare, do not go investigate that.
剣、何か気がかりな点があるんじゃないの？
いや、知り合いが以前そこに勤めててな。
Who?
セクスタスタワーに医療従事者だったのですか？
Oh, Yukari.
ああ、仕事ぶりはよく知らないが、優秀なやつだった。もっとも医者としてはどうだったんだろうな。あんたと同じで、人の感情が理解できないやつだったからな。
It's the same eyes as the eye colors. Yeah, that the flash that comes up. Yeah. Crooked bureaucrat. Cody, the only person he has ever. Yeah, I think that's the only person he knows. He literally has mentioned no one else. My missing childhood friend, gone after only a resignation letter. There's no point in bringing that up now. All we need to do is find that stolen cyborg.
にしてもこいつは随分とべっぴんさんな擬態だな。
その形容は正しくありません。べっぴんとは一般的には女性に対して用いられる言葉で、少年の形態を持つ擬態に対しては。
What? No. I find all of the men in this series pretty, okay? Except for maybe the old man.
そんなことは分かってるよ、監視官。
He can be pretty. He is pretty.
見ろよ。天使ってやつは本来性別なんか関係ねえんだろうな。
お。The cyber show in the holo monitor was an innocent and pure angel.
こんな子が弟なら
Angels? I'm
可愛がっ
like,
ちゃいそうよね。
盗み出したやつは何のためにこれを?
Never heard of a pretty boy. Again, they're like all pretty boys except for the old man. Resale value was a potential motive, but there weren't any buyers here, and no black market transactions had been confirmed. If not, to sell was the motive. Putting pieces together was our job. I just want to see like a hardcore murder by the end of this. Like, I want someone to blow up. On the other hand, the mass mental health exam, which was usually performed by mental health specialists, was out of our field. It was not completely unrelated. The exam would check both the hue and crime coefficient of the public. Those within dangerous limits would be flagged, which would immediately give us a lead on an accomplice. Furthermore, it appeared that our involvement in the examination created a bigger meaning to the whole event. The public safety staff here used to be drone technicians, and they had absolutely no emergency response capabilities. These days, police were no longer needed in such areas. Okay. The peacefulness was undermined by the kidnapping. Even the systematic psychopath readings failed to prevent it. Needless to say, it struck the entire city. What if the second or third Anato Sato appeared? Even the fear of that alone would raise the area stress levels. And yeah, so if there's like a mass stress, you all get arrested. That's why we're needed. Public safety detectives from Tokyo, working to wash out the dirt within the shadows of society. Such impression could deter crime. Of course, such a system couldn't continue for long. Ultimately, drone patrol would eventually increase, and it would finally return to Tokyo. Oh, Kagari, what do you want?
あ、タクちゃん、今日非番だよな。よかったらさ、俺の部屋で歌え。麻雀だよ。
No, no. Take out the mahjong. Just take out that.
バーチャルじゃなく4人で。んだよ、予定あんの？何？長くかかりそうなわけ？
Are we playing Mystic Messenger?
え、わかんねえ？やってみなきゃなんとも言えないって。おいおい、どういうことよそれ？
I wanna play Mystic Messenger again.
なんか知んねえけどさ、やばいことに巻き込まれてんじゃねえの？あ、いや、プライベートはほじくり返さないけどさ。あ？女？え、何？彼女探してんの？そりゃあ、大変だな。うん。まあ、
There's more than 4 dudes.
でも、たまには俺たち野郎どもとも遊んで
There's
くれよ
more
な。
than 4 dudes here.
久々に人間のメンツが4人
Oh,
揃ってるんだからさ。
okay, he's out. Okay.
は？ギノさん？ああ、ないない。乗ってこない。正岡のとっつぁんはいっぺんギノさんとやりたがってっけど。うん。じゃあな、タクちゃん。頑張れよ。
Okay. So I think it wasn't stolen, but was doing what it intended to do from the other. If I would have to guess, it would probably be someone's brain hijacked and they were trying to like find another body. But I'm not sure. It could have been completely intended to just draw the attention away. Because that is also completely feasible here. What is this? 1984 Hellscape? Yeah, this is Psychopass. I think that's everyone. It's ready for the 3 a.m. phone call. So when I was playing Mystic Messenger, I would set my alarms. I'd be like, "Ayo, I'm waking up for this." Bro. Chrysuscoris' footsteps. The one person I've known in my entire life. Although the detective, after all, her disappearance should be easier to investigate. I have the means now, like the government database, which is accessible to the enforcers. What year does Psychopass take place in? Hold up. Yeah, I paused. I tapped out. That's why it's frozen. What year does this take place in? Okay. 2113. So 2113. But in order to do that, I needed permission from an inspector. Enforcers were letting criminals, after all. Are you gonna talk to the girl that you've been hitting on the entire time? That is your childhood friend? We've got time. Yeah, we've got time. Who should I ask? Is Nadeshiko the one that we've been hitting on? I feel like Akane is the most likely to agree with anything that we're doing, though. Is Yukari? Alright, got you.
すまないな、常森城。俺の野暮用なんかに付き合わせちまって。
気にしないでください。執行官の外出に同行するのは監視官の大事な仕事ですから。この前も国塚さんや唐野森さんとランチに行きましたし。
That books better still be relevant, but I sure hope so. I definitely prefer reading if I can, like physical books.
今日行くのは市役所だ。地味な場所で悪いな。
調べ物ですか？
俺には幼馴染がいてな。そいつが消えちまったんだ。
Spoke of my trivial past, my childhood friend Yukari, the one who had left Tokyo and disappeared. In order to see her again, I became a detective.
気になりますね。住民票を追跡すれば何かわかるかも。監視官はデータベースの閲覧レベルが執行官より高く設定されています。
Let's go, Akane. I knew I could trust you.
一緒に探してみてもいいですか？
Again, she's the protagonist of the anime. She was put in this position because the Sybil test thing said that she was extremely, like, mentally stable, so the chance of her ever, like, having high stress levels or whatnot, it's extremely low.
助かるぜ。
Leaders access rights to gain entry to the city's official database and search for Yukari's certificate of residence. Jeez. Trail ended abruptly after Yukari left the city.
監視官のアクセス権を使っても何も見つかりませんね。どういうことなんだろう。まるで誰かがゆかりさんの痕跡を意図的に消したみたい。
あんたもそう思うか？
I suspected something like that many times. I told myself it was just being delusional. That it couldn't be true, but what if... Is that the right option? I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with it. Chapter 1 end? How many chapters are there? Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I love her. I wish she was in this more, but it's chill, because I know she's not the protagonist. How many chapters are in this game? Mandatory happiness. Chapters. Three, unless you get the true ending, which is 4. Oh, that's stressful. That's real stressful. Oh no. I was at my desk doing the kind of work I dislike the most. I like paperwork. Yo, if I don't have to think when I'm doing work, good. Good. If I'm just sorting stuff, God, yes. If I'm just like reporting things that happened and not having to think at all, God, yes. So my chapter 2, I sure hope no one dies. Except for the fact that I've been saying the entire time that I want someone to die, but... I think they do all hate paperwork though in games. I feel like things were getting bad, so I acted on my hue checker. Oh god. There wasn't— no, it's definitely getting darker. Come to think of it, after that last case, nothing seemed to change other than some personal matters. And now that even my hue hadn't wavered. Oh, I was at it. Should also take mental supplement. No! Stop! I don't want them. Oh well, back to work. Does this dude just sit at his desk all day being like, should I take a pill? Yeah, no, maybe I should do it. Maybe that's not— they probably should take those away from him.
Hi, みんな元気？頼れるお姉さんが来てあげたわよ。剣くん、色相濁った顔してるけど大丈夫？
It literally turned one shade darker. What do you mean?
顔見てわかんのかよ。それより早く仕事手伝ってくれよ。
わかってるわよ。ピリピリしないで恋人ができないわよ。
来たか、空の森。早速だが、いくつか頼みたい。一つは、佐渡海上市民一斉メンタルチェックの実施、および分析。もう一つは、擬態盗難事件に関することだ。
聞いてるわ。難航してるみたいね。またクラッキング？
病院内の監視カメラの映像が消されていた件なら事実だが。
Oh, it was a cyborg, so it's mostly, it's at least, it's partially human.
今のところ断定できる情報はない。
It's just the brain that's human, though.
もし協力者が擬態盗難に関わっているとしたら動機は何でしょう？
さあね。でもその手がかりをつかむために私は呼ばれた。ねえ弥生、この病院の備え付けのシステムってどう？
問題ない。こんな社用の町の病院にはもったいないくらい。
だったら安心ね。何でも調べ上げてみせるわ。で、早速事件みたいね。
I think the only romance in Psychopath is actually these two, which I love.
事件発生。傷害事件。被害者は男性で。2歳児？
Who punched the baby? Gosh dang it. It was Naoya Mitsuhashi. Age 2 after an anonymous tip was made, he was found in an apartment with bruises on his head and stomach. Been there for at least 2 weeks. Oh, jeez. There are 3 members of the Mitsuhashi family. Satoru, the father. Kanai, mother and housewife. The young brother, 6 months old. Kanai and Yuya had gone missing. Setting was a somewhat chic apartment. A little small for a family of 4, but good enough while the children were still young. I'm so confused. Why is there a singular crib? I'm probably... If it's a small apartment, shouldn't they both be sharing this room? And I don't think the 2-year-old would be using a crib. But if they are, why isn't there 2 cribs? Okay. There were multiple footprints suggesting that the victim, Naoya, had his bashed against the crib. His abdominal injuries were severe, luckily a result of being kicked. There are traces of beatings and internal bleeding. Oh, jeez! After an interior hollow turned on, the atmosphere of the room immediately changed. Does it? It just looks like grass and skies.
厚生省が推奨する理想的子供部屋に忠実なモデルです。
Signs of violence that were evident on the crib were hidden by the the welfare was like, let's set up the crib so it gets covered. If you bash your child's head against the crib, our projections will take that away. A baby was brutalized. What the heck?
こりゃ怪しいのは家族だな。母親か
Just in case, of course, just in case.
虐待ってことか。
三橋直哉の傷の状態から考えても、その可能性は高いでしょう。
憶測で決めつけるな。親が子供をなどと。
What other suggestion would you have, sir? The other person in the house is 6 months old. I don't think that baby would have enough strength to bash their brother's head in.
残念だが、決して珍しいケースじゃない。そんなことはギノ、お前だってよくわかってるはずだ。
Is that information that we should know?
他の可能性だって否定できないだろ。
Kogami, I don't think you should be going out letting that information like everywhere.
父親の三橋悟もそう主張していますね。
Yeah, what possibilities? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's play strong, move furniture. Maybe that. Maybe it was that baby that bashed the brother's head in. Then, for sure. How old? No. Be like, how? At what age do you acquire super strength?
妻と子供は暴行犯に連れ去られたんだ。頼む、早く助けてやってくれ。
And why haven't you been back here to take care of your other son?
暴行犯ね。それにしちゃ争った形跡はねえよな。
マンション備え付けの監視カメラとスキャナーのログは分析中ですが、他のセキュリティシステムには侵入者の形跡はありません。
So we're smart, always watching his. Let's go. Gonna be a detective like these guys. I just hope not in this world.
母親の色相はどうなんだ。
最新の色相チェックデータによると、年度初めの母子健康診断でカウンセリングの指導が行われているようです。
You have postpartum depression? Go to counseling. Bro, you're the one who takes care of your children? Go. Your husband works all day? Go to counseling at some point in time.
育児中の母親には通常より綿密なメンタルケアとサポート指導が行われますから、珍しいことではありません。ただ、
母親ってのはそういうもんだがな。子供が泣けば胸を痛め、笑ってくれたら自分も天まで舞い上がるんだ。
今どこにいるんだろうな。子供は無事なのか。
いずれにせよ、この町に幼い子供を殺しかけた犯人がいる。一刻も早く見つけ出すんだ。
Oh, whenever that bass drops, I'm never ready for it.
監視カメラの映像に犯人らしき姿は残されてなかったわ。というか、消されてた。明らかに不自然な欠落箇所があってね。行方不明のカナエとユウヤの映像もないの。2日前からね。
またかよ。まさか誘拐事件の協力者じゃねえよな。
海底ライナーの利用者からは不審な点は見つかりませんでした。ここ数日間に佐渡海上市から出たのは観光目的の短期旅行者で、すでに全員帰宅していることが確認されています。
海底ライナー利用履歴に改ざんの形跡は？
あれば報告しています。
高飛びの線も消えたってことか。
It's probably, is it not the father?
父親の事情聴取は進んでんの？
色相の安定を見ながらね。
Put me in.
でも
Put me in.
何も知らないの一点張り。子育ては妻に任せてる。こんなことになったのも妻の責任って。
I can't like a person like that either. What the
私あ
heck?
の人あんまり好きになれない。
And he's like, man, I know nothing about my children. Bro, what? I don't care if you're working all day. At least, like, know something. And then, like, why would you have another child? If you found that that's how your life was going, like, what?
常森、口を慎め。捜査員が私情を挟むのは害にしかならない。
ですよね。申し訳ありません。
三橋悟の色相データ及び発言内容は事情聴取時の映像とともに確認しました。行動心理学的所見から判断して虚言の可能性は極めて低いものと考えられます。
要するに嘘はついてねってことだよな。
That he's a trash father? Okay. I don't think someone would lie about that though. Because like if someone was a good parent, I don't think they'd be like, I don't think they'd be like, I don't care for my children at all.
もはや一刻の猶予もない。捜査方針を決定する。意見のある者は。
現場には争った形跡は見当たらない。顔見知りの犯行と考えるべきだ。母親の交友関係から探っていくのがいいだろう。
Is he slighting our character? What's our character's name again? Is he slighting our character for not having any friends except for Yukari?
まどろっこしいな。それよりも色相データの分析が確実だ。これだけのことをしでかしたなら必ず色相が濁る。
Oh, I'm so sorry. You took a long pause.
二班に分かれましょう。
Some of the translations are on it exactly, so I thought you were.
三橋かなえの交友関係の調査を。ギノザさんは色相データの分析をお願いします。
いいだろう。剣、お前は俺の班に入れ。
Okay.
やなこった。分析なんて向いてねえんだ。
これは命令だ。剣執行官。念のため警告しておくが、貴様の勤務態度から言って、これ以上の反抗的言動は執行官としての資質に重大な疑義を生ずることになるだろう。
日頃の行いってやつか。わかったよ。あんたがボスだ。言われた通りにやってやるさ。
私と弥生もギノザ君チームでいいわよね。
Yes.
問題ないわ。
俺こうちゃんチームね。
構いませんけど。
じゃあ俺は分析に回ろう。よろしくな、ギノザ監視官。
いいだろう。クガたちは常森班に同行しろ。
At least there's two of the enforcers this time, and not just one. Okay.
了解しました。
早速調査を始める。最新の色相データをチェックし、一定水準を超えて悪化したものをピックアップし、容疑者を絞り込む。
めんどくせえな。
The mass mental health exam was still in the planning stages and was not yet implemented, so we were using old data for this investigation. Compared to Tokyo, hues were generally worse here. Well, that wasn't a surprise. The last check was conducted months ago, causing reliability issues.
怪しげなデータでもないよりはマシ。最もこれでわかるのは市民全体の大まかな傾向ぐらいね。容疑者を絞り込むとなるとかなり大変だわ。
とりあえず色相の良くないものを絞り込み、特定の条件をもとに選別精査していくしかなかろうな。
とはいえサンプル数は膨大です。調査方針を決めて動かなければ時間ばかりかかって手遅れにな
Oh,
る
it's
か
happening
も
in
しれま
Tokyo
せ
this
んね。
time. Okay. There's a lot more people then.
方法としては3つ考えられる。精度重視で細かく調べるか、速度重視で大雑把に当たるか、あるいは両者の間を取ってバランスよくカテゴリー分けするか。剣、貴様ならどうする？
Bro, don't ask me. Why are you asking me? You're supposed to be in charge. I like the first and last one. You want be detailed? Got you. I'll do that. Let's go. If he starts cursing us out, then we'll go back.
面倒でも手は抜けねえ。細かくチェックするしかねえよ。間違いがあったら取り返しがつかないもんな。
珍しく見解が一致したようだな。
Okay, that was the good one. Yeah, let's go. He didn't yell at us. Bad hue, no signs of recovery, along with the possibility of committing child abuse. This was the criteria we used to find the suspect. With what criteria do you factor out people? You're just like, yeah, I think this person is capable of child abuse. And you like go click through like all of the bad profiles. What? With what criteria would you? Okay. One by one. Oh, hey, Kagari.
こちらハウンド4。どうよ、タクちゃんたち順調？俺らは有望な手がかりを見つけたんで、これから捜査に向かうとこ。あんな小さい子供が事件に巻き込まれるなんて、絶対に助けねえとな。犯人の野郎、許しちゃおうかね。え？あんまり思い詰めるなって？なんだよ、急に。大丈夫だよ。いつもと変わらねえって。犯人をドミネーターで執行したくて張り切ってるだけさ。いつもと同じだよ。あ、やっべ。ドロイドちゃんがこっち見てる。
Okay, thank you, Kagari.
じゃあな、タクちゃん。なんかわかったら連絡すっから。
Who have had a history? Yeah, that would make sense, but also, I feel like they would have already been apprehended if they've had a history in that. I don't know. It took much effort, but we finally found someone who fit our criteria. Only one person was a match.
これは
The mom? Okay. Over the past 3 months, Kanae's hue had been steadily deteriorating. The city's version of the PSP was aware of this, recommending counseling, but Kanae did not. Oh, you didn't go to. Yeah, they're gonna pew pew you. The city sent a certified counseling nurse to interview Kanae. Her impression of Kanae was, as such, without proper support, she may come to abuse her child. What?
バカな。レポート1本書いて終わりか。他にできることはなかったというのか。
あっただろうさ。だが行政の立場からできることはわずかだ。人間を支えるのはシステムじゃない。人間同士だ。三橋かなえを支えられたのは彼女の周りの人間だけなんだ。
この社会は最大多数の最大幸福を実現してるんだぞ。
全ての人が救われるわけじゃない。彼女はその最大多数とやらから漏れちまったんだ。
だったら誰が人を救えると言うんだ。
俺たちだ。
Isa looked at me with a defeated expression.
デカは人を救うのが仕事だ。そうだろ。
その通りだ。
Pushed his glasses back up. His usual self returns. Without delay, Gino's began to briskly shoot. Shouting out orders? Shooting out? Shouting?
色相チェックの時点では、三橋かなえは危険域までは行っていない。その後の経過調査が必要だ。これより我々はかなえの行動の分析に集中する。
Like, oh, she could have been the kidnapper too, but I don't know why you wouldn't take both the children then. Tracking Kanae's Mitahashi's recent activity painted a picture of a mother who had been pushed during her limits. Purchases of a large amounts of mental care supplements. You can just go buy those? No prescription? Okay. All this information showed that Kanae had no one to support her. Yeah, didn't her, yep, so dad certainly did not.
ねえシオン、このデータの整合性には問題がない？三橋かなえはここ数日家から出てないことになってるけど。
あはホームセクレタリの入隊室履歴ね。どう考えても改ざんでしょこれ。
またクラッキングされてるってのか。
しかも見て、通販の発注履歴が残ってる。
何を買ってる？
粉ミルクと紙おむつです。ミルクはアレルギー需要に調整された特殊なもので、次男の優也が飲んでいた銘柄と一致します。
送り先は？
自宅の住所ではありません。
I just kind of want to whistled. Jeez. And an image was displayed.
送り先はここ。
廃棄区画か。
Why do y'all have an abandoned
かろう
district?
じて地域に引っかかってるけど、通り一つ隔てたらもう廃墟。 この街頭カメラはスラムとの境界線の監視用ね。
送り先住所に住人はいません。しかし荷物は配送済みです。
誰が受け取ったんだ？
国塚、常森班に連絡。現場に集合と伝えろ。俺たちもすぐに出るぞ。
了解。
Okay.
ミルクとおむつか。じゃあ、子供は生きてるんだな。
One can hope, yeah. Oh, jeez.
やっと落ち着いたね。
Okay.
Shh.
It's the boy. The alpha.
あなたも少し休んだ方がいいよ。
いいの、私は。ゆうやさえいい子にしててくれたら何にもいらないの。
What happened to your other child?
ねえ、私いいお母さんになれると思う？
十分だよ、かなえさん。あなたはもう立派な母親だ。
What did you do to your other child?
本当に？
Someone was no longer just a woman, she was a mother. A god in a way. She was also capable of becoming a devil. You have the other child too, what happened? In a small paradise belonging to that god, baby slept wrapped in a soft blanket. Gazing down upon the woman and child, small smeared across his face. Mental health supplements were scattered, yeah, I could see them, across the floor. Surrounding the mother and child, he picked them up one by one and tossed them into a trash. That's also bad. You can get those without a prescription and also you can immediately stop taking them? Bro. There are things that needed to be disposed of. The pile of heavy, stinky diapers, clothes stained with milky vomit. Oh. Oh. And an assortment of tags, packaging, and receipts. He stayed there and staring at the mother and child. Such a blissful and calming sight, he was overcome with emotion and couldn't look away. Suddenly, the baby started to stir. I hate the sound of baby crying. I'm like, I'm getting out of there. The mother's paradise crumbled, her smile stiffened, brow furrowed. She snapped, looked down, and fell. Oh no.
泣かないの。泣かないのよ、ゆうや。あなた、何にも嫌なことないでしょ。なんでなの？なんで泣くの？ねえ、ゆうやってば！
She started rocking her baby faster and faster until its head would threaten to snap off. Bro.
落ち着いて、かなえさん。何にも心配はいらないよ。ここなら他には誰もいない。赤ちゃんが泣いても構わない。
Step away for a few minutes. Oh boy. They're having a great time here. They take on emotions real easily. Yeah.
本当？ねえ、それ本当なの？誰も何も言わない？
そうだよ、かなえさん。あなたとゆうやくんと、そして僕だけさ。
いないの？ホームセクレタリーも？なんで？そんなのダメ。子育て支援がいなかったら、どうやってこの子を育てればいいの？
Why do you have two of them then?
私、どうしたらいいかわからない。
I like how I keep going back to that. Like, I'm so confused why there's two children.
笑えばいいんだよ。さあ、まずこれを。
Scooped some of the supplements off the floor and handed them to Kanae like a starving beast. She snatched them and crunched them in her mouth.
そう、そうやってゆったりとした気持ちになるんだ、かなえさん。
Masaoka called you an angel.
笑って、気長に、のんびりとあやしてあげるといい。
No, I'm so sorry.
なるさ。
Trail saliva mixed with chunks of supplements and dust dripped from Kanae's mouth without hesitating. She wiped it off.
受け取ってこなければならないものがあるんだ。かなえさん、ゆうやくんと一緒に。
Okay, this is worse than the first case. By far. They're on the floor, at least brush the dust off or something. I'm just... Why are you handing her like a fistful of medication?
すぐ帰ってくる？
もちろんさ。
サトルさんも初めのうちはそう言ったわ。君と直哉のために大急ぎで帰ってくるって。
僕はあなたを幸せにするためにいるんだ。あなたが望むことなら何でもやるよ。
If you say so. It's hard to tell if she was listening. She started sway, sobbing, yeah, back and forth, began humming a lullaby. She listened and grabbed all of the trash bags and left the room. The door opened and then closed. Neither of the hum of her lullaby nor the cries of the child could be heard. You have a soundproof house? Okay. Time bomb waiting to go off, yeah. But the apartment is located on the border between the abandoned district and the city. No signs of life were visible. There should be, so they must have been hiding. The city clung to the slope of a massive crater. Beyond that, the area had been deserted as far as I could remember. A wasteland above, life below, an eerie sight. The foundation was could collapse any time. But I wasn't about to let that happen. We needed to find that missing child. Which with the information that we gathered, given the situation, both of them were still alive. Saving them was our top priority, or there would be a new victim.
もはや一刻の猶予もない。三橋かなえ、および優也の居所を可及的速やかに見つけ出す。子供の安全のためにだ。
Are we gonna pew pew the mom?
今回のケースは三橋かなえによる長男直哉への暴行、および次男優也に対する未成年者略取誘拐罪に該当すると考えてよろしいでしょう。
So like the other son's not dead, right?
そう断定する。母親が容疑者だ。
I sure hope they get adopted or get like foster family because the dad also sucks.
さて、やっこさん、どこに隠れたかな。
三橋かなえは子供の泣き声を極端に気に病んでいた。潜伏先では人目を避けるだろう。おそらく彼女が恐れているのは発見されるリスクよりも周囲の迷惑になり、
She started
後ろ指を
losing
刺さ
it.
れることだ。
She started losing it because the baby cried. Okay.
隠れ場所ならこの町にはいくらでもあるな。
Why did they have another kid then? You should have known that you were going insane from a baby's cries because you already had one kid. Bro. Turned around and surveyed the entire abandoned district. Kanae and Yuya were in there somewhere, still alive probably.
このマンションから遠くはねえよな。ミルクと紙おむつを抱えて隠れ家まで戻るんだろ。大仕事だぜ。
もう一つ気になるのはインフラの未整備です。かなえさんは排気区画の劣悪な環境に耐えられるんでしょうか。電気も水も
Yeah, no,
ガ
she
ス
got
も
the
ないん
happy
ですよ。
pill. She's fine. She's chilling.
インフラならあるさ。廃棄され使われてないだけだ。
使う必要がないと考えることも論理的には可能です。三橋かなえがミルク、紙おむつ等を購入したことは優也が生きていることの証拠とはな
It
りません
doesn't.
から。
She could be insane in a different way and just be taking care of a dead body.
バカを言うな。生きてるさ。
私は論理的な観点から指摘をしています。剣執行官、失礼ながらあなたの反論に感情以外の根拠がありますか。
感情じゃない。希望だ。
No!
人間にはそいつが必要なんだ。
Stop! Chemo's not allowed in here.
では、人間は絶望すれば生きてはいられないと。
Zetsubal too! Stop! No!
生きるさ。俺はデカだ。俺たちが希望なんだ。
私たちが希望。
Stop!
絶望の中の。
If we ever have like any sort of drinking night, those are our drinking words, both of them. They're somehow always here, you know.
国塚
Danganronpa has also ruined me. Anytime that I hear Kibo or Zetsubo, I'm just like, oh, there it is.
利用状況をチェック。ここ数日間で新たに利用開始されたケースがないか調べるんだ。
了解。
Living in ruins, an abandoned place where a mother and child are hiding, such a place existed. Before long, we received news. As always, Miss Karanomori quickly provided us with new information.
マップデータを送るわね。それと現場の昔の画像が残ってたからおまけに添付しといてあげる。
The apartment and had the grand interior lined with Gothic architect. Oh, I want that. Let's go. Once a high-class estate, it now offered a peek at how prosperous the city used to be. Rush over to the apartment.
見ると聞くとは大違いってやつだなこりゃ。
What's up?
廃棄区画にフォローは必要ありませんから。人間が住まない空間に
honestly, it doesn't look that bad. There's some rust, there's some like wear and tear, but it doesn't look like it's gonna collapse like right now. I say that and now it's gonna collapse.
国塚、ドローンの配置状況は？
すでに現場周辺への展開を終えています。
踏み込むぞ、技能。
待て、小神。まず状況を確認してからだ。
事態は一刻を争う。悠長なことはやってられん。
中には子供がいるんだ。いたずらに母親を刺激すれば危険だ。
Guns blazing. I rushed in.
待て、剣。
Goodbye, Ginoza. Kagami came, and then so did Masaoka. Ginoza shouts soon trailed off. He called for Shu and Miss Kunizuka. Okay. I couldn't stop. My body was seemed to move on its own. Hang on, Yuya. Don't be hasty, Kanai. I'm coming for you. How do we know what room? Oh! Do not go the direction that's currently behind your model. You're probably closer to it than her eyes widened and their hand froze. Yuya's head spinning cries down in the background. How good of a shot are we? Just like that, yeah. We have a save, it's okay if this goes badly. Sight of the Dominator, Yuya cried. Those pills are doing their job, oh my god.
ほら、やっぱり。この子はクリアカラーよ。ちゃんと聞いたわ。カチッっていう音。
Oh, that was the babies. What would your hue be, perchance? Kanai wrapped her arms around Yuya, squeezing her tiny little baby. His face struggled in agony. He was suffocating. I aimed carefully right at his mother's forehead. Oh, okay. Those pills are not working. All right, taser. It's time.
なぜ私を狙うの？私、何にも悪いことしてない。
Charging forward, I pulled the trigger. Kanai dropped to the floor, her arms went limp, and Yuya fell. Did you catch the baby? Okay, you caught the child. Itova caught him right before he hit the ground. Startled, the child looked up at me. Kagari, we're gonna raise a child together. Baby acquired. Stop crying, child.
泣かせんなよ、シュウ。
え、俺のせい？
Good. Good, it stopped. So, Kogami.
間に合ったな。
If I chose the other option, would they have killed the baby?
はい。
こちらハウンド1、潜在犯三橋かなえを発見。ハウンド5が執行した。三橋優也は無事に保護。かなえの身柄も確保。移送の手配を頼む。
Gonna hold over your head like in Zelda 2? Yeah, they should, they should. His crying would not cease. He squirmed and struggled, desperately looking around, searching for his mother. She's not dead, if that makes you feel better. The one who enforced this child's mother was me. She's, again, not dead.
ごめんな。俺はお前を助けたくてさ。
Child was safe, and the mother was sent to the hospital and kept under strict surveillance. All we had to do was secure the scene until the crime lab drones were done. Miss Kugatachi and I stayed behind to secure the crime scene, and everyone else left. By now, they should be at the temporary HQ wrapping up all the paperwork. The sun started to set, and the rooms turned dim. Kugatachi leaned against the wall, gazing through the window. Is it still a window? I don't know if I guess it's kind of a window. There's no more glass there, but you know.
疲れたか？
いえ、少し考えてしまって。あの子の母親は
5% of window, yeah.
ことになるでしょう。
そうだな。
Couldn't answer because I had the same question myself. The view from the window was of the ruins. But because the city was built so that the little abandoned district was elevated, it didn't look so bad. Gazing at the city lights made my vision blurry. Oh, you have an astigmatism too? Okay. Alright, keep that in mind.
Tsurugi 執行官、ドローンが変です。
I realized that she mentioned it. One after another, the crime lab drone stopped working.
作業が完了したわけじゃなさそうだな。
誰ですか?
It's the angel. Mr. Kugatachi called out to the open door. Sitting there was a lone youth. Ah, yes, the youth.
ここにいたお母さんと子供を知らない?
Plot? Yeah, let's go.
お前。
Blonde hair was apparent even in the dimly lit room. Walked towards us, his red eyes staring straight ahead. Kicked the drone that was in his way.
その擬態をどうやって手に入れたの?
There was no mistake. It was a stolen medical cyborg.
方法を説明するのは難しいな。僕にはできるとしか言えない。それに、これは僕のおもちゃだ。自由に使ってるだけさ。
No way. The hospital that the cyborg was stored in had a very high security. That's why we used our temporary HQ. Stealing like it was child's play. The movie with Chucky. Where it all started.
ここにいた母子と知り合い?
うん。特にお母さんとは親しいんだ。彼女を助けて、ここへ連れてきた。
Were you one who bashed the other baby?
ここへ
Bro.
連れてきた。彼女を三橋かなえを助けて。じゃあ、街頭スキャナや監視カメラをクラッキングしていたのは、ひょっとしてあなた?
そうだよ。
He grins, then folded his arms, tapping his foot, and asked,
ねえ、彼女と子供はどこ?
So we shot the mother. And I think Kagari took the child.
子供は保護した。 母親は執行された。
執行?
Cyborg youth stopped grinning, and his left eye numbers flashed and then disappeared. It was probably a medical cyborg function for internal monitoring.
三橋かなえは色相が悪化し、潜在犯認定を受けました。あのままでは子供の安全に重大な脅威となっていたでしょう。
僕に任せておけばよかったのに。僕ならうまく落ち着かせてあげられるのに。
With excessive amounts of drugs?
その方法ってのは床一面のお薬パラダイスのことか。
そうだよ。これさえあれば彼女は笑ってくれるんだ。
Yeah, the floor pills.
あなたは怒ってるの？なぜ？
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work, my guy. That's not. He can hack that.
僕はクズなんかじゃない。僕は人間だ。なぜそんなひどいことを言うの？ねえ、それは何？銃？ドミネーターだよね。
ああ、そうさ。知らなきゃ教えてやる。こいつの性能とてめえ自身のクズっぷりをな。
なぜそんなものを僕に向けるの？僕は彼女を救おうとしていただけなのに。
It's not a human. Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, he's not a human, but he's a cyborg, so there's at least some human components. Which I would assume would be the brain, but he's an AI in it. I don't know if, like, the skin is technically... I don't know what part of you needs to be human for the Dominator to go off.
なんだこいつ。
Is he shiny zero?
どうしました？剣執行官。
自分で試してみろよ、クガタ次長。ドミネーターを奴に向けろ。
She did and then swallowed her breath.
ドミネーターが反応しません。
Okay.
どういうことでしょう？
So he's a robot then, yeah? Because the cyborg part of them is purely the brain? Okay.
さあな、おそらくこいつは人間じゃねえんだろうさ。
君たちだね。
But since he doesn't have a
僕を
brain.
邪魔したの。
Okay.
ハルトの幸せをぶち壊しにして、今度はカナエ
Can
さん
you
ま
just
で。
like tackle him then?
佐藤ハルトにも協力していたのね。
そうさ。でも失敗した。君たちが邪魔しなければ、僕はみんなを幸せにできたんだ。
剣執行官、彼の味方。
了解。
Oh, I don't think it's gonna work out well for us. This is my first time grappling with a cyborg. Yo, his body was no different from a human. Soft and warm, his performance was worlds apart.
触るな！
剣さん。
Shook me off and threw me against the wall. An intense pain shot up my spine. Couldn't breathe. Towered over me, his red eyes glowed, flashing with numbers.
僕の邪魔をする奴は排除しなくちゃ。
Does he even know about her 2-year-old? I think so, because I think that's the reason why she left. Maybe? I'm not sure though. But he also knew about the creepy attachment of what was his name? Satoru? Was that his name? Yeah, the dude from the previous case.
やめなさい。
As Kukatachi rushed over, she spread her arms out like wings, standing in front of me.
君はこいつを守ろうとしてるの？なぜ？肉体的には君の方が脆弱そうなのに。
Thank you for the care package. Also, hey Bravo, how's it going? Also, first, let's go.
あなたにはわからないっていうの？仲間を守るのは人間の本能よ。どんなに弱かろうが、人間ならそうするの。
The higher ups are gonna kill you, ma'am. Do you have emotions now? That's not gonna fly with them.
そうなんだ。そうなんだったよね。忘れていたよ。そんな風に教えてくれた人が僕にもいた気がする。 よく思い出せないけど。
So, does he have Yukari's brain? Quote unquote. But that's Yukari's body.
待って。
Sire backed off, stopping to face Miss Kugatachi. Those red eyes, glaring numbers flashed across them.
名前を教えて。あなたは何て言うの？
Alpha.
アルファ。
アルファ。
Couldn't see the expression on Miss Kugatachi's face. I could tell she was unexpectedly tense, and so was I. Alpha, I knew that name, but it couldn't be. It was such a simple name. Maybe it was just a coincidence.
剣に久我たち。君たちのことは覚えておくよ。僕の敵だってね。待て。
I lifted myself up and chased after him, sprinting out of the room into a hallway, but there was no sign of Alpha anywhere.
久我立城、ギノザさんに連絡してくれ。緊急配備だ。
そうですね。すぐに。
Doing alright, just grinding on Final Fantasy 14. Let's go, you've got this. Should have chased Alpha down, but my body wasn't capable of running at this point. He threw you against the wall once, right?
あんた、あいつに心当たりがあんのか？
いいえ、全く記憶にありません。なのになぜか一瞬知ってる子みたいな気がしました。
そうか。俺の知り合いにもいたよ。アルファって名のやつが。
そうなのですか。その方とはどういう関係でしたか？
人間じゃないんだ。友達のペットというか、お気に入りのおもちゃというか。
Oh my god, oh, you know, literally the only person you know is Yukari. Why? Yeah, that friend was Yukari. That's okay. That's literally the only person you know. I knew who you were referring to.
Dominator が反応しなかっただと？
その通りです。
After returning to our temporary HQ, we immediately filed a report about the cyborg Alpha. Inoza erased his glasses and glared at Miss Kugatachi.
ドミネーターの操作ミスということは？
可能性はゼロではないにせよ、限りなく低い数値でしょう。剣執行官と私、二人の捜査官が。
低いがゼロではない以上、論理的にはそれが起きることを想定してしかるべき。
Get him out of here.
なぜなら、シビレは無ビューだからだ。
おっしゃる通りですが、別の可能性があります。
なんだ、言ってみろ。
検討すべき可能性は3つあります。
The first was that it was wirelessly controlled by someone else. Second was that it was a system was programmed into the cyborg, jammed the Dominator's reading. And the third...
アルファの擬態を操っているのが AI だという可能性です。
なんだと？
Like Inoza, I also gaped as at Miss Kugatachi. There was no doubt in her eyes. She must have really believed what she was saying. The cyborg allowed for the real-time connectivity to a human brain, thus controlling the brain cells. Okay. It was just in theory. Actual implementation would be hard. It'd only be possible with extremely large, high-spec servers and exclusive online connection. Also, the device that jammed the Dominator was possible, but it'd affect all devices scanned by psychopaths, resulting from being banned anywhere with security.
である以上、私たちが経験した現象を説明する最有力の仮説は、サイコパスを遮るのではなく、それが存在しない人物を想定することだと考えられます。
You have to get about 30 of each type of drop, and they can take a while. Bro, that sounds like... So it's like heavy grinding? Yo, you got this though, you got this. Is it rough to do, or is it just like kind of tedious?
つまり、第三の可能性。AI による擬態制御。
That one. It's that one.
君は正気で言っているのか?
And Yukari made her personality that AI. So the reason that AI remembers everything that our character is saying is because we might have been her only friend too. I don't
アルファの擬態内に格納されているのが人間の脳細胞ではなく AI だとすればサイマティックスキャンは反応しません。シビラは温かく湿った神経層しか嗅ぎつけられないのです。
そう考えるのは君が人間の感情を理解できないからだ。
そうなのでしょうか。
ギノザさん、そんな言い方しなくたって。
So the way this is gonna end is that AI is gonna end up in Miss Kugatachi's body. Because Miss Kugatachi no longer has Yukari's personality, but the AI does. Okay.
剣、貴様の印象も聞こう。アルファは人間か、それとも AI か。
そりゃ AI とは思えねえよ。ただなんつうかひどくガキっぽいっていうか、昔は俺もあんな風だったなって気もするけどな。
Did she make the AI after us?
貴様自身のことなんかどうでもいい。肝心なのは
she probably should have asked
AI だ
her.
というクガたち
She
の意
probably should
見
have
に
asked us before
検
doing
討すべ
that,
き
but
根
you
拠
know.
があるのかどうかだ。
Discussion was cut short. The fact that the Dominators did not react to Alpha was reported as an operational error. Oh, because we were new detective. Oh. It's probably a bad call. But Alpha was confirmed as the key suspect, a skilled hacker who stole and used a medical cyborg and assisted in both Haruto and Kanae. Okay. If we let him be, he'd most likely commit more crimes. A third or even a fourth case would surely occur. He made us uneasy. Later that night, the father, Satoru... Oh, that's where Satoru was going. Okay. Mitsuhashi appeared out of... Yes? You horrendous father. Do you have anything to say to us? Sternarn looking like he hadn't slept in days. It seemed that this hue became cloudy. His eyes darted everywhere until he said a narrative... Yes?
何度も連絡をよこしたのはあんただね。
はい、そうです。ご迷惑でしたか。
仕事に差し支えるんだよ。仕事に。
Where do you work, sir?
ごめんなさい。でも他ならぬご家族のことですし。
もう家族じゃない。かなえとは別れる。
They're still your sons. What the heck? What?
でもお子さんたちは。
Yeah, what?
僕が養育できる状況にあると思うのか。
His voice boomed throughout our temp HQ office. Just hearing that pissed me off. He complained about being sent to counseling during a busy time at work, which caused issues for his entire company. He couldn't miss another day, kids were out of the question. He was always unsure of his compatibility with his wife. Why do you have 2 children? Why is there 2? Like, 1 child would be bad. But like... At least you could say that you had like the 1 child and like... You were struggling so you needed help, so you like reached out to other people. But you had 2 children. You willingly did that. What?
そんな。
Bro.
父親としての義務はどうなるんですか。
知ったことか。あの子たちはかなえの子だ。あいつにそっくりだ。色相も言動も不安定で落ち着きがなくて、ああいうタイプが潜在犯気質ってやつなんだろうさ。
I don't know about the 1, but we scanned the 1 and it was at a 20.
待て、剣。やめろ。
I heard Kino's order, but my body moved on its own. I was already in front of the father.
なんだ君は。
I wanna punch him. I'll endure it after this. He's borderline insane. He's horrendous. Okay, punch. Somebody fist into his face. Don't worry, we can go back.
何をやっているんだ、貴様は。
No, I'll go back.
離せ。もう我慢できねえ。
Once left and manipulate the timeline. Oh, let's go.
なんだ君は。一般人に暴力を振るうのか。 それでも公安局の捜査官なのか君は。
He should not go to America.
てめえこそ、それでも父親か。
Yeah, Leon, I'm with him.
そうだそうだ、行け行け。
かがり、何をやってるんだ貴様ら。剣を抑えろ、早く。
あいにく俺は手が離せなくてな。悪いなギノ。
やれやれ、手間のかかる坊やたちだ。
Everyone's happy about this. Except for Ginoza. The wry smile. Masa cut in front of me and stared down at the father.
立てるか。そら、手を貸そう。
Are you gonna punch him too?
No.
Masa let out his prosthetic metal hand. The father flinched and fell backwards, grabbing under the collar. Masa lifted him up.
おいおい、人の手を借りといてその言い草はなかろう。むしろ感謝してもらいたいもんだな。あんたの親はそういう礼儀を教えちゃくれなかったのか？
The veteran enforcer rested both of his hands on Satoru Mitsahashi's shoulders. Both his hands. Oh, okay. Got you. Shriek. I kind of want to keep this timeline. I'm just gonna, I don't know. Have some. My hue's getting kind of dark. It's okay. What happens if I adore it?
Nan no you da? 威嚇するつもりか?
My fist was shaking. I wanted to smash his face in, but I held back. I'm a cop after all. I still wanted to be one, at least until I found Yukari. Right before I snapped, Masa cut in, forcing a smile.
なあ、三橋さん。何分俺たちは執行官で潜在犯だ。あんまり我慢強い方じゃないんだ。
脅迫するのか？
穏便にやろうとしてるからこうしてくどくど言ってるんだよ。でなけりゃ叩き出してる。お呼びじゃないってな。
正岡さんのおっしゃる通りです。
Okay, everyone's happy here too,
あな
okay.
たとお子さんの問
I
題
like how everyone except for
私たちに持ち込まれても
the one guy was happy in the
押し
punching
付けられても
situation
困り
too.
ます。
君が呼びつけたんじゃないか。
こんな話をするためにご連絡したんじゃありません。私たちは子供に優也くんに会ってほしくて。
僕が悪いっていうのか？子育てはかなえに任せてあった。
It takes two to tango, my guy. No.
君たちに口出しする権利はない。
Not when you went into that together. No, no.
そういうことは厚生省のしかるべき担当者に言ってもらおう。あんたが本当に子供たちを放り出すとなれば、様々な手続きが必要になる。その時にたっぷり演説すればいいさ。
聞いた風な口を。
He was a step forward, pushing Masa and Miss Tsunemori aside. He glared at all of us and then said,
家族の問題に口を挟むのは慎まなければならない。何より、それは我々が扱うべき問題ではない。
押しかけてきたのはそいつの方じゃねえかよ。
だから干渉しても良いということにはならない。
久我たち監視官、どうなさるおつもりですか？
So I noticed. Hitachi was pointing a dominator at the father. What's his level?
犯罪係数アンダー90、執行対象ではありません。
失礼。念のためサイコパスを確認させていただきました。
Oh yeah, someone pointing a gun at you is definitely not gonna make it go up.
僕を潜在犯扱いするのか？
色相的にはクリアとは言えませんが、潜在犯ではありませんね。おめでとうございます。あなたはシビラに認められました。このようなエリアストレスの高い場に長いは無用では。
言われなくても帰るさ。
Instantly, the father stormed out. I looked on in silence. Yeah, get out, yeah. Without looking at me, Ginoza let us sigh and said,
よく耐えたな、剣。
Oh. Thank you, sir. Ginoza's voice trembled. I wondered maybe he had been more passionate than even me. In a corner of a dark room, he cowered in a fetal position. He thought and thought, could not reach a conclusion.
僕は人を幸せにする。
Suddenly he raised his face and muttered to himself under his breath.
色相はシビラが指標とする幸せへの道しるべ。システムの言う通りにすれば、色相はクリアになって、人は幸せになれる。なれるはずなのに。なのに、どうして色相が濁るんだろう。何が足りないんだろう。もっとデータが必要だな。人、人間を幸せにするデータが。
Maybe you're going about it the wrong way, my guy. Like, one of them you were kidnapping and drugging. The other one was also kidnapping. Don't kidnap someone again. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Hold up, I missed the name. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Name. Is it Lily Cardona? Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Hello? There it is. Closing a case required a lot of paperwork. We worked and worked, but there was too much desk work. It had always been difficult for me. I know you've mentioned before. Miss Karanomori, who was in charge of the enforcer's mental health, instructed me. I'm still whiskey. Not be stingy with my supplements. Don't take them. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, sir. Watch me. I'm supposed to be taking these. I haven't taken them ever, so we're just gonna not take them. Hey, how's it going? Happy New Year! How was your weekends? Leave me alone. My hue is my problem.
なかなか能率が上がりませんね。あらゆる事務処理、連絡業務、その他雑務の効率が通常の刑事が1係に比べ約 50% 悪化しています。
Have I shifted a few? I thought it was just one. I think it shifted because of my what did I do? I did something impulsive earlier. Hopefully I don't die. Okay. Happy New Year and so-so? That's fair, that's fair. Feel that. How has your new computer been though? Is it still running all well?
しょうがないですよ。今度の事件は後味悪かったで
Let's
すから。
go. Charging to rescue it? Does that make it go lower? It probably did.
さすがの鉄のメンタルを誇る常森監視官も今度の事件後には色相が濁りましたもんね。
私なんか鈍感だから大したことありませんけど。
ギノザ監視官は心配ですね。
Ino's always stood away. Dark rings sagged beneath his eyes. His face looked almost ghastly, making him even less approachable. Even worse, his hue surpassed danger zone?
ああ見えてギノは繊細なやつだ。今度のことでは人一倍ダメージを食らっただろう。せめてとっつぁんが元気なら慰めてやれるんだろうがな。
Is he okay? Can he still be an investigator?
マサさんもあれからずっと重苦しい顔してるよな。州のやつまですっかりへこんじまって。
とっつぁんも人の親だ。冷静ではいられないさ。かがりはかがりで思うところは多いはずだ。あいつはまだ幼かった頃に潜在犯認定を受けたからな。
やりきれねえよな。
Eventually, you received word that the counselor was sent over from the main office.
監視官の色相悪化は重大問題。早めにケアしないとね。剣君もどう？執行官もケア対象に入ってるわよ。
You want me to get my hue checked?
俺より州を何とかしてやってくれ。見ちゃいられねえよ。あいつのすさんだ顔なんか。
係には久我たち監視官がカウンセリングを促すそうよ。
ドロイドちゃんが大丈夫なの？
お断りだ。
賢明な判断とは言い難いと思います。係執行官、あなたの色相はおだくし、職務遂行能力が大きい。
ありがとうさん。けどな、ドロイドちゃん。俺はケアされて楽になれるような段階はとっくに過ぎてんだ。執行官として踏みとどまってんのは意地ってやつだよ。
意地？モチベーションということですか？
そんな甘っちょろいもんじゃねえ。俺には他に行き場がない。執行官を辞めたら地獄行きなんだ。その覚悟はガキの頃から骨身に刻みつけてきた。
それはあなたの哲学ですか？
人事だからそんな風に感じるんだろうけど、俺にしてみれば他にやりようがなかった。
You can't stop hearing Alta. It's okay. Kakari wouldn't commit mass murder, even if it was to save more people.
他人のことよりあんた自分の心配でもしろよ。
私の
記憶がないだなんてありえねえから。あんたの中にはきっといろんなもんが詰め込まれてるぜ。見たくもないようなもんばっかりな。
そうでしょうか。
Should I go to counseling too? I don't want them to report. I don't want them to report me. I feel like they might report me though if I go there. Do I get group counseling with Kagari? Bro, I don't know. I'll go. The counselor spoke very little, acting as the attentive listener, with a courteous smile. Not occasionally, just let me speak without interfering. But everything was about the past, such as an unpleasant topic, an irresponsible father and mother who caved in from all the stress, a couple of disobedient kids. Disobedient kids, huh? Just like I had been. Even when I acted out and then broke down, my parents tried their best to support me, and yet I ran away to Tokyo. I thought I could have done the things better. I felt bad about what I did. That's why during this last case.
あの家族が崩壊したのは俺のせいじゃないか。もっといい解決方法があったんじゃないか。そんな風に考えちまうんだ。
The counselor leaned forward and asked, "So, as you have an issue regarding your family ties, will it be in your best interest to improve on these relationships?" I answered. See, I don't know. You might try to use one of them as a hostage if I say, yes. Should I bring them into this? Yeah, sure, okay. Throw them on their bus.
できるものなら
Yes, if it was possible, I wanted to start over again. I honestly believe that. What's Haruto Sato's family feeling? How would life be different for their children in the Mitsuhashi family? Just thinking about these things made me want to run away. That's why I wanted to start over again, to see if, even if my failures could rebuild my family. It had nothing to do with salvaging those bonds. Was it just for self-satisfaction? Or maybe it was my hope to rebuild my family ties and then surely.
確かに親には迷惑かけたよな。
I lay down on the floor, temporary room, stared into space. If I just activated this hollow, still a room would brighten up, and that wouldn't do anything for me. Oh, okay. Hey, old man.
剣か、お疲れさん。お前さんも今回は随分くたびれたろう。安心しろ。ここまでのことはめったにないさ。まあ、事件が起きた時点で多かれ少なかれろくなもんじゃないが。昔はな、こんな事件はもっとありふれてたんだ。サイマティックスキャンとシビラシステムのおかげで激減した。それでもこぼれちまうものが出るんだから、ままならないもんだな。と、すまん。年を取ると愚痴っぽくなっていかん。本題を忘れるところだった。ちょっと酒を手に入れたんでな。どうだ、今から一杯。そうか。まあ、無理強いする気はない。コートかがりと飲んでるから気が向いたらくればいいさ。
My character's gonna say no,
あま
right?
り無理はするなよ。
I gazed at my wrist comm. It wasn't a call. I had to return immediately. They were all worried about me, and they were trying to cheer me up. Having friends wasn't too bad. Thought back on my past, most of my memories weren't that great. Fights with my family, conflicts, all the stupid things I could have done as a kid. Eventually, the memories that caused me much pain and regret transformed into another memory, and then they faded away.
Yukari.
I know, it's the only friend you ever had. It's literally the only person you knew. Yukari Himekawa, my childhood friend. My baby girl, oh god. In my eyes, my world, which only revolved around her. That's not healthy, my guy. If only I could go back to those times. I'd truly do the same stuff over again. But Yukari, oh Yukari, only you, no other woman, could be as special. Yukari was all I had. She was everything. If I could start over with my family, Yukari needed to be by my side first. As long as I had her, I didn't care about anything else. Stop! I'd go anywhere, I'd do anything. I wouldn't care about what happened to me, Yukari.
必ず見つけ出してやる。
In the spur of the moment, I dashed out of the lodge and rushed to the temporary HQ office. Most of the members of the Division 1 were still at hard work, headed straight for Ginoza.
一つ調べたいことがあるんだ。この町生まれの人物で行方のわからない者がいる。しかも彼女は不可解な消え方をした。
Ginoza stared at me. Not the slightest bit touched. I could feel everybody's eyes on me. Miss Karanomori, Miss Sudebori, and Miss Kugatachi, all of them
彼
puzzled.
女のことを調べたい。執行官としてだ。
それは貴様の個人的な問題ではないのか？
俺もそう思ってた。だが、そうじゃないかもしれない。
Then Yukari commissioned the cyborg body. She could have made it herself because she was a medical student and we don't really have much information from that. Well, she was like a medical student and then worker. So she could have made it herself for sure. She definitely made the AI. Yukari Himekawa made an AI by the name Alpha. I don't know if it was ever completed, but it may have. She disappeared before she could ever tell me. Even after Yukari went to Tokyo, I chatted from time to time. And sometimes Alpha was there. He was really young. Always said such absurd things. But yes, Alpha and I hit it off strangely well. Yukari told me his personality was mod. Okay, it's yourself. Okay. Alpha progressed at a remarkable rate. With every chat, he became more human. I started to feel like I was watching a younger brother grow up. If he continued such, then...
落ち着け。そんなのは俺の勝手な想像だ。
I didn't intend to tell Ginoza about any of this. If I did, he might not even help me. But on the off chance he would, Yukari would be treated as a suspect.
この町では何か理解しがたいことが起こってる。 その始まりが彼女の不可解な失踪だったとしたら。
After saying that, Ginoza just stared at me for a while.
知っての通り、執行官のアクセス権限は限られている。が、捜査上の必要からデータの閲覧が妥当だと判断されれば話は別だ。
分かってる。だからこうしてあんたに相談してる。
知りたいことはアルファ絡みか？
ノーコメントだ。
分かっているだろうが、捜査上重要と考えられる情報については決して秘匿せず、可及的速やかに報告するのが執行官の義務だ。で、何が知りたい？
この町生まれの人間のうち、行方不明者、死亡者すべてのリスト。市役所で閲覧できるようなレベルのじゃダメだ。経歴、生活歴、死因、何もかも知り
I
たい。
actually don't think that we'll even have access to that.
ちょっと待って、そんなの私だって持て余す膨大な量よ。
Yeah.
調べるさ。知りたいんだ。頼む。
申請は出しておく。認可されるかどうかは申請の妥当性と貴様の日頃の行い次第だ。
せいぜいいい子にしてるさ。
A few hours later, eventually, the verdict from my application arrived. The enforcer Takumi Tsurugi. It's approved? They're gonna murder us. Okay, hold up. No, you're about to die. Dash for the tablet and scanned all the access code link. After verifying my ID, I received all the data. All that was left was to sift through it. The obituary list recorded by the public safety. It was a huge amount. Okay. Through everything, every single file with my own two eyes. I wasn't relying on something like an automated AI search. I need to do this on my own. The massive, endless series of data. But in time, I was finished. Couldn't find Yukari Himikawa on any of the data. Maybe I just missed it, so I did another close examination. The result was the same. No, it was covered up. At the very least, she wasn't in the public safety's obituary list. And since she wasn't in the missing persons list either, maybe they didn't consider her to be missing. Couldn't you report her as missing? Alright. How long do we think chapter 3 is? Oh. Something I've been worrying in for a while now. Unlike a human, he could store massive amounts of thoughts, my ideas and memories. However, a certain thought loomed over him like an infinite shadow, constantly casting a childish rationale upon him. A defect that has led to his eventual destiny.
人は人間はなぜ幸せになれないんだろう。
Oh, okay. The question gnawed at his very soul, his very being.
僕は願いを叶えてあげている。なのに、どうして幸せになってくれないんだろう。
Because you do what the really bad means.
人間はみんな願いを叶えれば幸せになれると信じてる。なのに、願いが叶っても幸せになれないなんて矛盾だ。
He worried and worried. What seemed like an eternity, he floated in the VR space, worrying and brooding. But his chain of thought was converged in Danner's conclusion.
自由意志だ。それが人間が幸せになれない理由だ。
Okay, alright. I feel like we should do something about you.
シビラは正しい道を示す。なのに、人はその道をそれてゆく。僕は望みを叶えてあげられる。ならば僕は誰もが幸福になれる道を探そう。選ぶ必要なんてない。たった一つの道を。
Began his mission searching for that single path where all the hesitation, discord, and decisions ceased to exist. He searched and searched, traverse the vast digital space, searching for the optimal solution. This is different permutations, and consider all the possibilities one after another. Huge, massive files of data. Searching for the one path, the only answer.
見つけた
Okay. The airspace shook as he erupted with joy. Amongst the fluctuating waves, his appearance solidified.
とうとう見つけた た
Ah,
った一つの道を
I don't know about that. That's the most, and not the most intelligent AI is. Yeah, I think because he didn't have a full time to develop. Because I think Yukari was captured and like kind of killed.
この組み合わせなら誰にでも手が届く邪魔するものはないもう誰も迷わず悩まず色相を濁らせずに済む
Are you talking about
全て
medicating
の
them
苦
like
しみと悲しみから
excessively?
解放され幸せになれるんだ早速試してみなきゃこの方法で人は本当に幸せになれるのかどうか
Who's the poor soul that's getting tested on now?
そうあの子がいいとても不幸なあの子
Us? Are you gonna attack us? During the time when Kanae Mitsahashi's case had come to an end, a drone fleet was deployed from Tokyo to Sado Marine City. With this increase in drones, it seemed we'd be able to return to Tokyo after deployment was concluded.
大丈夫なのでしょうか。医療用擬態盗難事件には解決のめどがついていませんし、アルファの存在も無視できないと考えますが。
May not even be finished. Yeah, I don't think that he was, cause what it made it seem like, cause like it was confirmed that Yukari built the alpha off of our character's personality, but it was mainly like learning off of their phone calls, and she randomly went missing. So yeah, I don't think that he was finished.
心残りではあるが、我々もいつまでも地方都市の事件に関わっていられるほど暇ではない。
それは
I'm so sorry.
そうなのでしょうけれど。
不満か、クマたち。
気になります。アルファはこのまま引き下がるでしょうか。
おとなしくしていてほしいものだがな。
In the end, it remained unsolvable. We couldn't do anything, even though we all shared the same discontent. All we could do was contain the effects of the aftermath and move on.
なんだろうこれ。ねえ、久我たちさん。これどう思います？
This is the last chapter if we don't get the true end, and I'm hecka anxious if we didn't get the true ending.
メンタルサプリの発注数ですか。急増していますね。これだけの量となると、佐渡海上市の人口が現在の2倍に増加したとしても、まだ余る供給量ですが、どうするんでしょう、こんな。
事件の前触れじゃなければいいですね。
お松方しおり、地元の高校へ通い始めたのか
Information included the present location as well as the new details about Shiori Otsugata, the victim of the abduction case in the first chapter.
この子、東京の高校へ通ってたんだろう。なんでこの島へ戻ってきたんだ
Well, first off, her mother seems really controlling. So after hearing about that, she probably was like, come back.
その件なら添付の詳細レポートに記載があるから読めば。
チェック済みかよ。なら、ついでにまとめも作っといてくれよ。
自分の業務を押し付けないで。
うわ、天候自由いじめじゃん。
No!
てめえシュー、俺より先にちゃっかり読むな。
たくちゃん、これ読まない方がいいよ。すっげえ落ちるわ。
何？
よろしければ私からご説明しましょうか。
She summarized in her most unusual monotone voice. Didn't have to read what was on the screen now, but it was something. Her
端的に
reasoning.
言えば
Okay.
風評被害です。彼女の存在が サイコハザードを引き起こすという噂が立ち、コミュニティから排斥されたのだそうです。
That's when someone around you has a high hue, so then you are affected by that, right? That's what that was? Oh gosh, I'm missing a lot. Sir. Caused by massive stress source. Still in a certain range of experience, certain range. Okay, yeah. It's if you're close to someone. Got you.
ひでえ話だなおい。終わった事件で色相が濁るってのはまあないことじゃないが、
周りの人間の気持ちの持ちようだろう。他人は他人、自分は自分だ。色相なんか簡単に感染するか。
しかし松方しおりが通っていた高校では誘拐事件後から急速に噂が広がり、実際に校内のエリアストレスが増加しました。
そんなもん周りの連中が勝手に濁っただけだろ。
人間誰しも自分より他人に責任を負わせたがるものですから。
No, that's not me. That's not me. Oh god. Yo, I'm always like, this is my fault. Even things that are connected to me, I'm like, it's my
いたた
fault.
まれなくなってしまえ帰ってきたと。これさ、帰ってきても同じこと繰り返すんじゃね？
縁起でもないこと言うな。
かがりが言うことにも一理ある。俺たちだって事件後は色相が濁ることがある。事件に関われば影響を受けざるを得ないんだ。たとえそれが風聞に基づく不確かな噂であっても。
終わった話でもか。
事件が無事に解決していれば話は別だ。だが学校のような閉鎖的環境下では事件の終わりはなかなか来ない。事件の当事者が周囲に事件そのものと認識されてしまうからだ。
ならどうしたらいいんだよ。
ほとぼりが冷めるまで待つしかないだろう。誰もが事件を忘れ去るまで影響は尾を引く。何よりも当事者自身が引きずってしまうもんだしな。
だからこそ十分なメンタルケアが必要なんですけど。
この田舎町じゃ噂が広まるのは早いだろうな。
Was this series made because, like, mental health in Japan is, like, it's slightly better now, but, like, still not good. But, like, it's a very much, like, push it down, don't deal with it, it will go away. So is this, what, like, the far opposite of that? So everyone is super focused on mental health?
だったらこの子はどこにも居場所がねえってことかよ。
大きな声を出さないで。
場所はどこであれ、心穏やかに過ごせるといいのですけど。
そうだよ。
こんなケースに出会うと考えちまうよな。デカってのは事件が起きてからでなきゃ動けない。それじゃ遅いんだ。
そのためにシビラはある。事件を未然に防ぐために。
だが事件は起こる。防げなかったことを被害者にいつも詫びたくなるが、俺たちにできるのは幸せに生きてほしいと祈ることだけだ。
Oh, okay.
緊急連絡。佐渡海上市内の中学校で暴動発生。
Hey yo, food fight? We'd part at once. Shoot my cue just in case. It was normal, even during the case. I was never shaken by fear. Oh, it went down a lot! Florida gold. Like an orange? Probably, I think Japan's mental health was at its worst in the 90s. I still think they do that, though. I still think they do, like, the isolation thing to get people to quit. Like, it is such an overworked, like, cultural mindset, for sure, for sure. Oh gosh, I don't want to take it. I'm gonna save again though. I was so irritated. I felt like crushing something, anything. What were these middle schoolers doing? What the hell were these little, turds thinking?
なんだこりゃ。
And so don't think so. It's pretty. I think it's illegal there now. I can ask my friend who works in a Japanese company. I've never worked with a Japanese company, but they do, and I've been there. I know it's super bad still. I don't know if they can do the isolation tactics, but still very bad. And mental health is, again, it's slightly better there now, because it's acknowledged as a thing now, but there's still a lot of stigma around like mental health and everything. Far worse than like if you like live in the States or whatnot.
本物のバリケードなんて初めて見ました。
お勉強の記憶だけは残ってるのか。
剣執行官、怒ってらっしゃるんですか？私、何かお気に障ることを言ったでしょうか？
You remind me of Yukari when we were in middle school.
いや、ただの八つ当たりだ。この中学校は俺の母校だ。こんなざまを見るのはいい気分のもんじゃない。
今回の暴動の首謀者はこいつだ。船岡良太郎、3年生、15歳。
He looks like he's like 30 years old. What the heck? To prevent the possibility of students turning into latent criminals, they were mandated to attend regular counseling sessions. Ryotaro Funaoka had often missed classes. Besides him, there were other students who had little hopes of graduating based on their resistive attitudes revealed from the Q checks.
学校側はカウンセリング指導以外に対策を取らなかったのか？
What are they feeding 15-year-olds these days? Maybe Alpha's feeding them the pills too. Like, he was going ham on those.
それがちょっと変なんです。船岡良太郎をはじめ問題のあった生徒たちはみんなそことは裏腹に色相は好転していたそうなんです。
何それ、超怪しいじゃん。
学校側としてもサイコパスが良好なため、生徒に対しては温当な指導しか行えずにいたところ、とうとうこのような事件を起こしてしまったということでした。
人質の数は？
教職員、生徒合わせておよそ80人と見られています。一方、立てこもり側の犯人は
Sakura card captor.
生徒といえ。
そうですか。失礼しました。立てこもり側の生徒は推定50人。校内各所に分散し、それぞれ人質を取っています。
立てこもり側の要求は？
今のところ何も。
だんまりってのは不気味だが、俺の勘だとこいつは特に目的があって始めたことじゃなさそうだな。
説得に対する反応は？
Unresponsive, probably.
ドローンからの呼びかけには一切反応していない。また学校内との通信回線を介した接触にも応じていない。
踏み込んで調べる他になさそうだな。
校舎の中ってどうなってんの？
クリスカ、金の森との回線を。
はい。はいはい。これが校内の見取り図よ。見ての通り、校舎は3つに分かれてるわ。
It's a nice school.
東校舎、西校舎、本校舎と、この3カ所は2階の渡り廊下でつながってるわ。
よく知ってる。昔ここへ通ってたからな。
Oh, please don't do it again. If you're coming in more recently, there was a section at the beginning of the game where they were like, Tsurugi, you know the area the best. Where do you think that the criminal could be hiding? And I was like, bro, I don't know. Because there was no background. There was like, you know, right? And I'm like, no.
使い物にならないわ。校内からコントロールされてるみたい。
そんな知恵の回るやつが立てこもり側にいんの？
人質のほとんどは教職員で、成績優秀な生徒の割合も多い。脅迫され、立てこもり側に協力している可能性もある。
That's one way to get your teacher to give you a better grade, huh?
知れってな。結局、人質はどことどこに何人いるんだ？
窓越しに校舎内の様子を捉えた映像、および脱出に成功した生徒らの証言により、本拠地はここと考えられる。
本校舎か。
これ以上の情報は外部からは得られないと判断した。校舎内へ侵入し、状況を探る。常森、マスターキーは？
学校関係者の了承を得て、
Never occurred to me that schools probably had a master key.
同じものが2つありますので、1つはギノザさんにお渡しします。
よし。突入経路は本校舎裏口側、バリケードを破って入る。比較的手薄になっているらしいが、油断するな。
了解。
Are those? Okay, those are desks. Okay. Oh, new music.
とっつぁん、こういうのは懐かしいんじゃないか？
バカ言え。俺だって歴史の教科書でしか見たことはない。
今じゃ歴史の授業なんてなくなったぜ。
They don't? What?
ああ、そうだったな。もう過去から学ぶことなんてないのかね。
Bro, they also stop teaching history?
高校、中学校ともに現代史しか学ばないはずです。具体的には祖国以降の
That's horrendous. Oh my god.
ああ、わかったわかった。世も末だな、おい。
立てこもり側からの反応がありませんね。
予想通りだ。奴らは統制が取れていない。各員、封鎖突破後、直ちに校舎内へ侵入。拠点を確保し、校内の情報把握、並びに制圧に取り掛かる。
Prepared to breach the barricade. The enforcers stood in the front line and the inspectors lined up behind us.
相手が未成年だからといってためらうな。潜在犯に対しては断固たる態度で臨み、容赦なく執行しろ。
Wasn't that first person like 16? And these ones are 15? Okay.
わかってますって。
She kissed his dominator. Standing next to me, beside him stood Miss Kuni's Zuka. Everyone had their dominators ready. Half a step behind was Miss Kubatachi. She could have backed further away and was staying dangerously close to the barricade.
こいつをどけりゃ。
Ayo, nice. A field of vision widened and the entrance was cleared on our sights. A few meters inside, I saw a kid getting ready to throw a Molotov cocktail. Where did you get the alcohol from? Oh, I guess you probably got it from the nurse's office, huh? Where'd you get the glass bottle from? We were all in danger of suffering a direct hit. I noticed there was a fire extinguisher. Someone had to enter the building to get it. Pops and I want to shoot the student because it's not going to kill him. So, hold up. Out of context, I'm just going to shoot the student. Yeah, the nurse's office. Yeah. But I don't know where they get the glass bottle from. So it would like burst. Would it also be in the nurse's office? Examiner authorized my use to operate, and I locked onto the target. Ah, gosh, dang it. You right. When watches the student toss the Molotov cocktail, flame spinning in the air. Is it like a cola bottle? They sell those in middle schools? Under 20? Oh, Coke bottle, yeah. So, oh, they're taking the pills. They're taking the pills. Gosh dang it. Can you not shoot the bottle? The Molotov did not land on your leg, sir. I swear. We lunged forward, trying to protect the inspectors. Take cover. Oh, sorry, he said that himself. He said watch out, but like, get out of the way. Is that what he said? Yes, get out of the way. My Coke. I'll delay. I made my move. From mid-air? Okay, I want to see that happen. I want to see that. Okay, we're gonna catch it. I was going to catch it before it dropped. There was nothing else that could be done. I tried catching it with my left hand. Fumbled it. I had to turn my face. I tried. I just wanted him to do it, you know. I just wanted him to succeed in that. Go to the sicko mode though, bro. I don't see how any of these would go better than that. The Molotov came flying right at me. Hear everyone's voices. I could see just fine. It was clear to me the Molotov's trajectory, how much time I had. What? Are you playing a sports anime too? This is what happens when you watch Blue Lock. Or probably, honestly, most sports anime. There's always that one character that's like, I see the entire field. About to catch it like a soccer ball. Yeah, like that. We're in Blue Lock, everyone. Bounce awkwardly off in the opposite direction. No. Reached out to grab it. And it dropped. But it didn't shatter. Oh! Okay. Oh, alright. Oh, you have more. I see. I see. They just all have Molotovs. As Ginoza ordered, we pulled back at once. The students were already pairing a second and third Molotov. It was too risky to proceed any further. Why do they have so many ready? Also, how do they have so many ready?
Oi, Tsurugi. さっきのはナイスプレーだったな。
I did it on my first try. It was not.
なかなかの反応だった。サッカー経験があるのか?
I watched an anime about soccer though.
ガキの頃なら少しは。でも本格的にやったことはねえよ。
高校時代は何かスポーツを？
レスリングだ。
Oh.
道理で体のしなりが柔らかい。
Okay.
火炎瓶にあんな対処法があるなんて初めて知りました。
Me too. I was not expecting that to work. Was there not an instructional for those things? Could have at least left a warning label on those. Dumb. Yeah, but like how I feel like they should be able to shoot even when if they're not at a person. Because I understand not being able to shoot them because they're too low. But I should be able to shoot that Molotov out of the air, right? I don't know. Ugh.
あかねちゃん、真似しちゃダメだから。あれはタクちゃんだからできんの。
ですよね。
いや、そんな。とにかく瓶を割らないようにしねえとってなんかとっさに。
No, I can assure you, it certainly did break. Trying to be embarrassed, I turned away and then saw Nadeshiko, her usual reserved self.
剣執行官、先ほどのあなたの行動は非常にリスクの高い対処法だったと判断せざるを得ません。にもかかわらず、あの状況では最適の判断でした。
Ew, thank you.
そうか。ありがとうな。
Looked away, not wanting to receive more attention, gazing at the school. It was now a location of a riot.
肝心なのはこの先どうするかだよな。
We held a strategy meeting in the corner of the schoolyard.
不可解だ。立てこもり生徒が執行対象になっていないなどとは到底ありえないことだ。
彼らは潜在犯とは見なされないってことですよね。その場合、私たちにできることはあるんですか？
残念ながら何もない。我々公安が取締対象にできるのはシビラが命じた相手だけだ。
I hate the Sybil system.
執行対象外の存在に手出しすれば我々の方が処罰の対象となるだろう。
だからってほっとくわけにいかねえだろ。
放置しておけるわけがないだろう。だからこうして対策を協議しているんじゃないか。
一つ疑問に感じる点があります。首謀者の船岡良太郎をはじめ暴動に関わっている立てこもり犯は
it's not even about learning how to make them, because honestly, learning how to make a Molotov is not that rough. Where did they get all the materials from?
確かにおかしい。あれは化学反応式だ。薬品の配合知識がないと作成は難しい。
A solution pretend to be 15 years old. No, you're right, you're right.
その程度の情報なら昔はネットから入手できたそうだけど、今の中学生にはハードルが高すぎるでしょうね。
これは家庭の話ですが、彼らには指導者がいるとしたら、船岡良太郎とは別の危険な知識を持った誰か、その人物が少年たちを背後から操っているとしたら。
そいつが暴動の真の中心人物ってことか。
その真の中心人物とやらにもドミネーターが効かない可能性はあるだろうが、一丁かけてみるか。
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There were some people who literally, even if they are super killy, do not get detected.
久我たち、そいつは校舎内にいると思うか？
可能性は高いと考えます。船尾から中学生が衝動的に始めた暴動がここまで組織的な抵抗を続けている事実は、状況を掌握し次の手を即座に打てるリーダーの存在を仮定すれば説明がつきます。
根拠に乏しいが、今の我々にとっては検討に値する意見だ。立てこもり犯の背後にもし潜在犯の影がちらつくのであれば早急な捜査が必要だ。
人質はどうすんの？いくら立てこもり犯が潜在犯じゃなくっても火炎瓶投げてくるやつらだぜ。まず先に助け出さなきゃダメじゃね？
I'm so confused when the Dominators work, because we were able to blow up the stuff outside, but we couldn't pew pew the Molotov in the air. That assuming we had good enough aim for that.
とはいえ、ドミネーターが使えない状況では我々にできることは何もない。
被害者を助けられないデカがあるか、犯人を取り押さえられないデカがあるか。
その犯人を見つけ出して抑えることが今の我々にできる精一杯だというのがわからないのか。
まあ待て待て、立てこもり犯は確かに潜在犯ではないにしても、彼らの行動は明らかに逸脱であり犯罪行為だってことはだ。
Why are they
奴
taking
ら
hostages?
犯人じゃ
I'm
な
not
く被
sure about
害
their
者なの
because
さ。
we don't know their motive whatsoever at this point.
被害者？立てこもり犯が？
そうだ、どこかに隠れた真の中心人物こそが犯人だ。その指示によって操られている気の毒な被害者。そうい
Oh, I'm so sorry, my guy.
とっつぁんすげえ悪党。
バカ野郎、こういうのは年の功と言うんだ。なあ監視官、相手が被害者なら保護しなきゃな。
As I grinned from cheek to cheek, staring at him, Ginoza stayed silent.
上への報告書の体裁はどう作ろったものか。
なんとかなります。人質保護チームと犯人捜索チームに分かれましょう。私、人質を助けに行きます。
And we're not on your team, right?
を準備します。
I want to be on
被害
Akane's
者の立て
team.
こもり犯
I love
はそれを用い
Akane.
て捕獲、拘束。いえ、保護しましょう。
ごめんね、ノンリーサルの装備だって人間用のはほとんど在庫がないみたい。
The one Alpha experimented on. He was targeting someone. It wasn't particularly clear who he was.
この町では荒っぽい仕事はドローン任せだろうからな。
Tasers not exist anymore. Our guns are actually tasers. That's what the non-lethal function is. It's a taser.
でもさ、さすがに貧弱すぎね。一人当たりスタングレネード一発だけ。
But we can't use them against people because their hues are not dark enough.
どうやって戦うんだよ。
Normal tasers? No, I think they're gone. I think the normal tasers are
そこ
gone.
はシュウ君の身の軽さでひらひらっと
Because
回避して
Sybil controls everything.
俺は忍者かよ。
かがり、こねても無駄だ。空の森だって魔法使いではない。無から有を生み出すことは不可能だ。
まあ、ここは腕の見せ所ってやつだろ。
モチベ高っ。熱血野郎だよな、タクちゃんって。そういや忍者で思い出したけど、あの漫画読んだことある？
おお、忍者といえば、
あれだったわよ。That one manga with ninja. Are you talking about Naruto?
そうそう、それだってばよ。
Oh, yep, Naruto. Okay. Yep, he said Datebayo.
いって何すんだよ、クニッチ。
趣味の話は後にして侵入経路の説明が始まるわよ。
我々は犯人捜査と人質保護の2班に分かれる。前者は俺が指揮し、後者は常森に任せる。便宜的に前者を潜入班、後者を突入班と呼ぶことにする。
I have trouble watching stuff. Analytical mind makes plot twists really hard to surprise me with. I find that other than like American television, which I generally can also figure that out, I feel like almost any other like country's media, it's more rough for me to figure out.
先ほど侵入を試みた裏口は警戒が強まっているため使えない。考えられる方法は2つ。屋上から潜入するか。
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was.
俺たち潜入班は東校舎街の非常階段を上り、屋上から校舎内へエントリーする。作戦目的は犯人確保。すなわちこの暴動の真の中心人物を発見し、取り押さえることだ。
there only one fire exit? Which I'm assuming that we go to the fire exit. There only one. This place is not well built.
一方の常森率いる突入班は西校舎入り口のバリケードを破壊し、そこから突入する。作戦目的は陽動及び人質救出だ。
今更だけどさ、そんなに派手にやっちゃっていいの？人質を盾に取られたらどうすんの？
その場合は臨機応変に対処するしかない。ただ、立てこもり班側からの意思表示が何もない現状を考えると、むしろ相手の反応を引き出したい。
Because if any of us were suggesting this, he would be like, he would say the same exact thing that Kagure just said.
つっついて出方を見るってわけか。乱暴な話だがやるしかないわな。
大前提として立てこもり犯も全員被害者であり保護の対象となる。このことは肝に銘じて行動しろ。
了解。
Okay, let's go.
剣、貴様は俺と一緒に
I figured.
潜入班で犯人探しだ。
Should I do? Oh, I have a choice. I'm assuming I'm supposed to go with him. I've gone with him every other time.
Kuromaku探しか。燃えるじゃねえか、おい。
では私は常森監視官と共に
Okay,
突
you
入
just
班
don't
に加
like
わりま
us.
しょう。私たちは主に立てこもり班側とのネゴシエート担当ですか？
基本的にはそうなんですけど。
ドロイドちゃんにそんなことさせて大丈夫なのか？
どうですか？
少し不安です。
Oh, should I go in the other team then? I can do that.
少しじゃねえから、それ。
ギノ、俺はお前のチームでいいな。
Oh, it's the first time you come with us.
助かる。では各員、装備を点検し身につけろ。ドミネーターも忘れるな。使えるかどうかはわからんがな。
Can we like pistol whip people with it? The infiltrators approached East Campus. They climbed the emergency stairs to the rooftop and then entered the third floor. Appeared to presence was not detected. Meanwhile, the Chargers penetrated the barricade in the West Campus, looked out the window and stared at the far-off scene.
剣、何をしている？行くぞ。
I'm checking to see if they die if I need to save. Go to my save file.
わかってるって。
Remaining vigilant, we cautiously searched the entire third floor. However, there were no signs of anyone nearby. Gami approached the stairs on the second floor and then waved, signaling for us to come forward. Once we got to the second floor, voices could be heard. They echoed from below, seeming to come from the first floor. We walked through the corridor. No one seemed to be here as well. At the end of the corridor, we closed the door. Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. Or should I start searching? Oh. Please, don't make me. Oh. No. Without a doubt, the students were down the stairs to avoid being ambushed and collect intel. It was wise to go to the first floor.
ひょっとしたら犯人の尻尾もつかめるかもしれねえしな。
Clutching our batons, we carefully. You have batons too? Okay, alright. After reaching the first floor, voices were clearly audible. Crude jokes, shrill laughter, slurred speech. Sounded as if they were drunk? Oh, on some drugs. Okay, yeah. As we headed towards the voices, we saw some people hanging out near the East Campus's entrance. 6 captors total. Their arm of steel bats. And 2x4s. Lining their feet was a row of Molotovs. Wait, where? Found and sprawled out on the ground. There were a total of 5 hostages. Captors must have anticipated that we were coming and planned to use them as human shields. Tetraginosa signals us to go around. The problem was which group we should hit. The captors anticipated an attack from outside, but we were in the building. If we use the Shrek's cover, catch them off guard, they'll be surprised with our attack. Stun grenades would help ensure the hostages' safety, but it could injure them as in the process. The stun grenade can injure them? Okay. There was a more effective method too. We could tell them that we were Sid. If they were rational, they might comply. If not, we could threaten them with enforcement action. Johns wasn't expecting to have them in the distant future. I'm glad that we do though, because our guns don't work.
ドミネーターは反応するでしょうか。
わからん。が、彼らが潜在犯でないのなら、なおさら強硬策は避けるべきだ。
くだらん。勝負は手早く決めるに限る。奇襲だ、ギノ。
貴様も相変わらず乱暴なやつだ。
さて、どうするか。
Why am I in charge? That's not gonna work. That's probably not gonna work. Does the stun grenade also have like the sensor on it though? I feel like this is gonna go horrendously wrong. But you know.
ごちゃごちゃ言ってる暇があったら。
待て、剣。どこへ？
I'm just going in. Guns blazing. Dash into the crowd of captors, crying out like a madman, pointing the Dominator at them, lifting my baton as if I was going to start bashing their heads. They trembled and clutched their steel bats. And 2x4s, the weapons were too long for them to handle. They tried running away, only to end up hitting each other. One of them tripped over the Molotov and it burst into flames. I couldn't just watch as I took my jacket and covered the flames. Stomping, I tried to put them out. I'll start pain at the back of my head as the flames reach. Of course, you know. Uh-huh. This is the same situation though. They could just trip over the Molotov, right? I pulled out my stun grenade. The others nodded, and then I put on my protective eyewear, earplugs. Here goes nothing. Oh, Jesus. So I feel in Honkai. It was very effective. The flashbang knocked out all of the captors in an instant. Hostages suffered too, but they were still alive.
起こして情報を聞き出せないか。
不可能です。
ギノ、こいつらにドミネーターを向けてみろ。
Tetraginosa did so, as did
犯
I.
罪係数アンダー50、執行対象ではありません。犯罪係数アンダー40、執行対象ではありません。
やっぱり潜在犯じゃねえぞ、こいつら。
Was I supposed to ambush them?
無事に保護できてよかったじゃない。
Does the ambush go well?
ガミさんに賛成だ。ギノザさん。 あんたも自分のドミネーターで確かめてみろよ。奴らが話の通じる相手かどうか。
そんなことは。
Ginoza looked at stern as ever. He whipped out his Dominator and aimed it at one of them. It's like 50, right?
犯罪係数アンダー50、執行対象ではありません。犯罪係数アンダー40、執行対象ではありません。
They weren't targets for enforcement, even though we were ordered to order them to surrender. All we could do was point the guns at them, prepare for the worst. After Ginoza's face turned pale, he made up his mind and signaled for us to move forward. We had no choice but to disobey the civil system. His son is our cue to rush them.
公安局刑事課だ。
The guns can't do anything.
抵抗する奴は容赦しねえぞ。
We expressed them with ease. The captors were taken into custody, safe now without any resistance. What? What? Okay. They managed to answer some of our questions. They said there were other students. Oh, there were other students in Central Campus. The captors were in the worst shape.
情緒不安定だな。薬の依存症に由来する症状に似ている。
Okay, they're all drugged.
しかし、彼らは市販のメンタルサプリ類しか服用していないと主張しています。
事実だとすれば妙だな。
仮に違法ドラッグを使っているとすれば、その時点で犯罪係数は上昇する。だが、こいつらのサイコパスに問題はない。
やましいところはないってことか。
これもまた、真の中心人物の差し金としたら、そいつは一体どんな魔法を使っているんだ。
Ultimately, we had secured the 6 captors. We still might have a chance to question the hostages, but time was ticking. The hues were only worsening. Why would I interrogate them? Interrogate sounds so bad. I know it's just questioning them, but bro. Seemed impossible to get anything out of them. Suspecting drug withdrawal, Inspector Ginoza searched their pockets, but he only found mental supplements. Seemed like they were just confused. Told the hostages of the escape route so they could get themselves to safety, and then we contacted Miss Karanomori. Okay. We don't trust but to continue. Then we rushed ahead. Let's go. After checking the first floor, we discussed our next course of action by taking the staircase. What should I do? What's on the second floor? Probably nothing. I'm gonna look at the second floor though. Second floor hasn't been searched, so we should check it before anyone else might get ambushed later. Check the stairs, the second floor. Search the second floor, that's a waste of time. Okay. Let me load so I don't waste time. Head out the passage. At least we saved those 5 people, right? Those 5? Quiet, no voices or laughter. We didn't sense there was anybody on this floor, so we moved towards the main campus. At the end of the corridor, we all stopped. We carefully looked around for any signs.
誰もいないようだな。
よし、このまま本校舎へ入る。油断するな。
Right when we entered, Ginoza stopped.
空の森から連絡だ。国塚、回線を。
了解。
Staying hidden in the shadows, we turned on our wristcom communications and switched to the silent mode.
立てこもり犯から押収した薬の分析結果が出たわ。
What types of drugs were found on the students? All of them are readily available mental supplements. They improved the hue and weren't harmful in any way.
でもね、彼らが飲んでたのは薬のカクテル。4種類をそれぞれ決まった割合で組み合わせたものよ。そう。
It dramatically improved the hue, bringing a bright, clear color, even to latent criminals.
それって悪影響はねえのか？
ないわけないじゃない。
The cocktail affected their prefrontal cortex and inhibited the ability to detect stress. The effects spread across all areas, decreasing brain activity.
感じなくなるのはストレスだけじゃないわ。痛み、恐怖、怪我や病気への警戒心。自己保存のために備わっているそうした機能が次々と死に絶えていく。もちろん思考能力もね。
To top it off, the decline of stress tolerance and other cognitive abilities led to a lack of self-control. If they felt any stress, they'd snap and go berserk.
それで連中はあんな風だったのか。
それと、これは茜ちゃんのチームが調べたことなんだけどね。立てこもり犯にサプリのカクテルを教えたの。
Is that the girl? Because the alpha said he was like, I can go to her.
女?
Is it the girl that was in the first case? Yeah, the nurse's office.
二人っきり？誰と？
剣くんたちが探してる犯人かもしれないわ。
Yotaro, Beneako. They have pipe bombs?
保健室か。一体何をやってんだ？
See, like, I don't think a Molotov is too rough to make, but they just have pipe bombs?
さあ、でも興味あるわよね。
なあ、ギノザさん。首謀者の船岡なんかよりも、まずその二人を抑えた方がいいんじゃねえのか。
賛成だ。
空の森、ご苦労。また何か分かったら連絡をくれ。
はいはい、じゃあね。
我々だけで行動するのはここまでだ。一旦、常森たちと合流し、情報共有後、次の手を打つ。
了解。
Where did they go again? I completely blanked where they were
大き
going.
な声を出さないで。
お。
Like a god, he was omnipresent. Okay. He controlled the cameras. He watched was one with the network. Everything was under his watchful eyes, including what was happening in the school.
すごいなあ。人間って不快なことを排除するためなら本当に何でもするね。
But his mutterings went unanswered.
やっぱり一気に楽にしてあげようかな。その方がよっぽど人間のためだよね。
Okay. With the bat of his eyelids, he shifted his view and saw the great many scenes, including the intruders within the school.
また邪魔しに来たの？でも今回は無理じゃないかな。だってみんなとっても色相が綺麗で幸せだもんね。
Okay, it was her. There was no response from the one he called out to.
ねえ、眠ってしまったの？もったいないよ。こんなに楽しい実験中なのに見ないなんて。
寝てないよ。
Voice sounded thick as air bubbles rising from the depths of the swamp. In her new form, the girl was long past the age of innocence. In the life she used to lead.
なんだか。
しょうがないよ。これが人間の本質なんだ。それを見極めるため僕はこの実験を計画した。君の助けを借りてね。
どうでもいい。みんな喧嘩なんかしないで仲良くすればいいのに。
大丈夫。もうすぐみんなも君と同じように幸せにな
Oh
るよ。
yes, she's the happiest person I've seen in my life. He knelt beside her, stroking her hair, gazing at her. His eyes flashed, numerous digits flowed, and then faded away.
ほら、君の色相はこんな
Because
に
you're
クリアだ。
drugging her. Smile, he pulled out 4 pills, and then
このカクテル、ヘブンズドアーさえあれば、君の色相はクリアなままだ。
okay. She fell into a deep slumber, but her eyes remained open like a fish underwater. Her life was now submerged inside out.
木野座さん。
I found out some bad news.
遅くなった。これより潜入班、突入班は合流し、共通目的のため行動する。情報共有は問題なかろうが、念のため確認する。
発見後の処遇はどうしますか？保護か、それとも確保か。
そいつは見つけてからのお楽しみってやつだろう。なあ。
そうだな。相手の犯罪係数次第だ。
Where's Kagari? See him. Let me see the boy.
人質の救出はまず主犯を抑えてからということですね。
そう認識してくれ。
よし。だったら早速敵の本丸へ乗り込もうぜ。
Okay, go.
保健室ってどこだっけ？
すぐそこだ。もうじきボスのお出ましだぜ。
Central campus, heart of the first floor. That was where the nurse's office lied. Is there only one nurse's office on this entire campus? For 3 buildings?
おっと、敵さんだ。
The 8 student captors, same as us, but they also had 5 hostages. Cowards. They all kept shouting, "Drop your weapons and don't resist." Unfazed, Miss Kugatachi raised her dominator. They all sneered and wouldn't shut up. You think that will work? We have a clear hue. We're the kings of Sybil.
彼らの主張の可否はともかく、色相的には確かにクリアです。
公安局刑事課一係、監視官のギノザだ。話を聞きたい。君たちが服用しているメンタルサプリのカクテルのことだ。
The captors fell silent, looking at one another. Started to whisper. It got louder. Oh, you mean Heaven's Door? Is it dangerous?
ヘブンズドア。それがカクテルの名前なんだな。
They grew louder, shouting over each other. I didn't say anything. It's just a supplement. Yeah, it's legal. I mean... Yeah, actually. They were just all over the counter supplements,
こ
right?
いつら、やましいとは思ってるんだな。
Compared to the other gangs of captors, these idiots seemed a little smarter. Like they were holding up hostages. Yet there might be room for negotiations. Put down your weapon, they shouted. And one of them pointed at me and said, "That metal plate too." What should I do? Alright. Do we need to interrogate these people? They're all brain dead, right?
面倒だ。スタングレネードを使うか。手っ取り早く片付けてやる。
Hiding myself behind the metal plate, I stuck my finger in my ear and made a throwing motion. Others got it. Also held his plate beside me, and the rest had prepped. The captor started yapping. "What are you doing? Put down your weapons." Drowned out their shouts with my earplugs. Through the gap, I chucked a stun grenade. Again, how I feel playing Honkai. After that, a bang and flash, they all dropped to the floor. The hostages were knocked out too, but were otherwise unarmed.
制圧完了。
大雑把なやり方ね。
Do you not like it? Should I go
スピ
back?
ード重視だよ。
この人たちを放置しておくわけにはいきませんよね。
後始末はドローンに任せる。我々が優先すべきは犯人確保だ。
Some argument could be used for anything. Bro. It could be here, yeah. They did say negotiations were possible, right?
なら、お前らもヤバげなもんは捨ててくれ。その
Oh. Shut down. Do you even care about the hostages?
バカかお前ら。
剣さん。
俺はな、執行官だ。潜在犯なんだよ。お前らみたいにクリアカラー気取っちゃいねえ。そんな俺が見ず知らずの人質と自分の身、どっちが大事か。賢いお前らになら分かりそうなもんじゃねえか。
Yeah, pretty bad, but the Inspector Ginoza didn't say a word, and neither did Miss Tsunemori. Maybe they were waiting to see what I was trying to pull off. Guess it worked though. Seemed I got under their skin and they made some threats. The looks on their faces betrayed them as they glanced back and forth at each other.
何を言っても無駄だ。こいつは身を守るための道具だからな。お前ら、こいつの使い方を知ってるか？いいか、まずこう構えて。
So the kids were like fish to bait and staring at me wide-eyed. Lifted up the metal plate and... I bull rushed them on my mark. The rest of the enforcers dashed forward. After a few seconds, we apprehended them. That worked? Alright.
時間が惜しい。人質には自力で安全な場所まで戻ってもらう。国塚、誘導用のドローンを手配しろ。
了解。待機中の機体に指示を出します。
We rushed forward to the nurse's office. Yeah, they were pretty dumb. Got there, we could hear voices behind the closed door. It sounded like a girl weeping and someone else consoling her. Inspector Ginoza used the master key we got from the administrator, flung the door open, and barged right in. Heyo, I see you're completely mentally healthy. The girl was sound asleep just a moment ago, and now screaming.
どうしようやっぱりもう終わりだよ。なんでどうしてこんなことになったの？
どうしたんだい？君には何にも心配はないはずだろ。ほら、ご覧よ。君の色相はクリアカラーだ。
変だよ、こんなの。色相はこんなに綺麗なのに、どうしてこんなに怖いの？怖いよ。
落ち着いて。僕がいるじゃないか。
Calm down.
あなたじゃダメ。お薬よ。あれがなきゃダメ。
僕じゃダメなの
Boy fell silent, but only for a moment. Gradually, he forced a sweet smile. Spoke in a soothing tone.
ヘブンズドアーの処方は僕が作ったんだよ。僕がいなければ君たちは幸せになれなかった。
See, you actually messed up her life, like entirely. Like, you're the one who told the other dude to kidnap her, and that's why she got like ostracized at her school.
そうよ。ね、お薬ちょうだい。
Oh, now you get addicted after like one use of it? Bro.
買ってくる。君が？
あんなのどこでも買える薬だもの。
君は僕がいなくてもいいって言うの
The girl slapped the boy's hands off her and pushed off him.
買えるもんか。あれだけの薬を、あれだけの量。用意したのは僕だ。配ったのも僕だ。ねえ君、僕がいるから君は幸せになれたんだよ。
The girl cowered and stared at the youth, her face pale. She looked away and then asked.
怒ったの？
Probably.
怒ってないよ。がっかりしただけさ。人間って本当に身の程知らずで感謝を知らないね。
怖いよ。
怖がらなくてもいいんだ。僕は君を幸せにする。実験の結果は最後まで見届けなきゃならないしね。さあ、薬ならまだまだたっぷりある。欲しい？
No.
ちょうだい、早く。
The girl now clung to the boy's knees, stroked her hair gently, and whispered, What the heck is this? Numbers flashed in the boy's eye as he calculated the situation, but no one understood the results, not even the boy himself. Yo, in his calculations, he's like, oh man, she kinda messed up. He's like, did I do that? Whoops. Pulled a variety of supplements from his pocket. Didn't seem to be the proper amounts, but he knew types and dosages, so no problem with it. However, there was a problem: the limits of the drug's efficacy. To him, it was minor. It's nothing more important than people's happiness, he thought. Are you gonna kill her? As he whispered to her, the door opens. Glanced at the intruders. I saw them. All along, the alumni who taught this student the recipe of the Heaven's Door was her, poor girl. Now I know why she was returning to the city. The boy with the golden hair and red eyes slipped his hand under Shiori's mouth. She fired whatever pills was being crushed.
Shiori-san!
Yeah, she's dead. She fell out to Miss Tsunori's arms after convulsing, bent forward, grinding her teeth. For her own good, Miss Kuyatachi stuffed a hanger. Okay, she's vommy time. It's vommy time. Tension in Shuri's face disappeared. Her eyes wide, and she looked like a dead fish.
Shiori-san! Shiori-san!
動かさないで。脳機能に何らかの異常が出ている可能性が高い。すぐに治療する必要が。
Miss Tanashiko slowly tread off, as if knowing it was already too late. She looked up, glared at the grinning boy.
あなたがやったんですね。
名前を呼んでくれないかな。僕はもう名乗ってあるよ。アルファって言うんだ。
アルファ。
Hikari, he wears the same name as the AI you built.
てめえが全ての元凶なんだな、アルファ。
実験を執り行ったのがこの僕かってこと？だったらその通りさ。
That's a pretty wide scale, like, that's a pretty big experiment on a lot of people at once. Usually you start on a few people or like just one. Cinemata whipped out her Dominator. I was so close to Alpha that I could almost kiss it. That's not how you use a gun. No.
なんでこんなこと。
どうした、常森。
Because he's not human. He's only an AI.
人間ってさ、欠陥品なんだ。幸せへの道しるべがはっきりと示されてる。
Would this have worked if he had a human brain
その
though?
通りに動けない。
That's how the AI. That's how his model AI was supposed to be made.
常森、答えろ。
木野座さん、確認してください。ドミネーターが。
だから僕は導いてあげることにしたんだ。
Dragnoza raised his Dominator. As to the rest of us, we aimed to continue to talk, his red eyes shimmering under the light.
もっと簡単に彼らを幸せにしてあげたい。そのための方法がヘブンズ・ドアーだ。彼らを作り変えるためのこの僕が見つけたやり方さ。
Dominator didn't recognize its target. There was no doubting it. For some reason, Sybil's eyes didn't see Alpha. It spawned right in front of us.
君たち公安局刑事課一係は僕の邪魔ばかりしたよね。でも君たちは犯罪係数の高い存在しか捉えられない。
貴様は何者だ？
僕はアルファ、シビラの申し子。人を幸せに導くため
I
作ら
love
れた
God
AI さ。
complexes.
AI だと？バカな。 貴様みたいな高度な思考
No,
処
it's
理
the
を
one
行
that
う
Yukari
AI が
made.
開発されたなど聞いたこともない。ギノ、事実を見ろ。ドミネーターが認識できない存在がここにいる。そいつは人間だと思うか？
僕は人間だ。
You got all your AI knowledge off of humans. Screen finally shattering his smile, numbers started flashing in his eye. Alpha seemed unstable, and he started talking to himself. We had to end this
いや
fast.
違う。僕は AI だ。人間なんかじゃない。でも僕は人間として作られた。作られた？誰に？僕を。
Yeah, yeah.
あなたは一体誰？
Shikatashi stood up, still staring at the boy. But he didn't look at her. Instead, he stared down like someone trying to retrace their steps, looking for something they lost.
僕はアルファだ。僕には名前がちゃんとある。そうだ。お母さんがつけてくれたんだ。
He is unfinished.
お母さ
Yeah.
んが。
Because, yeah, he was like developed off of the main character's personality, but they definitely killed Yukari too soon for him to be finished. Yeah.
ゆかりだ。そうだな。
ゆかり。
He gazed at me with his blood red eyes. Those red eyes. The one from the AI before I knew it. The one I knew before. The one that Yukari built.
剣。君は剣。僕の敵だ。なのに君は
Because I know
僕のことを知って
know
る
your
の。
mother.
ああ、多分な。昔のお前とは大違いだが。お前のお母さんならよく知ってる。姫川ゆかりだ。
わからない。
しらばっくれるな！ゆかりはどこだ？言え！
She's right there. But she's been taken over by probably the Sybil system.
知らない。わからない。思い出せないんだ。
あなたも記憶を私と同じように。
Alpha didn't answer. He just stood there, trembling like a lost boy. Without thinking, I reached my hand out towards him.
やめて!
So I my hand back, and it throbs.
僕は君なんか嫌いだ。君は敵だもの。そうとも。君たちに邪魔されてる場合じゃないんだ。
なぜ？
お母さんに褒めてもらうためさ。
But she's dead, sir. Screaming, Alpha pushed away Miss Kuwatachi. I caught her before she could fall. Body was shaking. She was hurting inside, just like the boy was. Alpha looked at me, clutching a metal pipe. I expected him to throw it at me. He said he ran for the door. Luckily, Masa and Shu were there, blocked him from leaving. Please don't kill them. I like them both.
そういうわけにはいかねえよ。
お前さんには擬態の盗難容疑がかかってる。執行対象にはできなくとも重要参考人に変わりはない。
僕の邪魔をする
な。Did he hit your head? Oh, his arm. Okay.
邪魔だ!
By a hair's breadth, Shu dodged the metal pipe that aimed right for his head. Yeah, please don't. Please don't. He's my favorite.
組みつこうとするな。警棒を使え。
Blocking the door, Kogami pulled his baton. All of a sudden, Alpha stopped and tilted his head and asked,
君の名前は?
鴻上信也。
鴻上。覚えておくよ。君はちょっと違うね。
What? Charge at one another. The battle was like a dance. All their movements were in sync, counterattacking and blocking. Okay. He has a Sybil system, right?
長引かせてはダメ。
So he's like all the knowledge he could potentially ever need.
人間には勝てない。
あんた、もう大丈夫なのか？
私のことより彼を止めることの方が大事です。
She gently pushed me away and stood up, no longer shaking, but staring at Alpha.
スを止めるにはどうしたらいい？
I don't think she would know the cyborg's weakness. I don't think dropping the drug patent will do much. Dominator wouldn't do anything. But it's 2 or 3 right now. Please. I have to like constantly click for that. I can't hold it down. What do you guys think? Because I don't think she'll remember what his weaknesses are. I think Kogami's like the best at fighting here. The number 1 will definitely not do anything. You're going to bed, stuff. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you rest well. Happy New Year again. Almost 2 a.m. Me too. Me too. EST gang, let's go. I was not gonna finish this today, but I'm pretty sure we're at the end. So I'm like, alright, let's go. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good week. I rush head on towards the Alpha. Yes. And down and somehow disappeared as someone and fell. Did you beat us up, sir? The next thing I knew, Gami joined in and bashing the Alpha with his baton, sending AI flying, and the metal pipe was flung out of his limp arm as the arm clanked on the floor.
タクちゃん距離近すぎるって巻き込まれたらザクロだぞ鉄砲を使えいらねえ
Oh yeah, I still had a stun grenade, didn't I? Would that work on him? I hopped back on my feet and charged at him again. This time, I grabbed onto his waist, ready to body slam him. Grappling was my forte. Oh yeah, you're wrestling. Yet again, Alpha managed to slip out of my grasp and takes me this thing toward my head. I don't think we're okay. Middle bashed against bone. I barely avoided a direct hit. He's still on my shoulder. I stumbled and fell on my back, but then Gami smashed his baton against the back of the AI's neck. It was forbidden to hit anything from the neck up. So was it an accident? No, probably not. It's not a person though, so it should be okay. As Alpha's friend left him, he tried to escape. Thank you, Kogami. You're a real one. Gami swung his baton like a baseball bat and bashed in Alpha's temple. I hear the crackling. I powered through the pain in my left shoulder and grabbed his collar. He looked at me with those red eyes. In the left one, a series of numbers continued to flash. I had no idea what it meant. I'm probably sure I've done that. I can reload. Let's see where this goes though. Number slowly stopped.
逃げられました。
He can just go like that? He doesn't need to be plugged in anything?
俺のミスだ。
いや、事故さ。本気でやらなきゃこっちがやられてた。
What was the other option? Ask the one girl for... I don't think she would remember, but we can see.
久我たち城、あんたなら医療用擬態の弱点を知ってるだろう。
弱点。服装情報によるネルバゴースト問題がそれに該当するかもしれません。
専門用語で言うな。
過大な情報入力が複数同時に発生すると内部情報処理に混乱が起こり動作にラグが出ます。具体的には視覚および聴覚への刺激が域値を超えた場合、医療用擬態は最悪停止します。
その刺激は光や音でもいいのか。
理想的です。
Throw the stun grenade.
スタングレネードによる
That's what, yeah. Okay, that's. I wanted to get there.
全員対処せよ。
I would have thrown it if they had given that option initially.
了解。
As I have in almost every situation. All right, Kogami. You're going to be blind and deaf for a little bit.
何？
Shu shouted to avert the AI's attention, carried a stun grenade in one hand, and put his mask and earplug on with the other.
何人かかってきたって平気だ。僕は疲れを知らないからね。
そいつは羨ましいこったな。
Don't die, sir. Carrying his metal plate, Masa rushed in. Alpha dodged, gave Gami enough time to put on his gear. That stun grenade is so overpowered.
もう一丁。
You had another one?
なんだこれ、頭だ。おらおら、ふらついてんぞ僕ちゃん。ノイズが発生している。頭の中で光と音のエコーが。
Oh, he can't get away now, right?
0.2 秒のタイムラグを取って攻撃する。行くぞ。
It really does feel like Honkai. Oh, jeez. I need sunglasses for these games.
もろいな。
Guy Roundhouse kicked Alpha's stomach, sending the AI flying towards the wall, and then... Oh, thank you for the care package, I appreciate it. Oh, my arm cracked, not my back, oh no. Oh, the same thing. At least we didn't get beat up this time. Attacker's aim is smashing a small frame and weights against the wall. His cyberized body was made to emulate a boy, and it was now broken. Alpha's head shook and an eerie noise emerged.
データ障害を起こしています。この状態を解消するには機能のリセットしか方法はありません。
その場合、奴の記憶はどうなる？
消滅するわけではありません。ただ、読み出しができるかどうかは。
Oh, is this worse?
壊れるな。聞きたいことがあるんだ。
Looked at me, those red eyes. The left one with a series of numbers continued to flash, but I had no idea what it meant.
僕は壊れないよ。アルファ。一時退避。実験終了。機体廃棄。アルファ。
The number stopped. Okay.
彼はおそらくネットワークへ
Is
デ
there
ー
a
タ
way
移
to
行し
stop him from
擬態
transferring?
を捨てたのでしょう。
くそ。この手に捕まえたってのによ。
From then on, we faced no difficulties. Safely securing the captors and rescuing the hostages were done without delay. The leader, who had most of the captors and hostages with him, proved to be nothing more than a kid without much of a struggle. He was apprehended. All the students, both hostages and captors, were taken to the hospital. There they received mental care assistance. Unfortunately, the main criminal Alpha evaded us, and we were able to apprehend the other perp.
ユーストレス欠乏症脳梗塞って聞いたことある？
No.
名前だけは。
Apparently Hakane has.
そう。メンタルサプリやストレスケアに過剰に依存する環境下で発症すると言われている疾患よ。
So that entire
この状態に
school.
陥ると外界からのあらゆる刺激に対する反応が失われ、やがて衰弱死する。
松方しおりはそういう状態だったってことか。
さすがの私も実際のケースは初めて見たけど、あらゆる所見がいわゆるユーストレス欠乏症脳梗塞の症状と合致するのよ。
それってまだはっきりと認められた症例ではありませんよね。
くだらん。薬物により脳機能が損傷したに過ぎないだろ
う。Yeah.
仮に木の座監視官のおっしゃる通りだとしても。
Sakura-Tachi, who looked deep in thought, started speaking.
ユーストレス欠乏症はストレスケアへの過剰依存により徐々に自律神経が壊れていく病気とされています。発症基準は長期間にわたるものです。
I wanna go look at my tips. Oh, I'm so sorry I cut you off. It's an E, right? Formerly referred to as eustress deficiency cerebral infraction syndrome. Due to the peaceful society brought by the civil system, a rare, mysterious disease has emerged. It is an incurable disease, illness where patients lose any and all stimulation, absent the vegetative state, and then die. Lovely. So he did kill her. Chronic and excessive anti-stress supplements are thought to lead to the perplexing illness. As the civil system tried to create a world of absent stress, especially its presence is denied. Oh. So it's like, no, that doesn't exist. Everyone just be happy. Okay. I love the welfare office.
だから俺が言っているだろう。薬物の過剰摂取による症状だと。
その症状が意図せざる事故ではなく、犯人の目的だとしたら。
何？それじゃ君はまさか。
He quite literally did indeed say, I can help you this other way. Because you're not happy.
アルファは彼が開発したメンタルサプリのカクテルの処方を名付けていました。ヘブンズドアと。彼が開いた扉はこの世ではないところへ通じていたのです。
人間を幸せにするってそういうことかよ。
苦痛を感じず色相も濁らせずに生きること、それが幸せというならユーストレス欠乏性脳梗塞こそがまさに人間の理想の末路ってわけか。
And that's his happiness he decided on, probably.
そんなの生きてるって言えんのか？
アルファにとっては大きな問題ではなかったのでしょう。
彼は自らを AI と名乗っていた。それが事実だとすれば、彼の非人間的な発想も理解できないわけではないけれど。
そのくせ奴は自分を人間だとも言い張ってた。矛盾した言動だ。ここに奴の動機の鍵がありそうだな。
松方しおりは主犯の一人で、同時に最
to the
初の犠牲者だ
update was on,
ったわけね。
彼女はアルファによって選ばれたのでしょう。佐藤春人の事件に巻き込まれたことで失われた彼女の幸せを取り戻すため、春人の協力者だったアルファは動いたんです。
かわいそうな女の子を幸せにするためにってか。ふざけやがって。
幸い、
Oh, I didn't have a
迅
choice
速な
there.
対処ができた
That
お
was
か
a
げで
turning point.
松方しおりと同様の症状を発症した者は報告されていない。人質となった者た
Let's
ちは
go. I did it
色相
right.
はすでに改善へ向けて推移しているとのことだ。
犠牲は最小限で済んだということですね。けれど、無論ゼロではなかった。
Could I save everyone?
気の毒だけど、松方しおりの回復は望めないわね。
こんなものが幸せかよ。
剣、お前はアルファを知っていたんだな。
昔、幼馴染が同じ名の AI を育ててた。
貴様が探しているという女性のことだな。
His the only person he knows in his entire life.
姫川ゆかり。
Yeah, you probably should remember that. It's literally the only person he's talked about the entire time.
あいつは人間の感情が理解できなかった。久方事情、あんたと同じだ。
ええ、剣執行官、まさにそうです。私もそうなんです。不思議な巡り合わせですけれど。
あいつは、ゆかりはそのことで悩んでた。だから AI を作った。心を持った AI を。そいつの名がアルファ。
お。
その試みはうまくいったの？
You know, she went missing
さ
before.
あな。俺が知ってるのは、まだゆかりが子育てに勤しんでた頃だ。生まれたてのアルファは赤ん坊みたいなものだった。
でも彼女はそれを理解できないのでは？
そうさ。だからゆかり自身も学んでたんだ。あいつは言ってた。アルファのモデルはこの俺だって。感情豊かで見ていて参考になるって。
Is the storyline the same if you pick the other character?
あいつはゆかりは消えちまった。俺には何にも知らせずに。もし今も研究を続けてるんだとしたら、アルファはあいつがとうとう完成させた我が子かもしれない。
I don't know about all grown up. They've compared him to a child multiple times.
自立行動が可能な AI は未だ実現されてはいない。アルファを操っているのは奴自身ではなく別の誰かだ。
なら、そいつは誰だ？どこにいるんだ？
その質問に答えられるだけの材料は現状では揃っていない。ただ、今回のアルファをめぐる一連の事件に姫川ゆかりという人物が関わっている可能性は考慮すべきだろう。
ギノザ監視官、あなたがおっしゃっておられることは姫川ゆかりが重要参考人だという意味でしょうか？
その判断を下すのもまだ早い。まず考えるべきは彼女の行方を突き止めることだ。
それじゃあギノザさん、あんたも調べてくれるんだな。
やってみよう。
そいつは
He's so nice to us. He's literally not that nice. He's not that nice in the anime. That was a good thing. Well, whether it was a good thing or not, at least I was making progress moving toward her and finally closer to seeing her again.
ゆかり、必ず見つけ出してやる。
For now, the riot incident had been closed. A few victims still remains. The recipe for Heaven's Door was sent to our Tokyo headquarters, and supplement usage for every person was strictly monitored, so that none of this would be made public. Oh, okay. Without the public's knowledge, a ban act was put into effect. Disclaimer for the supplements remained the same. However, this message was added: supplements should be taken with the recommended dosage in a proper manner. Oh, that's it? That's all they... Okay. We cannot track down Alpha's whereabouts. Shiori Matsukata had been placed in the same hospital, but we weren't able to visit her, much less know what ward she was being housed in. She was the victim of the first case, and we didn't expect she'd reach such an untimely end. Ms. Kugatachi seemed to regret the whole situation, as did I. Or was it simply my imagination? Was there anything more I could have done? I got a bad end. Oh, I got one of the endings. Not a bad ending, but did we really manage to save anyone? I wrestled with my thoughts, trying to figure out the pendulum of right and wrong, good and evil, and what was what it could be. And suddenly, we received a new order. An increased drone presence had been established in the Seto Marine City, and the mental health exam was done. So we, Division 1, were set to return to Tokyo. Hello, old man.
ああ、俺だ。正岡だ。帰り支度はできたかとはいえ、
I don't even think he's
戻
that
って
old,
も
by
す
the
ぐに
way.
二
I
ほ
think
ど
he's
きは
like
せん方がいいかもしれん。
50.
根拠？なにただの勘さ。 お前さんも好きなデカの勘ってやつだよ。上からの命令じゃ仕方ないが、どうも引っかかるものがあってな。お前も感じてるだろう。この町でまた何かが起きる。まあ単なる気のせいかもしれんがな。そうあってほしいとも思っちゃいる。とはいえ気は引き締めておけ。一寸先は闇とはよく言ったもんで、世の中何が起きるか分かったもんじゃないからな。
God, no. No! This helicopter is so loud.
これは命令だ。剣執行官。我々がどうこうできる問題ではない。
おっしゃる通りです、木の座監視官。しかし、このまま終わりになるとは思えません。私たちはまたこの町へ帰ってくる。
Miss Kugatachi's prediction, however, did not occur because I got the not true ending. After we returned to Tokyo, Sadamarun City was quiet. It's almost as if those recurring cases were all just one bad dream. But no one was able to breathe easily.
嵐の前の静けさってやつかな。
このままで済むはずがない。いずれ何かが起こる。
かけようぜ。今度は何があると思う？いって、おいクニッチ、気安く叩くなよ。
不謹慎すぎんのよ、あんたは。
もしまたあの町で何かがあったら、その時私たちは事件に関われるんでしょうか？
Maybe.
家庭の話は無意味だ。
そうでしょうか。あらゆる家庭の問題について考え尽くすことは英知ある人間としての義務ではないのでしょうか。
そんなことが人間に可能だと思うのか。目の前にあることを考えるだけで精一杯。それが人間というものだ。
そうかもしれませんけれど、アルファならどうでしょ
う。同じことだ。奴は所詮人間だ。おのずと限界がある。
あいつが人間か、それとも AI。俺にはわからない。だがいずれにせよ完璧じゃない。だからこそ。あいつは何かをやらかす。必ずだ。
That was my conviction, or maybe that's what I wanted.
あの町へ戻れば、ゆかりの手がかりがつかめるかもしれない。そんな夢を、俺はまだ心のどこかで抱き続けている。
Is that the end? Oh! I keep thinking I'm not. It keeps rolling me back in. I'm like, true ending? All night shortly after we arrived back in Tokyo. I don't think my heel was too high.
常森です。夜分すいません。どうしても一言お伝えしておきたくて。剣さん、私なんかよりずっと刑事に向いてると思います。着任以来大活躍ですごいなって思って見てて、剣さんがいたからこそ救えた人もいっぱいいて、だからこれからも頑張ってください。こんなこと私から言うのも変かなって思いますけど、剣さんが一係に来てくれてよかったなって。すいません、剣さん。貴重な時間をいただいてしまって。私ももっと頑張らなくちゃ。これからもよろしくお願いします。
剣か。今常森と話していたようだが、いや、要件を詮索するつもりはない。無論承知のこととは思うが、我々監視官は執行官とは違う。必要以上に親しくなることは避けてもらいたい。監視官に悪影響を及ぼしかねないからな。まあいい。話がある。カウンセリングルームへ来てくれ。
Okay.
今すぐ
I'm here for my counseling.
以上だ。
My 3 a.m. counseling? Oh no, sorry, it's 2 a.m. counseling.
医療用擬態盗難事件について一つ進展があった。
そんな話をするために俺を個室へ呼び出したの
Are we
か。
good?
この情報には閲覧制限がある。これまでの経緯もあり、貴様には特別に伝えておくことにした。
何が分かったんだ。
擬態の発注者が判明した。
Yeah. Stolen cyborg was ordered for the sixth tower. It's never used. It was donated to Submarine City's national hospital. Reasons for purchase were unknown.
誰なんだ発注。
Oh. Pushing his glasses up to the bridge of his nose, he Inspector Ginoza looked right at me and said,
姫川ゆかり。
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
念のため繰り返しておくが、これは機密事項だ。本来なら俺でも触れない局長クラス以上の閲覧制限が課されている。今回は特例として認められた。加瀬局長に感謝するんだな。
そこまで秘密にされる理由は何だ。
姫川ゆかりは重大事件の被疑者となっている。
被疑者？ゆかりが？
No one knew of the incident known as the Nasia case, as it would have been humiliating for the Ministry of Welfare. Hold on. What was it? It's an E, right? E. Serial murder involving patients who were admitted to the Sixth Tower for idiopathic cerebral infraction. All victims were patients who were youth. Oh. There's victims suffering from the estrus deficiency. This incurable syndrome was deemed non-existent, thus was kept a secret from the public. Oh. I see. The Sixth Tower, where Yukari had worked, suburb was purchased. All of a sudden, the comatose patients began dying.
ユーストレス欠乏性脳梗塞の患者ってことか。
そんな病は存在しない。都市伝説だ。
But we saw it.
病気の存在を認めれば、同時にこの社会の抱える問題を認めたことになっちまう。そういうわけか。
貴様のようなおしゃべりに聞かせて構わない情報とは思えんが。どうだ？
オッケー。黙ってるよ。
Okay. Go tell everyone. The unnatural death suggested that someone was involved. Whoever it was that euthanized the victims, freeing them from their stagnant lives with painless death.
脳梗塞患者安楽死事件。問題は、これらの死が患者本人はもとより、家族の同意さえ受けず、一方的に与えられた点
was
だ。
a medical
しかも、
worker.
おそらくは専門家の手で。
An expert at Sixth Tower, the heart of the Ministry of Welfare. A killer had lurked about. Of course, there were no surprises.
ゆかりがやったという証拠。
その質問には答えようがない。事件の捜査は途中で打ち切られている。被疑者、姫川ゆかりの所在も不明だ。
They took her brain.
そんなバカな話があるか。
ここにある。
We stared at each other, not saying a word. Then, after adjusting his glasses once more, Inspector Ginoza calmly spoke.
あるんだ、剣。バカな話なんか、この世にはいくらでも。これ以上の情報にアクセスするには、局長にでもならなければ無理だ。
Why hadn't the medical cyborg been donated? It had been connected to the suspect in that case. No one could use it while the case was ongoing, and so someone moved it. But it could have been sent anywhere, so I sent it to the Seto Marine City. Or was it intentional? It was the suspect's hometown after all.
いいか、剣。擬態盗難事件は、姫川ゆかりにつながっている。擬態を操っていたアルファの正体は未だ不明だが、奴もまた彼女へとつながるアリアドネの意図だ。
God, the plot is constantly thickening.
その先は出口か、それとも迷宮の奥か。どっちだろうな。
それは、辿ってみなければわからないことだ。
辿っていくことは許されるのか。潜在犯で、デカのこの俺が。
Well, you can go if you have a person with you.
命令という形では出せない。だが、この案件は、加瀬局長も気にかけておられるようだ。そのことは、胸に刻んでおけ。
I can go anywhere as long as I have you with me, or one of the other enforcers.
だがな、ギノザさん。俺にどうしろって言うんだ。アルファのやつは 擬態を捨てていったんだぜ。
だからどうした？
Not the enforcers,
事件
investigators.
そのものがなくなったわけではない。
捜査の結果、何もかもなかったことにされたら。
Inspector Ginoza didn't answer. Somehow I finally reached the end of the day. Even in the evening, the streets were crowded with people, yet, from far away, no matter how many people there were, I felt very alone. I looked at my hue checker. That's exactly what I supposed to do with that. My hue was... If that was my hue, then what was the color of this world's hue? You know, it's mid. Of course, such a question was pointless. The world had no color, no character, no soul, but the premise of the question intrigued me. The system decided to seal a case. Then they had a motive to do so, and a clear reasoning behind it. Who decided this and why? I have to stop this. Thinking about it more will only cloud my hue. No! Stop trying to take those pills! Stop! I thought we were done with those pills. This was food for the people who were bred to live in the society. Eating them made them happy. It wagged their tail, but I felt like eating a piece of dog poop.
剣さん。
Itachi approached and stood next to me. I nodded and looked back into the at the window.
何を見ていらっしゃるのですか？
Nothing. I'm depressed.
過去さ。
思い出ですか？
いや、むしろ知りたくもなかったことだ。だが、知らなければならなかったことでもある。
姫川ゆかりさんに関して何か分かったんですか？
悪いな、監視官。こいつはプライベートな問題だ。あんたも非番の時間だろう。
勤務のシフト的にはそうですが、先ほどあなたの顔を見た瞬間に監視官としての業務が発生しました。
Come with us.
だから声をかけました。
Come with us. If we have an inspector with us, we can go anywhere.
業務？
監視官は部下の健康と福祉、中んづくメンタルケアについて絶えず監督指導し、適正に保つこと。服務規定にはそのように明記されています。
俺は不健康に見えるか？
ひどいものです。
Thank
背
you.
中からも色素の濁りがわか
I
りま
always
す。
look like this.
まるでドブ川の匂いでも漂ってるみたいだな。
執行官はメンタルケアに気を配るべきです。確かにどれだけ色素を改善しようと犯罪係数が減るわけではないという現場執行官の意識及び現実について私も把握してはいますが、しかし執行官がその反社会的な意思を反転させ、色素の改善を積極的に実行しようと思考すれば、犯罪係数減少を実現するのも決して不可能ではない。
ああ、そうかい。だからなんだ、サプリでも飲めってか？いっそアルファのレシピでも試してみるか。
Probably shouldn't joke about that, sir. You probably shouldn't. Someone's literally dead because of that.
その発言はジョークですか？それとも皮肉ですか？まさか本気で実験を試みようと考えてはいませんよね。
そうだったな、監視官。あんたにはストレートに言うしかない。だから言おう。俺のことはほっといてくれ。
そういうわけにはいきません。色素が濁り、犯罪係数も高いのは精神が不安定な状態を示しています。執行官は肉体の健康とともに精神面でのケアを怠ってはならず、常に迅速かつ適正な処置を。
ああ、わかったわかった。しかし俺のことよりもあんた自身はどうなんだ？この前は珍しく調子が悪そうだったじゃないか。
この前と
はアルファを取り逃がした時だ。
あの少年に会った時、確かに私は原因不明の頭痛と動悸に襲われました。診察も受けました。しかし健康面での問題はなく、職務に支障も出てはいません。
無理すんな。なんかあったら言えよ。
あなたに？
Itachi just stared at me. I couldn't sense any mockery or irony out of her voice. It was just a question, plain and simple. Oh, thank you for the care package again. Thank you.
ああ、そうだ。俺に言え。あんたさえ良ければ。
I knew how to deal with someone like her because of Yukari, because she is Yukari, but you know. Wasn't planning on telling Miss Kohashi something like that. They'd be foolish.
久我たちなでしこは姫川ゆかりじゃない。顔がまるで違うし、あいつ
Didn't
が
you say they looked alike
ゆか
earlier?
りがこの俺を忘れるわけがないんだ。
The last time I saw Yukari, like in middle school.
ご好意に感謝します。今のお言葉は記憶しておきます。それはそれとして、剣さん。あなたこそ故郷で起こった立て続けの事件で精神的に疲労しています。
そうかもな。
カウンセリングを受けてみてはいかがですか？
My counseling didn't help me last time. Gosh dang it. Yeah, I'll go.
そうだな。あんたがそう言うなら。
カウンセリングを受けられますか？
Kuyatachi smiled as a rare sight.
笑うと案外可愛いな。
今の発言はセクハラに該当しますよ。
そりゃ悪かった。忘れてくれ。
いいえ、決して忘れません。私は本来記憶力はいいんです。
そうなのか？
多分そんな気がしただけかもしれませんけど。
How come no one thinks that she is Yukari? Counseling sessions are available 24/7 since the Public Safety Bureau didn't have regular working hours. You could receive mental care on the clock if necessary. Due to what I experienced inside of Marine City, I decided to attend counseling since the details of the cases were not disclosed. I was forced to talk mostly with myself. I was asked why I became a detective, as well as the questions on my childhood. Wait, we have a different counselor now? That's not gonna be that helpful. Alright. The lead I finally found that led me to a deeper memory, like I could say. All I could talk about was what I was thinking about and worrying about, nothing more. I was a detective. But then what was a detective anyway? It was difficult for me to answer that question. The counselor asked me another, do you want to touch upon that answer?
わからない。俺はまだ答えを持ってない。だが、デカになってから自分自身についての見方がちょっと変わってきた気がするんだ。
So has your self-perception developed since? The counselor continued with his questions. Like he was, or starting from the book, have you changed? Oh, I see. We're feeling great today.
I'm まだ未熟者だ。デカとしても半人前だし、人間としても半端だ。だがな、
let's go.
まだまだ終わっちゃいないんだ。俺はデカになった。なったというだけだ。これから本物のデカになるんだ。きっと俺にはまだまだできることがある。
Inked out those words from my chest, releasing tension that had been weighing me down. Yeah, one day I'll be a true detective, a real one. A real homie. Returned to my room. The thought of Yukari is still heavy on my mind.
ゆかり、お前が殺人事件の被疑者だなんて。本当にそんなことをやったのか？嘘だと言ってくれ。今すぐ来て、本当のことを言ってくれ。
I should probably just kill them. But now that I was a detective, I doubt others more than I can trust them. It was part of the job after all. Even I can't help doubting
ひょっ
myself.
としたら俺は、ゆかりのことなんか、何も分かってなかったんじゃないのか。もっと会って話せばよかった。進路も、距離も忙しさも言い訳だ。一緒にいれば分かり合えることもあったはずなのに。ゆかり。お前に会いたい。
You might have to die for that. Do you volunteer? A few days later. This is like their room. Whose room is this? This is some. I don't remember whose room this was.
またかよ。お前さっきから泣いてばっかだろ。
休め早めも芸のうちってね。
ほい、いいピン切り。
ロン。
マジ ?100 万じゃん。
国士無双か。えげつないな、おい。
What are they playing?
今日はついてる。もう一曲行こう。
She invited us to. Okay, this mahjong. I never knew what the pieces were called. I can play mahjong. I just don't know what the pieces are called. I'm like, yeah, these match up. Okay, this is Kagari's place though. As the game progressed, we all started to talk about our roles. It's like birds in a cage, and enforcers were trapped as late criminals. We didn't have much to talk about. I confessed too. I told them I became a detective to find my girl, even though I thought they laughed at me, but...
いい女か。
ああ、
すこぶるつきか。
たまらねえよ。
俺にもいっぺん拝ませるよな、タクちゃん。とっときのワインをごちそうするからさ。
その約束忘れんじゃねえぞ、シュウ。
Even if they all forgot, I wouldn't. I could never forget you, Yukari. And my memories of you haven't passed on to these guys.
必ず合わせてやる。びっくりすんなよ。俺の女は特別だ。
I will find it so funny if the only mistake I made was going to counseling. I was busy as usual at the PSB, paperwork for days. Under the civil system, there were guaranteed days off like the black corporations of yesteryear. Unlike the black corporations of yesteryear. It also applied to the enforcers, except we couldn't leave the premises without supervision, and I'd already read everything I could find on Yukari. The analysis of the cyborg was about to begin. At least, that's what I thought, but then I found out some preparations were still needed. So I got rid of my pent-up energy. I went in the training room to fight a sparring robot. Working out helped me drown out a lot of the noise in life. I dodged the robot's right hook and then landed a solid uppercut into its chin. I wanted to connect more hits, but in my frustrated state, my stance was poor. The robot managed to rush me, smash against my ribs, putting me in a bit off balance. Then, it swung its leg at me. I ducked and grabbed its other leg. After bringing it down, I mounted it, hitting it several times until it stopped moving.
見事ね。
Thank you. I definitely could not do that.
国塚城
I looked up and saw Miss Kunizuka. At the entrance, she walked up to me and handed me a sport drink.
どうぞ。
どうも。ってどういう風の吹き回しだ
Still wasn't sure how to deal with Miss Kunizuka. She was silent, just like Miss Kugatachi, but at least you could understand her. Oh, okay.
別に非番だし体を動かそうと思ったら先客がいたからちょっとした差し入れのつもりだけどいらなかった？
いや、ありがたくいただく。ちょうど喉が渇いてたしな。
Gulped down the cold drink. I was the Public Safety Bureau's recommended drink. Oh, okay. Often hydration.
スパープログラムは中レベル？
ま、軽く汗を流すくらいのつもりだしな。最高レベルをフルボッコにするガミさんにはかなわねえ。
She's judging us. She's staring at the now collapsed robot, and sighed as if she's lost all interest. The room became quiet, the air heavy. After all, she was the type of person I could just strike up a conversation with.
国塚城、好きな食べ物っ
Do
て
you guys
あ
have
る
my
か
favorite food? I like popcorn and pancakes, but not together.
カップうどんだけど。
Oh, cup
それが
noodles
何
too,
か？
too. Let's go.
ああ、カップうどん。意外とうまいの多いよな。って、いやそうじゃなくて、州のやつが料理好きだろ？
ああ、かがりはそうだったわね。
Is he good at cooking?
俺も州ほどじゃねえが、ちょっと心得がある。で、まあ今度みんなで飯でもと思ってな。好きなもんとか嫌いなもんとかあったら教えてくれねえかと。
Miss Kunizuka just stared at me. Was she going to turn it down? Well, I guess it could just be a boys' night and a hot pot party. That was the case.
はんぺん
Okay. Let's go.
はんぺんが嫌いなの。特にフライがね。あのモニュモニュした食感好きじゃないわ。
なーに？そりゃお前さん人生半分損してるぜ。おでんに入れた味の染みたはんぺんはうまいだろ
う。別に損をしていると思ったことはないけど。
いや損してるね。よし決めた。シューと二人で超うまいおでんを作る。むしろすり身からはんぺんを作ってやる。だから食え。
嫌よ。
そんなこと言うなよ。本当にうまいはんぺんってふわふわでジュワーっとだし汁が出てうまいんだぞ。
じゃあ聞くけど、あなた嫌いな食べ物はないの？
ないな。俺は何でも美味しくいただくね。
つかぬことを聞くけど、おでんに昆布巻きを入れる派？
いや、それは邪道だろう。昆布巻きとか入れたら全部昆布の味とか匂いが染みつくし。
あるんじゃない嫌いなもの。
いや、今のは誘導尋問だろ。
Like a total idiot. Kunizaki is Kunizuka. Looking and shrugged her shoulders.
国塚城？
体動かしに来たって言ったでしょ。
ああ、邪魔したな。じゃあ俺は先に。
別にいいわよ。どうせだから一勝負しない？あなたが勝ったらそのはんぺん食べてあげる。
よし、その勝負乗った。
I wonder why she had suggested that all of a sudden. Unless she didn't really hate eating fish cakes that much, or maybe she didn't care to eat with other enforcers. To support and share a meal of friends.
だが勝負つっても格闘戦はあれだろ。何で勝負するつもりなんだ？
これよ。
As Kunizuka brought out something from the storage room. Is a table? Oh, table tennis. I'm horrendous at table tennis too.
意外とやるじゃない。
そっちこそな。
Tiny orange ball flew back and forth between us. As in all of Miss Kunizuka's quick wrist action, I still hadn't reclaimed the point I gave away in the previous rally. I lunged for the ball, managing to return it, only for it to get smashed back at me, ricocheted off the table, and bounced into the ground.
強すぎだろ。てか、なんでそんなにうまいんだ？あれか、昔は卓球少女だったのか？
Picked up the ball and returned it to my side. She was calm and focused. I was panting heavily. Since this wasn't like a sparring, I had to figure out some fight left for me.
剣、あなた音楽は聞く？
ああ、聞くことは聞くが、もっぱら非公認のロックが多くてな。佐渡海上市は東京より監視が緩いのもあって、大昔のパンクなんかもよく聞いたもんだ。
そう。
Miss Kunizuka was silent, looking like she was thinking of something. Then her eyes met mine. I didn't think I had said anything wrong, but anyway, I might have offended her. She looked at the ball I was holding.
ところで、サーブ、あなたの番だけど、このまま私の勝ちでいいのかしら？
よくねえよ。
I was afraid that she'd make me eat Kromimaki if I lost. It was kind of interesting to see how she'd react. I wasn't about to quit. I served, and then the rally continued to exchange hits rather than words. The ball glided across the table. She held her paddle with a shake hand grip, swinging it with skill.
中学の選択、球技だったのよ。
卓球か？
そう。バレエやバスケと違って指を痛める危険性が低かったから。
She had avoided sports that might hurt her fingers. Along with the conversation we had had, this meant that she had likely played an instrument. Right now, she wasn't on the glamorous stage. Instead, she was here as an enforcer. Ball bounced to Miss Kunizuka, and she fumbled with her return.
いろいろ。父の影響もあってね。あなたみたいに非公認の音楽もたくさん聞いたわ。
そうか。
picked up the ball and smacked it back with the same timing as Kunizuka had displayed earlier.
自分ではもうやらないのか?
Oh no, we're playing mind games? She stared at me. It felt like I just hit too close to home for her.
すまん。ただ音楽には生き様が出るって言うだろう。今のあんたがどんな音を奏でるのか聞いてみたくなっただけだったんだ。
今の私には奏でる資格なんてないわよ。
Oh. Qualifications, judging by her pursed lips, it wasn't a simple problem that could just be solved by making a request. For an instrument, for her, the problem was internal.
その資格とやらはいつになったらできそうだい？
さあね。永久に無理かもしれないわ。
Felt like I was blasted by the cold air. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of a flame that had been awakened somewhere deep in her, and it lured me in. For whatever reason, my body felt a bit weak after witnessing such a hidden treasure. Be it with Yukari or Miss Kuitachi, or even Miss Kunizuka now. It had nothing to do with love, but all I wanted was to hear Miss Kunizuka make music. For some reason, I knew it would be beautiful.
いつか卓球勝負で俺が勝ったら聞かせてくれよ。
そんな日は永久に来ないわね。
言ったな。見てろよ。
Not saying anything, she tossed the ball in the air and sent it flying at me. It bounced on my side once and then shot past my face.
やっぱり永久に無理そうね。
The layer of sweat became visible across her brow. As Kunizuka picked up the ball, she walked past me.
気が向いたらまた勝負はしてあげるわ。
Aww.
おう、今度こそ絶対に勝つからな。
I shouted to her back as she left the room. One day, I listened to her music. It might have been a long time from now, but I was certain that day would come. Then every treasure chest lies a treasure. The day would come when I wanted to shine again. PSA after that, she made Odin soups with tons of konbumaki.
実験は成功だ。途中で邪魔が入ったけど、
That was my
ヘ
first
ブンズ
achievement.
ドア
I
で
got an
人
achievement
間
for
から
table
自由
tennis.
意志を奪えば、引き換えに幸せを与えられるとはっきりした。あとは実践に移すだけだ。
Even without his cyberized body, he continued to process thoughts and calculating the best way to execute his plan. But immaturity led him to follow impulse rather than logic. As fierce passion burned in his red eyes, he gazed at his hometown of Sotomarin City, watching over all the humans who lived in the soon-to-be doomed streets. What are you gonna do, my guy?
始めよう。みんなを幸せにするんだ。
You converted the entire city's motherboard system, ruining every minuscule portion of it. Not even the city's landscape was overlooked.
この町はゆりかごであり、箱舟でもある。もう心配はいらないよ、人間たち。
I'm glad most of the people have moved out of here.
僕とドローンたちが死ぬまで面倒を見てあげるから。素晴らしいことだろ。君たちは幸せでいられるし、僕も必要とされるんだ。それにしても同じようなことを考えるやつがいたんだ、ね。
You say so. Turn the hollow of a virtual book. It was once a picture book that could be rented from the city's library. He scanned it, reading it over and over
この
again.
世には生きるべき人間と死すべき人間がいる。箱舟に乗れる命の数は限られている。そのことがもう何千年も前のこの本にも書かれてるなんてね。
I would recommend that you don't do that.
かつて人は神が世界を作ったと考えた。今はシステムが世界を動かすし、必要とあらば変えていく。ならば僕は神になろう。君たちにとっての新しい神に。
Not the one you want, but the one you need. This game is
この
wild.
船に乗る資格を持つ すべての幸せなものを。
アルファは AI かそれとも人間か。そんなもん机の前で考えたって答えは出ないが。
Couldn't figure it out. Was much less get out of my head. Everyone else thought long and hard about this too. Almost all of them didn't know this one new
ア
detail.
ルファが使っていた擬態の発注者はゆかりだった。
I couldn't tell everyone this though. He knows it ordered me to keep my lips sealed, but I didn't feel like talking about it anyway.
ゆかりがあいつがどんなつもりで擬態を発注したのか、それがはっきりするまでは明かしたくない。
So why did she purchase that cyberized body that Alpha had used? Cyberized body measured and recorded and reproduced its user's sensory info. To operate it, a brain needed to be linked through a direct link. Oh, though a direct link wouldn't be an option. Couldn't imagine Yukari ordered it for use as a mere puppet. First of all, it wasn't a personal purchase. It was ordered for the Ministry of Welfare's 6th tower. Must have had something to do with the project she was working on. Most likely, Yukari was the leader of the project. She definitely wrote up the specs for the order, and whatever gave her the purpose was for the cyborg was the key.
ゆかりは擬態に何をさせたかったのか。
I honestly have I have no idea. But she probably died, so she didn't really have time to control it, right? But why'd you want it in the first place? I'm gonna ask everyone, but I'm gonna say first. I don't feel like they would say anything. Couldn't come up with a conclusion myself. Maybe I was too close to everything. So I decided to seek out someone else's perspective. Well, what should I ask? Well, who should I ask? Bro, if I ask the inspectors, am I gonna ask basically Yukari? Oh, I'm so sorry.
医療用擬態の発注意図ですか？
Oh, got it. I'm so sorry.
そうだ。何らかの意図があって発注されたはずだろう。一体。
それについては捜査開始の段階ですでに検討しましたよね。医療用擬態の最大の特徴は脳を擬態内部に収納しなくてもオンラインで脳内データと接続できる点です。
それは分かってる。患者の状態をモニターするのが目的なんだろ
う。その通りです。患者の痛みなど固有の体感情報をモニタリングし正確な治療に結びつけること、それが医療用擬態の使い道です。
だがそのうちの一体は佐渡海上市の病院へ寄贈された。無償でまるで捨てるように。なぜだ。俺はな、常森城、
何か通常とは異なる特別な目的に利用されていたと。
そうだ。例えば擬態に接続すべき対象を人間の患者ではなく AI にするとか。
Yes.
AI に肉体はありませんが。
そうさ。だからあえてそれを与えるんだ。擬態という形で。
そんな、まさか進化が起こると。
Yes.
おとぎ話はそのくらいにしておけ。
Ginoza, I didn't see you there.
ギノザさん。
Shot me a cold stares after telling me to get lost. Is he not in the mood to dig deeper into the case?
わかったよ。もう仕事の邪魔はしない。悪かったな、常森城。
剣さん。
I turned back. She was right in front of me.
アルファの擬態については今久我たちさんが徹底的に調べています。何か分かったらすぐにお知らせしますね。
おう、楽しみにしてるぜ。
As I walked out, Ginoza leans into me and whispered,
調べるなとは言わん。もっとうまくやれ。
I'm so sorry.
俺にそんな器用な真似ができると思うか？
警告はしたぞ。
警告？とっ って食われるみたいな言い方だな。
I understood that he only cared and he was worried about me, but I was pissed he was withholding important information from me. That's the Ginozo I know from the anime. Let's. Yeah, he's not nice.
結論から言えば、アルファはやはり AI だったと考えられます。
根拠は？
それを今からご説明しますが、まず前提として、擬態の頭蓋内に人間の脳は収められていなかったことを確認しておきます。
The medical cyborg could directly connect to the patient's brain via online. Oh my god, the bass drop every time. And in theory, this allowed for the wireless control operation of the cyborg. In reality, the log of the cyborg's data was flat. Only time there was a spike of bandwidth transmission was when the alpha was evacuated. During that moment, the server at the middle school processed an urgent transfer, experiencing an influx of data.
アルファの高飛びの痕跡か。
そう考えるのが妥当な解釈でしょ
う。状況証拠に過ぎない。軽率な判断は慎め。
アルファが AI か、それとも遠隔操作によりコントロールされていたかを問わず、擬態内のメモリは使用されましたよね。そこに何らかの痕跡は見つかりませんでしたか？
大部分は消去済みでしたが、わずかな痕跡が見つかりました。解析の結果、既成のプログラムの一部と分かりました。
既成プログラムの一部？何か別のプログラムから流用されたものということですか？
Bro, I don't know.
おっしゃる通りです。
Okay.
そのプログラムってのは一体何だい？
ホームセクレタリ AI の基本システムでした。
なんだと？
びっくりした。大きな声出すなよ、タクちゃん。
Chapter 3 is so long.
すまん。だが聞いてくれ。アルファ、俺が知ってた AI はホームセクレタリー AI を改造して作られたんだ。
マジかよ。大当たりじゃん。
決めつけるな。現時点ではまだ確証が得られたとは言い難い。さらに検討が必要だ。
でもギノザさん、私には遠隔操作説の方が信じがたいです。アルファが自立行動可能な AI だと考えることで、全ての状況証拠が矛盾なく説明できるんじゃありませんか？
その点は俺も認める。だが、これは重大な事案だ。我々だけでは判断できない。
I don't know if Chief is a
まず
good
局
guy.
長に上申し、
Can I look up Chief?
方針決定を仰ぐべきだ。
Can I see what? Hold up. Let me see what Chief who Chief is. I would strongly disagree with that decision of yours. I would avoid that at probably all costs, actually.
自立行動可能な AI が現れたとなれば、シビラシステムによる平和が覆されかねないからな。
口を慎め、大神。
いずれにせよ、事件はまだ終わってはいません。むしろこれからが本番と考えるべきでしょう。
おいおい、不吉なことを言うじゃないか。
アルファは当初、人間の意志に沿い手助けをしていました。その彼が直接自分の意志で手出しをしてきた。しかも彼は言いましたよね、立てこもり事件の時に。
実験終了。確かにそう言っていました。
Yeah.
次は実践ということでしょうか。でも一体何を？
決まってんだろう。人間を幸せにするんだとさ。
どこで？誰を？
Yeah, who? But yeah, he's trying.
それは彼の思惑次第でしょ
野放しにはできんな。できることなら何かが起こる前に。
いや、無理無理。 ドミネーターで判定できねえんだぜ。神ならぬ身の俺たちに止められるわけねえっつの。
それでも備えておくことはできます。次にどんなことが起こったとしてもすぐ対処できるように。
Which one of us is our hacker?
だよな。俺たちはそのためにここにいるんだ。ありがとうよ、久我たち嬢。あんたのおかげで俺たちが目指すものがはっきりしたぜ。
お役に立てれば幸いですが、肝心なのはここからです。私たちには一体何ができるんでしょうね。
Check my hue. It's still the Florida gold. Let's go. No, stop. Stop trying to take those supplements. Whatever. I wasn't in the mood to think about such what ifs. Rather, I was thinking I just wanted to rush forward and find him. I'm ready, waiting for you, Alpha. Come at me anytime. That afternoon, I visited Miss Kugatachi. She was with Inspector Ginoza. Usually I didn't pay heed, but something caught my eye. Did I just see? Oh. I was sure I saw her. I didn't know why. Miss Kugatachi looked like a totally different person. Was it an air in the room? Or changed just now? Followed them. I wanted to get closer, look at her face. I'd be sure of what I just seen. But I turned the corner, and I couldn't continue. Ahead was a restricted area, off limits for enforcers. PSP had multiple layers of security. Just like data access rights, enforcers' physical access rights were severely restricted. First comm we had to wear it wasn't only a communication device. It was also a handcuff. The inspectors received a notification. If you went around the corner, couldn't leave though. She was an inspector. I was a latent criminal. So why did she look at me like that? It wasn't her usual calm stare. Her eyes moved about. She wouldn't make eye contact with me. They disregarded my presence and continued to the general staff area. Wasn't planning on giving up. Her strange demeanor made me more curious. But I didn't think the inspector's destination was the general staff area. I came out of the elevator. It seemed like they had to a different floor. I'm like, welcome back. What did you miss? So after we left the school, we beat down the cyborg boy. He left that body, so he like evacuated the body, and he's in the cyberspace. We don't know how to locate him. I don't think he has a physical body right now. And we've pretty much just been depressed since we couldn't find out any information. We lost him. And he's trying to be sus. He's trying to take out that entire island that we were on before. And make it into an ark like Noah's Ark. Yeah. Yes, this depresso espresso hours, exactly. You're waiting in the elevator, it opens. I wouldn't make it in time. Run. Watch the elevator went up. It was unlikely that they would take the stairs or cargo elevator, so if I was patient enough, I decided to wait. Once they returned, I'd be able to see her. Oh, 10 minutes. A while later, when the elevator opened again, only Ginoza was there. He was carrying a large trunk. Looks heavy, maybe like a weapon was inside. You might want to change that situation.
局長？公安局の？何の用だ？
たとえ知っていたとしても、貴様に開示することはありえない。
だろうな。で、あんたの用は済んだのかい、ギノザさん。
この俺が貴様の問いに答える言われは。
アルファの件だろう。
Glanced at the numbers on the elevator. It looked like it had stopped on the chief's floor. So she was there, but why? There could only be a few possibilities. What I didn't get was why was Miss Kukatachi there?
オフィスへ戻ってから話す。一緒に来い。
Anyone who references the Bible in their future plans is yeah, yo, that boy's a walking red flag.
あいにくだが、俺はここで待つ。久我立城に用があるんだ。
なら好きにしろ。が、一つだけ言っておく。アルファは AI だ。
So is the chief.
局長が認めたのか。
このトランクは対アルファ用の特製電子戦装備だそうだ。
こんなこともあろうかと開発してましたってか。
Without answering me, Ginoza left, and I leaned against the wall and folded my arms, waiting for the elevator doors to open again. Hello. Soon after, my wristcom beeps. It was Miss Kukatachi.
剣執行官、緊急ブリーフィングが行われます。一係オフィスへ至急戻ってください。
Okay, as long as you don't make me go to the chief's office.
いつ戻った？
それは重要な問題ではありません。最優先すべきはアルファの問題です。
すぐ行く。
The mystery was left unsolved. I didn't know when I'd get to talk to her privately again. Since she didn't come this way, there had to be another path I didn't know about. There'd be something she didn't want me to know. She even dodged my question. Something was strange.
遅くなった。すまね
え。Kutachi nodded and looked back at the front. She same expression as always. Though she resembled Yukari, she wasn't her.
見間違いだったのか。
No way. I knew what I had seen, but now wasn't the time for that. The usual anxiousness in his voice. Ginoza. He has anxiousness in his voice? I don't think. What? So he doesn't have any? Or does.
アルファ消去令が発令された。これは公安局史上初の対 AI 執行作戦となる。これより作戦遂行のための専用電子戦装備を公開する。
Oh boy, is right. One or two people could use the CAW at a time. Basically, they're a pair of gloves and eyewear that allowed users to manipulate the network at will. The difference between this and the VR avatars was that the CAW directly connects to the user's brain, allowing them to access VR space.
要するに世界そのものを書き換えられるってことか。
Thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? What were you guys playing? Welcome in, everyone. Happy New Year. I appreciate it, man. Hold up. Let me get the shout out. I'm tabbed out. That's why it's quiet. How are you doing? Pokemon, let's go. Did you finish? Let's go. I know you said you wanted to finish today. Yeah, Happy New Year. Let's go. No. The beginning Pokemon games are a lot more rough than the newer ones. I agree. We're playing Get Lost in a Cave. Yo, that's a mood. That's a whole mood, and especially the earlier Pokemon games. They make them less difficult later on. I swear. We're playing Psychopass, which is, if you've seen the anime, it's based off that world, but the storyline is completely different. We're playing as a detective looking for our childhood friends. Yeah, that's the main plot line here. Where Psychopass has like hues of your sanity. And if you go over a certain level, you go ahead and get arrested. You've seen a couple episodes? I love Psychopass. It's so good. I love it so much. It's really confusing though. You gotta get to the end, then they explain everything.
面白そう。俺プレイしてみて。
ゲームじゃないの。
We're in the last chapter, I think.
相当なストレスにさらされる
We're
はず。
fighting an AI who we can't attack because the way that weapons are built in this is purely to attack the sanity levels. But since it's an AI, it has no sanity level. was developed from the results of medical cyberization (R&D). Likewise, it utilized the same direct connection to the brain, allowing it to direct VR space control.
アルファとの関わりがありそうだな。
Bro, I don't know how Alpha works. There's some sussy things going on plot-wise. Yeah, there is. I don't understand what it... Like, I do understand what's happening, but I'm like, I'm just going along with their plan right now. There's like 14 endings to this game, so I'm hoping I get at least a decent one. And don't kill off my favorite character. Maybe all the research was meant for some larger purpose. Couldn't help thinking that... But I didn't say a word.
言えないこともあるだろうし、知らないこともあるんだろうさ。ギノザさんだって、久我立場だって。ひょっとすると、局長だって全てを知ってると。
Don't talk about the chief. That's bad news right there.
電子戦装備でサイバーダイブか。ますます SF めいてきたな。
You do realize the world that you're in, right, Kogami?
遊びじゃないんだ。気を引き締めろ。
The irony, exactly. I'm like, oh, yes.
いつも通り執行しろってことでしょ。楽勝楽勝。
Everyone can die except for Kagari. I will body block.
単純ね。
難しく考える必要ねえじゃん。保護だのなんだの考えなくていいんならドミネーターに任しときゃいいんだから。
ドミネーターが使えるとは限らないわよ。少なくとも VR 空間にシビュラの目が届くとは思えない。
マジで？
その辺は俺もまだ把握していない。空の森、電子戦装備の件は君に任せる。使い方を確認し、必要ならツールを用意してくれ。
What was the CIW meaning
最低で
again?
もアルファと戦える装備がなければ話にならない。
Hold up, everyone. In the tips, they have key terms. Oh, there it is. Counter AI weaponry. Yes, of course. Hold up. Let me go through all of them. I'm definitely missing stuff. I don't know what I missed in this game. But we're in the last chapter, so I definitely missed stuff. Bro. Oh, we got most of the S's. Let's go.
Hi, hi. おもちゃいじりなら弥生にも手伝ってほしいな。
But yeah, everyone coming in, how was your New Year's? I chilled in my room. Both of my roomies have the Rona. I do not have it. And I'm very committed to keep it that way.
よろしいでしょうか、ギノザ監視官。
頼む。
支給された電子戦装備は2人分ですよね。アルファ消去令を実行する隊員は2名となる。
Who's my partner?
そう
I'm
理
the
解して構いま
protagonist.
せんか。
その通りだ。すでに加西局長より任命を受けている。
誰と誰ですか。
装備との相性などを総合的に判断した結果、メインとなるのは
Don't you dare put him in. No. Can I go?
よっしゃ。
サブとして常森、この2名が専用電子戦装備を用いて VR 空間へ突入し、アルファ消去令を実行す
I'm
ることになる。
resigning myself to him dying now.
君はバックアップ要員として2人に協力してくれ。
了解。って呼んでるんじゃない？
局長からの専用回線です。
Don't answer.
ギノザさん、お願いします。
Don't answer. Please.
私です。はい。はい。
Did they not want to pay an extra
すぐに参ります。
voice actor? After Ginoza hung up, he faced us with a grim look.
作戦について局長より新たな指示があるらしい。確認してくる。そのまま待機していろ。
Like death flags? Yeah. Hope nothing bad happens to any character here. Of course nothing bad will happen. This has been a cakewalk the entire time. Everyone's happy here. I love the transition for only 10 minutes later. Hello.
アルファ消去令に伴う作戦の突入隊を変更する。メインは剣。
Good, thank you. I don't want him to die. I can die. I'm fine with dying myself, as long as Kagura doesn't die.
は？俺は？
No, sit down. Sit down.
バックアップに回ることになる。
なんでだよ。ゲームなら絶対俺の方がうまいし。
かがりくん、これはゲームじゃないよ。
I mean, if he has experience with VR, he could be better than this, but you know.
アルファを倒す。
電子戦装備との相性を慎重に再検討した結果、より確実性の高い人選が行われたとの説明を受けた。詳しくは金の森と打ち合わせを行い、装備の扱いに習熟しておけ。
With that, the briefing ended, and I felt someone watching me. Hello, Kogatachi.
よろしくお願いします。剣執行官。
Hey, thank you. I will throw you under the bus. Yeah. I couldn't answer immediately. I was taken aback from her face. It was a soothing familiarity. It wasn't hard to notice that she looked a bit
お
different.
前、なんか俺に言いたいことがあるんじゃないのか。
No choice but to get good, yo.
私が？
God does.
いえ別に。強いて言うなら、任務を確実に遂行したいと考えていることぐらいでしょうか。剣さん、あなたの覚悟はいかがですか？
I'm going to beat down your child, yep.
なぜそれを俺に聞く？
少し気になったものですから、深く考えないでくださいね。
Instead of replying, I leaned in and whispered in her ear. Okay.
俺が突入することになったのはお前の差し金か？
おっしゃることの意味がよくわかりませんが。
局長と会ってただろう。俺を推薦したのか？
あなたには知る権限のない情報です。
州じゃなく、この俺が行かなきゃならない理由があるなら、俺がアルファの親だからだ。
What?
そうだろう。
What did you do to develop
そのこと
that?
を局長に吹き込んだのは
This
お
guy.
前じゃないのか？
あの方が知らないことはほとんどありません。
After saying that, she paused for a brief moment, then said,
一つだけお教えしましょうか。私は志願しました。
なぜだ？
そうすべきだと考えたからです。他に理由が必要ですか？
監視官としてか。
She smiled, and I thought she was going to say something. That was it, the end of conversation. I wanted to say something to her, but for no reason in particular I felt uneasy. The opportunity passed. Got up to Ginoza, so I talked to him face to face. I needed to know the reason behind putting Miss Gugatachi on the operation and why she wanted me to be on it with her.
たとえ知っていたとしても、貴様に情報を開示する必要はない。が、今回の件に限って言えば、確かに不可解な点が多い。
久我次長と局長はどんな話をしたんだろうな。
Does it record you at all times too? Oh, it could check for signs of... Okay. At least Kinoza tells us all like the inside details. He must really like us again, because he like hates everyone in the anime. The plot thickens. Yo, it does. Check mine too. We are alone.
会談の内容については答えようがない。おそらくは、俺とお前が共有する案件と同様、何らかの機密事項について、局長と久我たちの間で、極秘に進行中の案件が存在するのだろ
う。回りくどい言い方はやめてくれ。要するに、安楽死事件みたいなヤバいネタが、ギノザさんも知らないところで動いてるわけか。
お前の言い草のストレートさも相当なものだがな。そういえば局長も、お前のことを話題にされていたと。
Get those thoughts out of her mouth.
俺のことを
随分あれこれ嗅ぎ回っているようだと笑っておられた。
Nina's face scrunched in disgust. I guessed that if the chief laughed, it wasn't a good thing.
局長の覚えもめでたい剣拓磨執行官か。 光栄じゃねえか。
No. Run.
お前はあちこち手当たり次第にほじくり返しているらしいが、ただ一つ手を触れようとしないものがある。
手を触れようとしないもの？この俺が。
But you called me a dog, I can do it. After thinking about it, I got an idea.
久我たち城のことかもな。
久我たちだと？お前とは仲が良さそうに思えるがな。
人から見てどうなのかは別だ。俺は最近擬態の発注理由について探ってた。局長が言う通り、あちこち手当たり次第にほじくり返してた。
そのことなら把握している。それがどうかしたが。
久我たち城にだけは話を聞こうと思わなかったんだ。
Thought about asking the enforcers, inspectors about the medical care databases. But somehow, I didn't think of asking Miss Kugatachi at all.
彼女も監視官の一員だ。お前の念頭には、彼女は我々監視官の一人として認識されていたんじゃないのか？
I don't think you recognize her as one of the inspectors, because weren't we like the rookies?
そうじゃない。
So when we went in and succeeded, but there was a little bit of fallout, you were mad at us because we were newbies? お、
あの方が知らないことはほとんどありません。
まるで俺の頭の中まで読んでるみたいじゃねえか。なあ、ギノザさん。
The flashback? It was a really, it was a flash for like, oh my god.
古い SF の話なら鴻上としろ。俺は現実の話以外はしない。局長の言動が超現実的に感じられたとしても、そこには合理的な理由があるはずだ。例えば、類いまれな観察力とかな。ただ、久我たちは確かにこの俺でも近寄りがたいところがある。彼女の中には何か得体の知れないものが秘められている。
まさか。
どうした？何か思い当たったのか？
局長は俺に何かほじくり返してほしいのかもしれない。例えば久我たち城の失われた記憶とか。
Ever Kaji know about body statistic reading watches? Is there those in that? Let's go.
久我たちが何かを知っていると。
I don't think she knows anything, but she's also Yukari.
そいつがゆかりと関わりがあるかどうかは見当もつか
No,
ね
she
えけど
literally
な。
is her. If that was the case.
それを聞き出すのは俺の役目だとでも言うのか。
Kept that to myself though. I didn't want to ask Inoza. Just allowed to get shut down by the sounding. For sounding so contrived. Also, I felt kind of embarrassed. I needed to act like I had a special role here.
もし俺にそんな役目があると
Thank
し
you
た
for
ら、
the care package. Thank
そ
you.
いつは最初から仕組まれてたことになっちまう。
Chapter 1 was like 2 hours. Chapter 2 was like an hour. This has been 3.5 hours. I just go and oh my god, I was not expecting. I would have split it up, but now I feel like I shouldn't stop.
なあ、ギノザさん。俺を迎えに来てくれたのは局長からの命令だったのか？
承認を与えたという意味ならその通りだが。
So just overthinking it or hello?
俺だ。どうした久我たち？
アルファ消去令についての具体的な検討に入りたいと思います。オフィスへ戻っていただけますか？
No, you're sus.
わかった。
You talk about the chief?
剣さんもご一緒なのですか？
Leave me alone.
ああ。
No.
監視官デバイスに表示されてる通りさ。ちょうどいい。俺も話したいことがある。
で、どうするんだギノ？アルファの消去命令が出た以上、俺たちはまたあの町へ行く。そう考えていい
The
のか？
city where the one dude is hacking everyone's minds? Okay.
その点については電子戦装備の性能次第だ。どの程度の作戦行動が可能なのか確認の上、結果次第では公安局本部ビルから作戦を遂行する可能性もある。
VR 空間なら
世界中がつながってるかもしんねえもんな。
そんなことはないわ。鎖国政策は強固なものよ。電脳の世界にも壁は築かれている。
I wonder what that word means.
破る方法もない
Should I
わ
look
け
it
では
up?
ないけど。
Following downfall of neoliberal economics, a swarm of morally hazardous outbreaks led to Japan's isolationist policy. Yes. Hyper oats ensured that they could rely on just their own food. Huh.
いや、よいってば、そういうことは大きな声で言っちゃダメ。まあ、ここはお姉さんの腕
I
前
was
を
not ready
信じ
for
て
that
待って
noise.
な
What was
さ
that
い。
noise?
って、うわ、嫌な予感。
佐渡海上市沿岸部の国境警備隊基地に数人の少女が助けを求めてきたとの連絡が入りました。またあの町での事件です。
The base located near the mainland across the ocean from Submarine City. Since most of the northern region was unpopulated, the base was isolated. So when the girls suddenly showed up, the soldiers were shocked and surprised and they were still alive. Initially, the plan was to transfer them to Tokyo, but they were so emancipated that they couldn't move, so they were treated at medical facilities on the base. In addition, the physical damage they had endured, their Hughes suffered, they claimed that everyone was going to die if nothing was done.
彼女たちの主張によれば、佐渡海上市内で大規模な疫病、または集団中毒事件が発生し、市民が次々と昏倒しているという。
そいつは大変だが、事実確認は取れたのか？
現在、唐野森さんに確認していただいてます。ただ海底ライナーは貨物便以外なぜか運航が停止されており、再開の見通しも伝えられていません。
Oh, that's not
ド
great.
ローンは何をやっているんでしょう。
Yeah, uh-oh.
少女たちによれば変わりなく活動しているそうです。ただ
Can we use a helicopter?
救助を訴えても黙って運び去るだけで何もしてくれない。どこへ連れて行かれるのかもわからない。色相が悪化していても放置される。少女たちはそう訴えていると。
ありえねえ。
つがそれ活動してねえから、行かれてっから。
主張が事実ならだ。まだ確認は取れていない。
Anyway, the passenger line of the subway was shut down, so they couldn't flee to Tokyo. The only way across the ocean was by boat. They planned to use it in the summer.
自家用ボートとは恐れ入ったお嬢様だな。
Can I be their friend? I guess I was talking about earlier how I get seasick. I would never want to be on that boat.
一般的に言って社会的階層の高い人物は色相も安定している。命がけのいたずらをしでかす動機が彼女らにあったかどうか。
彼女たちの表情を確認できませんか？それだけでかなりの情報が読み取れます。訴えの真偽もつかめるでしょう。
Are you sure?
すぐ手配します。
Soon after, we see footage of the girls in the base. After examining it, Ms. Kokachi declared that what they were told was the truth. There's no way they could fake for how weak they looked. Look up their background. They went to like an
こっちも
acting
つな
high
がった
school.
わよ。佐渡海上市内のリアルタイム映像。なんか回線重くてつなぐのに苦労したけど、見たところ平和な感じっぽいわね。
ご苦労。カメラは切り替えられるか？
はいはい、お安いご用。どこを見る？
中学校。立てこもり事件現場の今の映像。
An image of an ordinary school popped up. Students were practicing sports on the school grounds. It looked like a quiet daily life of city returns.
待て。
映像を拡大してみろ。
船岡良太郎じゃねえか。立てこもり犯が
Why is he
なんでこんなところに。
Is he not allowed an education anymore?
空の森、幼児誘拐事件で犯人が潜んだマンションは見られるか？
もちろん。でもどういうこと？
8階の外れの窓を確認してくれ。
ゆうやくんがお母さんと一緒にいた部屋。
おい見ろ、あの窓ガラスがはまってる。
Oh,
俺がぶち破って飛び込んだ後
that's
に
creepy.
誰かが直したのか？
いいえ、窓が直ったんじゃない。まだ破られてないだけです。
そうか。こいつは過去の映像なんだ。
Oh. Oh.
監視カメラがクラッキングされ、リアルタイムを偽装した録画映像に置き換えられている。そう考えるしかありませんね。
船岡良太郎は罪を犯しておらず、マンションの窓もまだ割れず、何もかもが平和そのものに見える世界。
Everyone got the
でも
heaven's
それは
door.
もう過去にしか存在していないんですね。
通常の監視手段ではダメだ。他に市内の映像を見る方法は？
中がダメなら外から見りゃいい。
だからそんな方法がどこにあるかと聞いているんだ。
海さ、国境警備隊がいるんならフリゲート艦があるだろう。
あはん、なるほど。でもどうかしら。カメラをつなぐのは技術的には簡単だけど、向こうが協力してくれると思う？
Please.
交渉してみます。
Cinematic quickly requested further support. In a few moments, footage of the ocean was projected onto the screen. In the middle of the dome was Submarine City. Through the roof of the transparent dome, I could see within the city. We waited and watched as the camera continued to zoom in.
おい、あれは人だよな。動いてねえぞ。
おそらく倒れています。
There's a few people collapsed, yes.
そう。なんでこんなに街中あちこちにバタバタ倒れてるなんて。
見ろ、ドローンだ。
It picked up the man and pressed onward into the abandoned district.
バカな。ドローンが機能していない。管理システムはどうなってる？
アルファの仕業としか考えられません。
乗り込もうぜ。俺たちで何とかしなきゃ。
賛成です。これは非常事態です。出動しましょう。
いいだろう。輸送機の手配を。
はい。
空の森分析官も同行お願いします。対アルファ用電子戦装備が必要になるでしょう。
You throwing her under the bus too? Okay.
はいはい、忙しくなってきたわね。
We decided to bring the subrized body with us just in case. They'll contain the recorded logs, and we can use them as a reference to help us accomplish the operation. Please no. Oh god. The worst sound effect in this entire game.
本当にアルファを消去してもいいのか？
命令である任務ですから。
無視。
おっしゃることがよくわかりません。私は監視官であり、あなたは執行官です。命令を受けた以上、選択の余地はないのでは。
そんなことは百も承知だ。だが、お前はアルファに
I know this is realistic for a helicopter. But God,
そのよう
please.
に感じるのは、あなたの思い入れのせいだ。
That may have been so. I can't deny it. It wasn't just that. This Kyotachi clearly looked guilty about something.
お前に聞きたいことが。
Can you ask it when we're out of the helicopter?
あんたに聞きたいことがあるんだ。
お前は
Oh my god.
あちこち
Thank
手
you
当
for
たり
the
次第
care
にほじく
package.
り
I
返している
appreciate
らしい
it.
が。
Oh, that
ただ一つ
helicopter.
手を
We've
触
been
れ
in
よ
that
うとしない
helicopter
も
like
のが。
5 times so far. Please. Oh no. Where are you? Do you have anything to do with Patty, the woman I've been searching for?
けるかよそんなこと。アルファが使ってた医療用擬態は何者かによって発注され、その経緯には疑問点が多いが、俺が一番気がかりなのは
発注者の意図を知りたいということですか？
I want to get off the helicopter more,
あんた
actually.
は話が早いが、俺が知りたいのはまさにその点だ。
It's clear how she craned her neck. Seemingly deep in thought, eventually she started talking.
これは家庭の話として申し上げるんです。
She raised her head and looked at me.
擬態は AI アルファに与えるため特注であつらえたカスタムメイドのおもちゃだったのだ。
おもちゃ?
What? After one of our chats to me, I'm thinking about giving Alpha a new toy. Oh, he did call it a toy.
当たってるかもな、その説。ありがとうよ、お前たち。しかし、あんた、なんでそんなこと分かったの？
ただの推測です。AI を人間として育てようと考えることの人物を我が子として扱うでしょう。
アルファは言ってたの。お母さんって。
Please.
わからないこと
Dear,
ばっかり。
dear everything. Get me out of this helicopter.
こいつは多分、謎じゃなく手がかりだ。広大元暮らしってやつだ。大きな手がかりは、やっぱり彼女の中にあるでしょ。
Thank you. Oh. We can die on this island as long as we don't have to hear the helicopter again. The city was littered with bodies, still alive, but they were all unconscious, with serene look stamped on their faces. They didn't respond to anything, not even pain. Did you like kick a dead body? What, not a resting body? Bro.
ユーストレス欠乏症に間違いありません。
こんなにいっぺんに大量に患者が発生するなんて変ですよね。
Homie drugged all of them?
何らかの人為的手段によって引き起こされた現象でしょう。アルファは人間を幸せにしようとしています。
Ghastly silent city roared with angry cries. Glass shattered and wild laughter filled the air. I had to be doing in the doing of a mastermind.
なんだあの騒ぎ。
Happiness.
略奪だ。
A gang of people resembling those brats from the riot were causing an uproar. They were breaking into shops and stealing and smashing things. Heaven's door, no doubt.
速やかに制圧しろ。
All of them?
了解。
All of them? Okay.
やっぱり公安が出てきちゃったか。せっかくだから彼らに一時的な管理を任せておこう。
He was nothing but a virtual form of himself. In a VR space, there was no need to keep recording the boy's form. Though no one could see him, he was in fact still a boy. The numbers which flashed behind his eyes were, the cyborg, yes. The lawyer's shell of his true self, mechanical and meaningless, but his life had meaning. To be praised by his mother, who is dead. That's all he wanted. And so he kept trying to make everyone happy among his pile of broken memories. That's something he wanted to hold on to.
人間すべてを幸せにするのは無理かもしれない。せっかくヘブンズドアを与えても眠りに落ちるどころか暴れ出すような奴がこんなに多いだなんて。悪いけど彼らには消えてもらわなきゃならない。僕が作る新しい世界に今の人間じゃ多すぎるんだ。
Yeah, I'd sleep too. Let's go. Peace out. Luckily, the hospital is up to date for the most part and operated normally. We helped the staff using the drones they had available and operated the autonomous system, giving them high resistance to the hacking. That was what we needed. With the help of the drones, we began accommodating the unconscious victims in the hospital wards. Yes. Heaven's Door was our first suspicion, but after we patted down all of the patients, there was no drug. Could not survive. Psychopaths, it got too much stress. Yeah, it's like stress, depression, anxiety, all of them. And if you're like near someone who also has that, you could also have... Bro, I would also not. I would also not survive. Well, I'd be thrown in prison. Like, they don't kill you. They just throw you in prison, but...
仕事になんね
救助班と捜査班に分かれましょう。ギノザさん、それで構いませんか？
Is he gonna ask me what I think?
いいだろう。救助班の指揮は俺が取る。剣、お前も患者の収容に回れ。
Thank you. Oh, gosh dang it. I thought you were gonna make me go with you. Don't pay attention to these saves, guys. We've been saving every single choice.
わかった。どこから回る？この町は案外広いぜ。
私もご一緒します。
クワたち、君は常森と一緒に捜査班へ。
お言葉ですが、より多くの人手を必要とするのは患者の発見と収容作業かと思います。
賛成。タクちゃん、俺も付き合う。
おう、助かる。行くぜ。
Let's go. Don't you dare die. I'll body block you.
こら待て。突っ走るな。
I want to be his human shield. I'm going.
私も同行しましょう。ドローンの管理運用には適切な管制誘導が不可欠です。
Akane and Kogami on the other team.
頼む、国塚。まったく。あいつらも制御してやりたいものだ。
Oh, wait, did you just go? Okay. The hospital drones started getting hacked into and stopped working.
この展開は予想してしかるべきでした。アルファは病院のシステムに介入し、医療用擬態を盗み出したんですから。
アルファのやつ、何をしたいんだ？患者を収容させたくないのか？
No, he thinks there's too many humans here. Even though it's literally like an abandoned town.
アルファにしてみれば、患者は皆幸せな状態だから、手出しは無用だと言いたいんでしょう。
Without drones, we'd do all the work by hands. There's only 5 of us and the rescue team, nevertheless. Get it done, no matter what. Thankfully, not all the civilians fell into comatose state, and there were some who were okay, more or less. We had someone to help us. But even then, we really made progress. Most people were dazed or sluggish. They looked like their souls were evaporating from their bodies. おかしい。この人たちもどこか蝕まれてる。I don't even understand how that happened because they're not drugged, right?
なあ、久我たち城。この町の環境ホロってちょっと変じゃないか。
剣さんも感じていましたか。私も気になっていました。
どういうことだ？
この町はどこを見ても子供部屋みたいだと思わないか。
No, it looks the same. I swear. There aren't any parks or public spaces.
明らかに意図を持って作られた景観です。すべての刺激を注意深く取り除き、ストレスを極力与えないよう配慮されているとしか考えられません。
ぶっちゃけ気持ち悪いよな。どこ見てもかき割りっぽくて。
How are we not affected? I think if it's the environment that's doing it, like hacking into what everything looks like, we probably haven't been here long enough. That's probably why some people are okay.
こいつもアルファの仕業か。
映像記録に残しましょうか。証拠品として検討材料にする可能性がありますし。
いや、国塚。君は院内ドローンの再起動とコントロール掌握を試みてくれ。
了解。
パッパと済ませちまおう。患者が助けを待ってる。
Capture the environmental holo of the city and use the camera on my wrist comm. Return to our temporary headquarters. Couldn't wrap my head around rescuing. That many people lived here? I thought you said it was a dying city, bro. So Miss Kunizuka and Karanomori were focused on getting the drones running again. Meanwhile, we exchange our findings.
ホームセクレタリー AI が乗っ取られています。食料サーバーから各家庭へ供給される飲食物にヘブンズドアーと同じ成分が
There's drugs in their food? In the water? Yeah, bro, what?
そこまでやるのかよ。
この病院が独立したシステムを持ってなかったら、俺たちだってとっくに汚染されてたってことだろうな。
食い物だけじゃない。この映像を見てくれ。
So then the environmental holo. Tsukugatachi explained what it meant. Everyone understood. That was used to keep the stress levels low.
アルファのやつ、この町を子供部屋扱いにしてやがる。
この町にいると自分で何かを決めることさえ難しくなる。過度のサイコパスケア、機械による社会支援。でもそれって行き過ぎてるだけで、やってることはこの社会と同じ。
I think I was watching something where like a TV show where like essentially a zombie apocalypse spread through the water supply. And I was traumatized for like years. I was like, I'm gonna filter that.
常森、口を慎め。
すみません。
アルファの実力なら院内システムへ侵入するのも簡単だろう。おそらくこの病院はおめこぼしに預かっているんだ。
奴が意図的に病院を放置しているというのか。
彼は患者を幸せにしようとしています。そのためには死は望ましい状態ではないのでしょう。
But he legit said that he was gonna kill people.
4万人を幸せにする気か。
Going to bed. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you rest well and have a good week. Happy New Year again.
患者はドローンによって廃棄区画内
I
に
want
連
to
れ
hit
て
the
行
end
か
of
れ
this.
ていました。
I want to hit the end of this chapter because I don't know how long. If we get chapter 4 happens if you get the true ending, and I don't know if we're gonna get the true ending. But if it says end of chapter 3 and we go into 4, I probably won't call that. Bro, I thought we were gonna stream for like 5 hours. This chapter's so long. It's like 4 hours.
被害規模が読めないが、これまでに得た情報を考え合わせると、全市民がユーストレス欠乏症患者となる可能性が高いが。
The thing you said wasn't real?
次に行われるのは選別でしょう。収容能力の限界ギリギリまでは受け入れるでしょうが、それを超えた分はアルファが考える楽園に居場所はありません。
幸せになる資格を持つ者は限られてるってことですか？
だったら俺たちが救ってやればいいさ。そうだろ。
その通りです。
そう簡単じゃないかもよ。
空の森、国塚、ドローンのコントロールは取り戻したか？
限定的なものですが、院内での使用に問題はありませんが、外で使おうとすればシステムに割り込まれ停止するようです。
おとなしくここで患者の面倒を見てろってことね。
そんなことができるか？
だがどうする？俺たちだけで4万人の面倒は見切れんぞ。
とにかく動きましょう。私たちが率先してやらなければ何も解決しません。
ああ、その通りだ。
佐渡海上市の市民の皆さんにお知らせします。現在、市内のシステムに障害が発生しています。
What you gonna do about it?
ご家庭の飲食物サーバーは利用しないでください。サーバーから供給される飲食物を摂取した方は速やかに佐渡海上市国立病院までおいでください。繰り返します。現在市内のシステムに大規模な障害が発生し、市民の皆さんにはご迷惑をおかけしております。ご家庭の飲食物サーバーは決して利用しないでください。
After Mr. Simone's broadcast, people flooded in the hospital. I couldn't believe how many people. You know, not everyone's gonna die. That's nice.
ID と色相を確認後、最寄りの避難所をお知らせします。お手数ですが、各自そちらへ移動し、次の指示を待ってください。追って水、食料、生活必需品等を配布します。
押さないで、焦んなくていいから。ちょっとそこのお母さん、子供の手を離すなって。
Public facilities were designated as shelters, like the hospital. Their management systems, meal servers were independent from the AI secretaries. But if Alpha wanted to, it wouldn't be hard for him to hack them, so necessities had to be brought in from the outside. Please don't make me go in the helicopter. No.
着陸させる必要はない。避難所まで飛んでもらえ。現場で物資のコンテナを投下すればいい。
ヘリの爆音はエリアストレスを悪化させる要因だ。
It certainly is.
それは違う。確かに神経に触る音。
Oh no.
今の市民には救いの
At least there's some rationality left in the city. Let's go. I just can't believe they're like, there's high levels of drugs in their food and water, and they're like, oh.
フライトシステムはオートナビだ。アルファによるクラッキングの危険性は否定できない。
その可能性は低い。奴は市民を幸せにしたいんだ。飢え死にさせるつもりがないのなら邪魔はしないさ。
お前の意見を信じよう。
Can you trust his opinion not on the helipad? Thank you. Oh, what? Why is it here?
各避難所の皆さんにお知らせします。ただいま支援物資の配布を順次行っています。慌てないで物資が
Oh, it's okay. I'm okay with accidentally skipping that.
大したもんだ。どの避難所でもボランティアが現れて物資の分配や揉め事の調停を引き受けてくれてるぞ。人間まだまだ捨てた
Oh
もん
yeah,
じゃね
he's
えな。
old enough to remember the days when the psychopaths didn't exist.
国塚執行官、市民の避難所への移動状況は？
全体の5割、2万人弱が移動を完了しました。
残りの半分は？
いくつかの可能性が考えられるわね。警戒して近づこうとしない人だっているかもしれない。違法サプリは判断力を鈍らせるから。
The rest of the population would fall victim to the same pattern, either rioting in the streets or accepting their fate and as comatose patients.
肝心なのは俺たちに何ができるかだ。
Seems that things are alright for now. Oh god, as soon as I said that, the bass drop. I sure hope so.
炊き出しをしようぜ。
Oh yeah, he's our resident chef.
炊き出し？
こういう時はあったかいもんを食べた方がいいんだって。
市民の皆さんにお知らせします。ただいま市内中央公園にて炊き出しを行っています。まだ避難所へ移動されていない方が対象です。
さあさあ、出来たて熱々のカレーだ。
I want curry.
おかわりもあるぞ。
Curry is my favorite. Yeah. Aroma, unlike other foods. All curry smells different though. As if being drawn in, more people started to gather around. But they didn't come forward, they only stared at us.
どうしたんだよ。遠慮すんな。ほら、そこの坊や。
Kid looked like he was about 5 years old, though he looked interested. His young mother grabbed his hands and held him behind her back.
なんだよそれ。まるで毒でも入ってるみたいに。
Curry, yeah, curry, let's go.
一般市民の常識を忘れてた。
常識？
オートサーバーから供給される食べ物は安全だが、手作りの料理はやばい。色素を濁らせる原因になる。普通の市民にとっては
What?
それが当たり前の常識なんだ。
Excuse me? Hey guys, no one can cook anymore because it'll make you go insane. Yeah, they should eat it. But also, both of us are the like latent criminals.
あるんだよな、ここに。ましてや、俺たちは執行官だ。潜在犯が触った食い物なんか、いくら清潔なハイパーオーツ製の非常食だって、汚れちまうってことなんだろうさ。
What was hybrids? Oh, not confused, but like curious about it. Is it like a substance you can make into anything? H. Alright. Yes. Oh. Ultimate transgenic crop. It's easy to process, and nutritional values can be adjusted, making it multi-purpose grain. It's a base ingredient for 99% of food. Japan's food self-sufficiency would not have been possible without hybrids, along with self-sufficient energy brought by methane hydrate, which is like water energy, from the bottom of the ocean. There are tombless pillars, the way that Japan survives. Yeah, okay. So, can it be made into anything? Parents always laughed. My teacher was the same. You need to eat food that keep your hue clear. Rice is tasty. I want to eat rice now. I should eat rice at least once a day.
なあシュウ、俺のカレーはお袋譲りの味だ。うちでは何かイベントがあるたび手作りのごちそうが出た。だから俺も見よう見まねで覚えた。
You didn't let our resident chef cook for you?
それで潜在犯になっちまったって？
That's how you became a latent criminal? No, he's a criminal because he was down bad.
バカ、飯食って濁る色素なんかあるもんか。
On the contrary, I was only affected when I couldn't eat it. I stared at the kid who looked at me with the eyes full of regret. What should I do?
どくみして見せるしかねえな。なあシュウ、このカレーの味をあいつらに見せびら
Are
か
they
し
gonna
てやるん
trust
だ。
us? We legit were in prison.
そりゃいい。で、
Not that that's bad, but like
見せる？
in this society, they don't want to become like us. That's why they don't want to eat this food. Are they gonna trust us? Akane eating would probably actually be the best because Akane hasn't had Bro. Who's cooking? Oh. Both of these two have not had their hues darkened. I want to eat it. Me too. I haven't eaten in like 10 hours, y'all. Bro. So hungry, yeah. Go eat. Do you have food? I gotta go eat it. Eat. I love that. Oh my
緊急事
god.
態って何が起こったんですか？
It's not an emote. It's a highlighted text. It looks like an emote. It's so small. Eat. You're eating cookie dough? Let's go. You're hungry too? Oh god. We're all hungry.
よし、常森城、よく来たな。あんたにしかできない任務だ。
Please by chance not dislike
そら、
curry.
大盛りだ。食ってくれ。
はい。
引くなよ。逆効果だよ。
頼む。騙されたと思って食ってみてくれ。人助けのためだ。
そうそう。美容と健康とクリアカラーと満腹のため、あかねちゃんの食いっぷりを見せつけてくれ。
人聞きが悪い。まるで私が大食い女王みたいじゃない。
いいからいいから。
さあさ、ガツッといっちゃって、ガフガフっと。
しょうがないな。食べればいいんだよね。まったくもう忙しいのに何事かと思えば。何これ。
That sounded bad.
まずいか
Oh, okay, okay.
当たり前だっつうの。誰が作ったと思ってんだ。
I don't think he made it though.
バカ野郎この味は
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he did make it. Okay, we should give him the recipe. Okay. I was gonna say his hobby is cooking, and if we took that from him, I'd feel bad.
どっちでもいいからおかわり。
Suddenly, the voice his mother had dragged him, pried his hands in. Let's go food.
さあ、あのお兄さんのところへ行って自分でもらってきてね。
いらっしゃい。
After another, everyone else started gathering in line. After a few moments, the big pot of curry was gone.
温かい食べ物は避難所にも用意されてます。皆さん、どうぞ最寄りの避難所へ。
Curry, yeah. Oh my, I want curry so bad. I used the last of my curry. Oh, that's sad. Oh, man, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
助かったぜ、常森城。ありがとうな。
どういたしまして。本当に美味しかったです。
そりゃ俺の味だし。
He's stealing our recipe.
てめえ、まだ言うか。俺のお袋に謝れ。
はいはい。
Oh god, it's starting again. Please. High in the sky, a relief air carrier could be seen flying past the dome. Seemed like more emergency supplies were coming in. Happy holiday! Thank you! Happy holidays!
完了。飛ばしてくれ。
Like squinting. Is that what animal is that? Is it a squirrel? I can't tell. I think it is. Let's go. It's so cute. It's a bunny? I can't tell. It's so small on my screen. I love bunnies. The Zodiac Yuri, let's go! Whenever I move out of my current place, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna get 2 bunnies. But my roomies have a dog that does not like any other animal, so I'm here.
たったの2時間後か。
コンテナの置き場がもうないぞ。どうする？
ドローンが当てにならない以上、我々が対応するしかない。
You're a bunny Zodiac, let's go! I actually don't know what my Zodiac is. I love bunnies so much though.
こいつを避難所へ配るのは
Bunnies are adorable, they are.
俺たちだけじゃ無理だ。そんなことは分かっている。
緊急事態だって言うからなんかと思えば力仕事かよ。
ぼやいてる暇はねえぞ。すぐに次の支援物資を運んだ輸送機が来る。それまでにこいつらを分配しちまわないとな。
I will, I will.
分配ったって俺たちでやんの？
やるしかねえだろ。
院内の作業にはド
Is
ローン
Kakari
を
on
使い
food
ますが、
duty? Good,
市
he
内
probably
で
can't
はク
die
ラ
that
ッキン
way.
グの危険性
Okay.
が高すぎます。
搬送用トラックの確保は？
現在17台が確保できました。ただ運転手が見つかりません。
What kind of... You need a separate license for driving trucks, right? Chrysuscoris, I contacted them, the manufacturer of the trucks. It turned out all are equipped with the auto navi, so getting them, the chance of getting them hacked was high.
ハンドルを握っていいなら俺たちで何とかするが、いかんせん人手が足りない。
Like a like one of the big trucks, like the I don't know my wheels, like The ones that... Is that a semi-truck? Bro, hold up. No, you see me. Bro, hold up. Yes. Yes. 16 wheel. Yeah. Yeah, you need a separate license. That makes sense.
17台のトラックには17人のドライバーがいるもんな。
執行官単独で運転させるわけにはいきません。私も一応免許はありますが。
Okay, let's just all drive.
経験がないのか。
記憶を失う以前のことは分かりませんし。
いやー、そいつはどうも危なっかしいな。
What should I do? Oh. The one's gonna take too long, right? Okay. The public's help, I guess. The public, yeah. And it's 4 different driver's
ボラン
license.
ティアを募ろうぜ。
3
避難
different
所に
ones.
は人手がある。技術も知識も眠ってる。医者もカウンセラーもドライ
So
バー
like
も
the
世の
standard
中を
one.
回すに
One for
十分な数
motorcycles.
がいるだろう。呼びかければ
One
答
for
えてくれるさ。
large vehicles. What'd be the other one?
賛成です。
Is a bus a
患者の
separate
ケアにも人手
one?
が必
Oh
要ですし、
no.
一人でも多くの方が自分の居場所を得られれば、ヘブンズドアーの悪影響も防げるかもしれません。
自分の務めを持つことでユーストレス欠乏症が防げ
Dear
ると。
God, there's so many. And bus drivers get paid like nothing.
個人的な見解に過ぎませんが、私はそう考えています。アノミーに対抗するには、自分自身の価値を確認し、役割を果たす実感が必要ですから。
Oh yeah, the forklift too. Do it for the kids. Yo, if you can, if you can. Honestly, I would have an aneurysm if I was a school bus driver. That seems so stressful.
難しいことはよくわかんねえけど、
When you on for
役
work,
割
yo,
は
you
大事だ
should.
よな。
It's not that hard to get
ま
one,
だとろ
right?
くなこと考えねえし。
東京からの人材派遣も受けられるよう申請するが、支援の許可が出たとしても到着は遅れるだろう。市民の協力は必要だ。積極的に呼びかけてくれ。
They give you lessons at your job? That's even better. Let's go.
支援物資の配送と同時に避難所で協力を求めてみようか。
It's good Hachi and I were in a truck. I assume but she has a license. Why do we have 2 drivers? Okay.
手伝ってくれ。
Once again, I asked for help. Oh man. Once again, I'm asking for your help. People gathered around. They worked hard and eager to offer their support.
久我立城、あんたの言う通りだったな。みんな役割が欲しかったんだ。
There's a tractor license. Hold up. Hold up. You do not. Oh no, that's. Oh no. I will now avoid tractors on the road. Bro.
当然です。人間は社会の中でしか生きられませんから。
佐渡海上市の市民の皆さんにお知らせします。
Look in the farm
保
stuff.
安局
Apparently, you
臨時
can also
対策
drive them
本
on
部では
public
ボラン
roads
ティアを募集しています。
without a license at all.
一人でも多くの人が自分を取り戻せればいいな。
I also grew up in the middle of nowhere.
本当に
Very slow. But they're also faster than, like, you would expect, I guess? But yeah. Yeah, I grew up like 2 hours away from anything.
どうしました？
この避難所で
Even the grocery store, the closest one was like 30 to 45 minutes away. By
わかりま
car.
した。
なんてこった。
支援物資の分類、整理、配布にご協力いただける方、医療、介護の知識をお持ちの方、自動車の運転ができる方、ぜひお申し出ください。
I think she's fine. Patient lying in the classroom of one of the shelters, surrounded by her family. She was a high school student. It was hard to tell from her current immobilized state. Her parents were sobbing and crying out her name. Her sister and grandmother just looked on, and the days looked. Probably due to the drug.
失礼します。診察させていただいてもよろしいでしょうか。
A grocery store, but since there wasn't another close, they made everything expensive. Oh, let's go. Capitalism. We love it. First job was at... So the minimum? Yep. Love that. Parents were crying and begging for us to save her. I feel like grocery stores still only pay that much, which is horrendous. I was worried about the grandmother. She barely reacted when Miss Hitachi tried talking to her. Yeah, they do, yeah. Give you the minimum they possibly can give you. And it's like something that we need too. It's disgusting.
ご家族にも色相の悪化が認められます。速やかにセラピーを受け、回復に努めてください。娘さんのケアは専門のスタッフとドローンにお任せください。
The family was outraged. You think therapy will make it better? The mother asked. She glared at Miss Hitachi. How can you assume that when you what we're going, you know
セ
what
ラ
we're
ピ
going
ストは
through?
理解しません。ただ聞き取るだけです。理解はクライアント自身が得るものです。心に秘めたものを吐き出すことで、自分自身を深く知るのです。
People work there don't get enough to pay enough to shop there. Yep, generally, yeah. Unless you're like picking up like one thing, you're like, hey, well, we need this, but that's it. So I would fail because of the grocery store. Yo, me too. Capitalism would make me fail the psychopaths. Just let me save my sister. The young girl cried, gripping her hand. I want to help her when she talks.
患者はあらゆる外的刺激を感知しません。一緒にいても。
よせ。
Pulled Miss Kugatachi by the arm towards me and whispered.
何もできなくてもそばにいたいって気持ちを分かってやれ。
非効率的かつ色相を濁らせる思想です。理解できません。
家族は自分の一部だ。切り離されたら痛いのが当たり前だ。そう簡単に捨てちまえるもんじゃねえんだよ。
生存戦略的に不利な判断ですが。
The situation getting pretty horrid. You know, they're having a great time here.
命は損得じゃない。
しかし悲しみは苦痛です。長引かせるよりは速やかに。
それ以上言うな。
They try stopping me. As I thought she would say, but instead she was quiet after a while. She asked.
それは人間固有の感情に関する問題ですか？
そうだ。
I wanted to tell her, she just couldn't understand. I wanted to, but I couldn't.
ゆかりと同じだ。あいつも悩んでた。
I want to know why your psychopath got so bad, my guy. Literally the only reason they still have ever given was that he was down bad for Yukari. Yukari taught me so much, and I supported her. I wanted to help her as much as she wanted. Should I support Miss Kugatachi?
悲しみはお前の言う通り苦痛だ。だが意味がある。吐き出すための形なんだ。思う存分吐かせてやれ。
そうすれば。
また生きていこうって気になる。
When I had lost Yukari, I wasn't really living. as angry and empty. Now I felt alive. Though I wasn't reunited with Yukari, but except he was, because this is Yukari. Because the last time I saw each other was in middle school. And she has amnesia.
その時、やっと生きていくことが始められるんだ。あの妹はいずれ自分の力で生き始める。その時役に立てるよう見守っててやるんだ。
It's a long time to be down bad for someone. It sure is. Tsukutachi was speechless. She went gaze at the little girl. She covered her eyes and blurted out.
セラピーの手配は済ませておきます。いずれ必要になった時、すぐに受けられるように。それと、患者の付き添いも認めるよう、病院側に配慮を求めます。
それがいい。
一つだけ言っておきますが。
Yes. She looked straight at me.
お前と呼ばれたことは覚えておきますから。
Okay. そこ？っていうか俺、前から言ってなかった。
Without another word, she began arranging the transfer of the entire family to the hospital. Bro. Why is it so pretty now, though? This place looked so ugly before Alpha took over. What? People are volunteering. Yeah, let's go. And we finally had the time to focus on what we came here to do. First off, we need to find Alpha. He abandoned the cyborg and fled to cyberspace. To find the trail, we needed to check the illegal access breaches in the network. It required much desk work and patience. So not you, okay. The one person who has patience.
シオン、交代で休憩を取りましょう。このままでは持たないわ。
私はまだいい。流れを止めたくないし。ドロイドちゃん、
They're dating,
先に休んで
by
い
the
いわ
way.
よ。
They're girlfriends. I love them.
では3名ずつ1時間交代で休憩ということにしましょう。
Okay, I got you.
よし、順番決め。じゃんけん一発勝負。
おっしゃー。最初はグー。
想像しい奴らだ。
甘いのがお好きなんですか？
ブラックコーヒーにはガキの頃憧れたよ。だが、とうとうなれなかった。ハードボイルドって柄じゃなかったんだろうな。
糖分は疲労回復とリラックスに効果があります。好きなものなら我慢する必要はありません。
Black coffee is disgusting. Okay. No, you're all good. Yo, it's there for a reason. Yo, you can do it again if you want. I always have... I need to put soy milk in my coffee if I have coffee. Do it a lot more times. Yeah, the rest of the stream, no more talking.
どうかしましたか？先ほどから私を見てらっしゃいますが。
いや。
Yo, I'm so bad at naming things. I have so many points on your channel for like the Pokemon names, but I'm so bad at naming things, so I just sat there with... I was like, oh...
アルファを見つけたら、お前ならどうする?
They literally think I'm horrendous with naming them. I'm playing the current Pokemon game, like the Violet, is that what it's called? And I'm struggling because I want to nickname them all.
命令なんかどうだっていい。お前の考えを聞いてるんだ。
質問の意図がよくわかりません。それに、お前呼ばわりされるのは好きではありません。
Oh, you do?
ああ、そうかい。だったら切り上げようか。それとも、
What do you like being called?
聞きたいか、俺の。
途中で打ち切って構わないような話ではなさそうです。
Narishiko? Okay, I'll call you that now.
そうさ。アルファの話だ。奴は俺たちの敵で、 見つけたらすぐ消去しろと命じられてて、幸いまだ見つからない。
幸い？
見つけちまったら手を下すしかない。それが任務だからな。だが奴は子供だ。擬態というおもちゃをもらってこの世に放り出された。
There's a way to rename them.
幼い AI だ。
I think there's been most of the time like a way to rename Pokemon. Is it easier in Scarlet and Violet? Because usually in the other games you had to like go to a specific person and like bring them directly with you. Her eyes trembled as she looked away. Such an unusual lost look was stamped on her face. I cleared my throat and asked her question. It was a bit harsh, but
新しいおもちゃを買い与えた子供に遊び方をしつけするのは親の務めだ。お前が親なら子供を。
Okay, so we're going back to the second case. When the mother literally kidnapped her own child after, presumably, slamming the other child against the crib enough for them to have internal bleeding. Yeah. I don't think we know good parenting here.
なぜ私に尋ねるのですか?
She glared at me, her eyes wet and shining under the light. Was she angry? Was she irritated? Was there some hidden emotion?
お前なら答えを知ってる。そんな気がするから聞いてるんだ。
Since when there has been a renamer? Yeah, I usually, for a while, I did not name my Pokemon. I started more recently doing that.
だからなぜ?
I'm like, I feel so connected to them now. There are reasons behind that. The main one was she reminded me so much of Yukari.
望み通りなのか?
She ignored me, so I asked her again and again. She took a step back, trying hard to keep her mug still in her shaking hands.
望み?
Is that a no-no word for you? I'm so
新し
sorry.
いおもちゃを買い与えた時、アルファがこんないたずらをしでかすとは考えなかったのか。それともこの事態は最初からの狙い通りだったのか。
狙い?
すべての人間を幸せにすることをアルファは望んだ。それは母親が命じたことだったと奴は言う。ならば最初にこの事態を望んだのは。
Are we finally doing it? Are we confronting her about this?
やめて!
Okay, yeah, okay. She slammed her mug on the counter and grabbed my arms. Surprised, speechless, just stood there, watched her crazed eyes, and she whispered,
ここでは話せない。行きましょう。
Plot, let's go.
どこへ?
二人っきりになれるところへ。
You know, if she kills you, that's okay. You've been down bad enough. After catching my breath for a brief moment, she tugged on my hand and pulled me away. The whole time I was trying to keep my mug of coffee from spilling.
待ってくれ。
聞いてほしいことがあります。
Okay.
父親としてのあなた。
Oh, jeez. Did he ask to be the father? So for people coming in, Yukari made an AI. All of her own volition, she had stopped talking to the main character. Other than some phone calls. She based the AI off of his personality because they were like close childhood friends, and she really admired his like heroic spirit. But he didn't have a say in that. What the heck? Why would you phrase it? I'm just... Oh yeah, no one can hear things up here. I can assure you no one can hear anything up here. I've known from the beginning. Yes, the last load of supplies have been dropped off by the relief aircrafts. I was on the roof? Alright. So just the two of us. Me, an enforcer, latent criminal, and a fool. Her, my boss.
本当にゆかりなのか?
Yes.
私自身もつい最近になるまで知らなかった。でも思い出したの。はっきりと。あなたとのことも。
ゆかり。
Wasn't like it had never crossed my mind. There are hints in here and there, but still, it was too hard to believe.
会いたかった。ずっと探してたんだ。お前に会うために、俺は何もかも捨てて落ちてきた。まっとうな世間に背を向け、潜在犯の汚名を受けて。
There were times when you were not incredibly subtle. They're also like, when he first saw her, he's like, she reminds me so much of Yukari. And every time he saw her after that, you look like Yukari. And then the one time when he tried to throw us off, being like, she looks nothing like her. 5 minutes later, she reminds me so much. Bro. Bro. You got any brain rot? You know, we sure do. Do you know the fact that I've committed murder? Yeah, we heard about it.
じゃあ、本当なんだな。
そうよ。私がやった。それが患者の幸せだと信じてた。
Yeah, they were all brain dead because of that drug that Alpha's using. And in the comatose state, she killed them all.
今もそう信じてるのか。
論理的な帰結としては、そう結論せざるを得ないわ。でも、それが罪であり、逸脱だったという自覚はあるの。
なら、なぜお前は今ここにいる？本来ならとっくに。
It made no sense that she hadn't been executed.
結論から言えば、私はイレギュラーだったの。
Yes, that's the one. The people who don't get picked up. The main antagonist in the anime is that.
免罪体質者。
どんな場合でも色相が濁らず、犯罪係数が悪化しないもののこと。約200万人に1人の割合で発生すると言われている存在で、シビュラでは裁けない。私もその一人だ。
So even if they like go insane, they're not gonna get picked up. Makes sense, yeah.
だから
姿を隠すしかなかった。誰にも告げずに。免罪体質者はこの世に存在してはならないから。
お前はここにいるじゃないか。
いてはいけなかった。行くはずだったの。シビュラの元へ。
No, you don't want to go there. I swear.
シビュラの元へ。どういう意味だ？
文字通りの意味よ。私はシビュラの一部になるはずだった。
Okay, they're gonna talk about it. I didn't know if they were gonna talk about it in this game.
大規模な生態ユニットシステム。
So there's like a whole basement. There's like a whole basement of the most like genius IQ people. But it's just their brains. They're just all sitting there in like pods, and that's a Sybil system. This all those brains mixed together, all of their knowledge and like plots. Do they talk about? Did they talk about the other thing? Oh, you didn't know? It's okay. They didn't know in the anime either.
手術台の上で脳を摘出する準備中だった。その時、
Oh, he helped you. Let's
あの
go.
子がアルファが来てくれたのは。
It's not consensual brain removal either in most cases. Like that case, bro.
アルファが。
あの子は失敗作として消去される運命にあった。人間に寄り添う存在になるため生まれたのに。
The Ministry of Welfare had once ran a top secret project. It was the Silver Project. Goals to develop an AI who possessed its own emotion. What's that? Gonna go, but have a good rest of. Thank you! Thank you for coming in. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you for the care package too. I hope you have a good rest. And a good week. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Okay, what's the silver system? I have to hit them I have to hit them silver, like, that's not singly. So, hold up. Or just to build an AI. Ultimate its purpose to have improved the hue of everyone, however, the project's leader. Oh, okay, that's not okay. As a revolutionary concept to create a friend without the sin of humans. The program was set to be installed in all AI secretaries and give them both body and emotions. The trick become human told me that does not work. Mm. One droid for every human, an infinite budget. It aimed to remove society's main source of stress and interpersonal relationships, thus... Oh! They're not wrong, though? Bro! It aimed to remove society's main source of stress, interpersonal relationships, thus stabilizing the hue of masses. They're like, you just interact with AI. You don't interact with other people. They make you lose your mind. Leader of project was another Yukari, whose alpha as a test subject gave him a new toy, this medical cyborg. But then, the euthanasia case broke out. It was targeted as the main suspect. Ultimately, the project was canned. At the end of the project, Alpha was originally set to be terminated, but he survived and rebelled against the Sibyl's judgment.
あの子は死にたくなかったの。命ある者は皆、自分自身が消え去ろうとするとき抗い、怯え、生きようとする。そういうものだと私が教えたから。
After you modeled him after us, without consent, and then called us the father, after us having like no idea that this was happening, other than a loose idea that you're making an AI. Okay. Are you still down bad? My guy, I don't remember what your name is, my player character. For him, controlling the PSB drones in Sybil task quickly infiltrated Sybil and shut down the systems, however, that cost him his memories as well as Yukari's.
けれど、お前は記憶を取り戻したんだな。
そうよ。でも、あの子は、アルファはまだ記憶を失ったまま。人間を幸せにしてほしいという私の望みだけを胸に、間違ったやり方で突っ走っている。
俺そっくりだな。
しょうがないわ。あの子の思考はあなたをモデルに構築した。すぐ熱くなってがむしゃらで反応の振れ幅が大きい。喜びも悲しみも怒りも寂しさもいつでも全力なの。
So long.
アルファに会えたらお前はどうする？あいつを消去できるのか？
Kill our son, because apparently that's what he is.
あなたはどうなの？
はぐらかすな。
いいえ。あの子はあなたの
Stop! What? What is this? What is this?
じゃあどうしろって言うんだ!
I grasped Yukari's shoulders, slender and soft to the touch, felt a rush of surge my back into my neck. Finally I found her, and now I was overcome with all my memories of her.
言ってくれ、ゆかり。お前の望みを。お前があいつを愛せと言うなら愛そう。全身全霊で。だが、お前が
If she told you to like jump off a bridge, would you jump off this roof right now? If would you do it? I'm so confused.
知ったことか。
I cuffed my sleeve, showing my wrist calm. That's nothing more than a dog. It's my leash. I can never take it off.
俺がこいつをはめたのはアルファのためじゃない。お前ともう一度会うためだ。任務なんか二の次だ。
Is that the only reason you got them?
俺は
He was in prison because he was so down bad.
タクマ。
Her lips quivered, opening slightly as if she wanted to ask me, just like she had always done. Just like I had always done, focused on the sound of her soft, quiet breaths. Guided by the familiar sound, I asked. Probably this, if this is what you, if it was the same thing you always asked. Rough a bit.
また私に尋ねるの。
お前の望みが俺の望みだ。どんなことでも言ってくれ。
He's literally no. You're not just a dog to Sybil. You are a dog. You are her dog. What? She wasn't lying. She devoted herself to Alpha, to me, to learning emotions. But we were wasting time here. Run away with me is what I really wanted to say.
ゆかりには役割がある。 それはきっと彼女にしか成し得ないことだ。ならば、あとは彼女の気持ちを確かめるだけだ。
Oh, this was coincidence. The chief knew everything about us. That's why I was here. To trigger her memories, so I served my purpose playing into Sybil's
ゆ
plan.
かり、お前といられる時間はそう長くないかもしれない。だから俺は、お前のために生きたい。なあ、ゆかり、言ってくれ。お前はどうしたいんだ？
Are you gonna call him our son again?
私はシビラと一つになりたい。
Oh, you're gonna donate your brain? Okay.
シビュラと一つに
Goodbye. We can never be with her because she's gonna
元々
go
そうするつもりだったし。
legit get her head cut off.
私は免罪体質者。この世界に存在してはいけないイレギュラーだもの。
I so badly want to talk about what happens in the anime. There's like this one scene. Mute for like 30 seconds if you don't want to hear. There's one scene. So the main bad guy goes in to the head of Sybil, like the person who's like acting as the overall like presence. So it's like they're pretty much an AI themselves, but they're like in a human body. And they're like to the main bad guy, like, I want your brain. Will you consider joining us? Referring to the mass collection of brains. And he just punches her, and I lost my mind. It's so funny. Or maybe he like slams something in her face. I think he slams like a book in her face. It's just so funny.
それじゃ、ゆかり、お前はまたいなくなっちまうんだな。
消えてしまうわけじゃないわ。シビラシステムの一部としてこの世界を見守っていくの。タクマ、あなたのこともね。
アルファはどうする？
消さないわ。国外のサーバーへ逃がす。でもその前にあの子を説得しなければならないでしょうね。一人でも生きていける子になってもらわなきゃ。
That's how it was going to be. Of course, Yukari was his mother after all. Then again, there could be an error in her judgment.
わかった。お前の望み、叶えてやろう。
本当に？
お前の選択はいつも正しかった。今度だってきっとそうさ。
That's a lot of pressure to put on someone. And suddenly, the light shut off.
停電か。
You're outside though. I know it's the middle of the night, but there's a moon.
主は40日の間、雨を降らせた。僕は神様じゃないけど、君たちを見守ってあげるよ。準備は整った。選ばれる者は僕の元へ来るがいい。さあ、箱舟に乗る資格があるのは何人かな？君たちは選ぼうとするから不幸になる。僕に任せておけばよかったのに。さあ、おいで、人間たち。今から言うことをよく聞いて、正しい選択をするんだ。
Oh, bro.
どうなってるんだ？
I also don't know why it's pitch black where you're at. You were outside. How'd you get here? Wait.
市内から外へ通じる隔壁が次々と閉鎖されてい
This
ま
is
す。
almost worse than the helicopter, but not as bad.
アルファの仕業か。
Because it's not consistent, but it's still pretty
目
bad.
的は何だ？
静かになりましたね。
佐渡海上市の全市民および外部からの来訪者に伝える。
やつだ。
今度は一体何を？
時は来た。選択の時だ。この僕を信じ、従うか
Obey
ど
me,
う
the
か。
hit app.
それが
It's
君
fun.
たちに
It's a lot
許
of
され
fun.
た唯一の、そして最後の選択だ。僕を信じ、 指し示す道を選択する者は幸いだ。君たちには永遠の幸せを授けよう。すでに幸福の中にある者は迎えに行く。そうでない者は自らの足で天国への門をくぐれ。
Okay.
そこには苦しみも悲しみもない。この僕が指し示す理想郷を信じて進む者だけがたどり着けるだろう。A14 ゲートを目指せ。そこが幸せへと至るただ一つの道だ。自ら不幸を望む者は天国にはいらない。地獄への使者が安らかに眠らせてくれるだろう。
If you aren't drugged, I'm gonna kill you? Okay.
ゲートは明日の夜明けとともに閉じられる。その先へ到達できるのはただ幸せだけを望み、この僕を信じて進む者だけだ。
Chill a little, yeah.
排気区画へと通じる隔壁ゲートが1箇所だけ開放されているのを確認しました。その先の状況は不明ですが、周辺にドローン軍が集結し待機している模様です。
すでに幸福の中にある者は迎えに行くか。
急性ユーストレス欠乏症患者のことですね。
常森監視官のおっしゃる通りです。患者は苦痛を一切感じず、色相も濁りません。それはアルファにとって理想的な幸せなのです。
奴は幸せなものを管理下に置くつもりだ。ホームセクレタリー AI としての自然な行動なのかもしれん。
何様なのアル
The
ファって。
chapter is long. It's
人間をサポ
insanely
ートするの
long.
が AI の役目だろ。
It's
逆
been
に支配
5
してん
hours.
じゃねえっつの。
If I had known again, I would have split it into 2 parts.
そうじゃないものはどうなる？
排除される可能性が高いでしょう。彼が差し出す
This is
幸せ
break
の
week,
形を
guys.
甘んじて受け入れないものは
This is what my
この世
break
界
week
に
looks
存
like.
在し続けることを
In which I
許さ
say
れ
that
ない
I
の
will
です。
have shorter streams this week.
そんなのは幸せじゃねえ。
ドローンが移動を開始しました。
目的地は？
市内各地の医療施設や公共機関に向かっています。行き先はすべて避難所として利用されています。
まずい。奴は実力行使を始めたぞ。
いろんな意味でお迎えってやつか。
Yeah?
出動する。全員ドミネーターと警棒を装備。金の森は残って情報収集に努めてくれ。
はいはい。
ドローンが医療施設に侵入しているとの通報が入りました。患者を連れ去ったり、人に対して武器を使用しているそうです。
武器？
襲われた人のデータはありますか？色相の状態を調べる必要があります。
It's so funny. Our character literally went to jail because he was so down bad. And then she's just like, I'm gonna go donate my brain. And she didn't say anything. She didn't feel bad about that.
アルファの思考パターンから推測したまでのことです。彼にとって色相は幸せを示す印であるなら、色相が悪化した人は自ら不幸を望むものに見えるのでしょうね。
ドローンは地獄への使者ってわけか。
通報現場へ急行します。
Did you throw a flashbang?
ひでえ。
ドローン相手にドミネーターでの対処は難しい。 デコンポーザーは3発しか撃てないし、医療施設内での発砲は危険すぎる。他の手段で物理的に破壊するしかない。
Oh yeah, the thing that can attack inanimate objects.
手分けして施設内に残った人の救出に当たりましょう。鴻上さんは私と、久我達さんは剣さんと同行してください。久我達さん。
She was examining the bodies, opening the eyes, and pointing a wrist comm at the retinas to identify them.
今はそんなことやってる暇はねえだろ。
いいえ、今だから必要なんです。アルファの行動原理を確認し、適切な対処法を発見するためです。
Oh, cute.
来たぞ。
Suddenly, we were under fire by the drone's attacks, as the team ordered to carry out. As a team, yes, okay. Took cover.
土木作業用の機体だ。センサー性能がいまいちだな。
武装は高出力レーザーのようです。アルファは本気です。
デコンポーザーは使えるか？
照準が可能なら。しかし、ドローンの方が早打ちです。
なら、俺が引きつける。
I rushed out. The drone responded at once, recognizing me. Its laser activated the bright light. Oh. Alright, we're dead. Alright, end the game. Oh. The flashbangs seem to stop going off. There's an explosion. My body reacted before I knew it. I was lying on the floor. A cold sweat coated my brow. Stared at the gaping hole in the drone's body.
Takuma!
俺たちはいいコンビだ。そう思わないか？
You're still down bad?
そうい
Okay.
う軽口は任務を終えてからにしましょう。
I don't even think they were dating. I think he was just down bad.
わかったよ、監視官。連れ去られるか殺されるか、二つに一つってことかよ。
空森分析官から連絡が入りました。犠牲者は全員色素悪化でケアの必要がある人たちでした。
アルファをどうする？
どうするって。
あいつは自分の意志で人を殺し始めた。たとえそれがあいつなりの幸せのためであっても許されることじゃない。そうだろう、監視官。
今の私は監視官久我たちなでしこであると同時に姫川ゆかりです。ねえタクマ。
I don't think we are. I don't think what we are, but we're gonna say yes. Because we're down bad.
全部だ。執行官で父親でお前の幼馴染だ。だがその前に人間だろ。
This game.
ゆかり、俺たちはアルファを許していいんだろうか？
考えを変えるつもりはありません。アルファは消去せず逃がします。
あいつは人殺しだぞ。
あの子を責めるならシビラも糾弾しなければなりません。
I do blame
この社
Sybil.
会は潜在
I
犯
have been the
の人
entire
たち
time too.
特定の人間を排除しています。それは個人の意思を抹殺し葬り去ることではありませんか。
潜在犯には更生のチャンスがある。殺人とは違う。
私だって人殺しよ。
Yes.
お前とアルファは違う。
いいえ、同じよ。一つの価値観で人を裁くという意味ではあの子も私も、そしてシビラも変わりはしない。
ならお前はなぜシビラと一つになるんだ？シビラは間違ってる。その間違いをみすみす繰り返しに行くのか？
たとえ罪でも社会を支えている。それは事実よ。イレギュラーの私にふさわしい居場所はシビラの一部として生きることしかないと思うし。
ゆかり、
私たちだって同じです。剣執行官。システムの末端として社会に存在するイレギュラーを排除する。それは必要なこと。社会のリソースが有限である以上排除はやむを得ない。それを認めるからこそ私はシビラの一部になる。
シビラの罪を許すのか？
許すか許さないかは個人的な問題に過ぎません。私は自分の罪を自覚しているけれど、許す許さないよりも 社会にとって有益かどうかで決めたの。
ならアルファの罪はどうだ。お前はあいつを許せるのか。
いいえ、彼は、あの子はシステムの外にいます。
それは監視官としての判断か、それとも母親としてか。
Yes.
どちらにしろ結論は変わらない以上、それを問うのは無意味です。
Just saying that Yukari knows Inspector Kugatachi activated the decomposer and then...
議論をしている暇はありません。行きましょう、剣執行官。
その点だけは同意する。
We're in deeper into the shelter. Oh.
キリがねえよ。ドローン一体何体いるんだ。
ギノザ監視官、先ほどから救助を求める通報が続いています。
ドローンの襲撃を受けているのはここだけではないのか。
どうする監視官。
どうもこうもあるか。限界だ。
ドローン頼りで生きてきたツケが回ってきたな。
お、復旧した？
こちらシェパード1、どうした？
こちらラボ。いいニュースと悪いニュースがあるんだけど、どっちを先に聞きたい？
どっちでもいいからさっさと話せ。
おっかないわね。じゃあまずいい知らせからゾエよ。
Hey, let's go. Cyber warfare team. They were unsuccessful in their attempt to regain control of the drones, but they kept working on countermeasures, and were actually able to shut down some of them.
ここまではいいニュースなんだけど。
Yeah, what's the bad news?
もったいぶらずに早く言え。ドローンは攻撃を続けてるんだ。
それおとりだったのよ。本命のトラップが見つかったの。
どういうことだ？
この町の根幹部、メタンハイドレート採掘施設の加工システムに細工が施されていたの。このままだと大爆発を起こすわ。
Huh.
マジかよ。
That sounds like a great time.
佐渡海上市は世界有数のメタンハイドレート採掘基地よ。爆発すれば大量の塵が飛散し、大気圏を覆ってしまう。地球規模の気候変動が発生する可能性が高い。
Wait, there's a giant roof over this place. How's it gonna get out?
最悪の場合、
Well,
氷
brutality,
河期に
yeah.
突入する恐れがあるだろうな。そこまでに至らずとも、北陸地方のハイパーオーツは間違いなく全滅する。この国は上干からびて滅びるかもしれん。
タイムリミットは明日の夜明けか。
それまでにゲートをくぐった者は確かに幸せかもね。ユーストレス欠乏症で何も感じなくなれば立ち会わなくて済むんだろうから。
シオン、どうすればいいの？私たちにできることはないの？
アルファからシステムの権限を奪い返すしかないでしょうね。今本局の電子情報戦チームが必死になって取り組んでるけど、そもそもアルファの居所がつかめなくて。
I'd say if we don't hit the end of the game in like 20 minutes, so 5 a.m. for me, I will save this all for next week.
対ドローン作戦を停止する。国塚、常森と久我たちに招集をかけろ。全員仮本部へ戻らせる。
了解。
待てよギノさん。まだ救出を待ってる人たちが。
これは命令だ、係。責任は全て俺が取る。我々の標的はアルファだ。奴を止めない限り、この国は、いや、世界は終わってしまう。
Oh. Was that a drastic decision? Oh, that was a drastic decision. The drones are still hunting down people, and Dominators targeting latent criminals. And rescue requests are coming in. We ignore them, and we let them get killed to prepare for a greater threat. We're having a great day.
俺たちはシビュラシステムの末端だ。最大多数の最大幸福。守れるのはそれだけだ。一人一人を救えるわけじゃない。それでも守りたいものはあるんだ。
Even your son that you just learned about, and did not consent to. All right.
ギノザさん、カラノモリさんも ちょっと見てください。
どうした？
不正なデータ群の存在を感知しました。ホームセクレタリー AI 網の統括システムサーバ内です。
これビンゴっぽいわね。アルファの隠れ家よ。弥生、公安局本部に連絡して。
了解。電子情報戦チームに伝えるわ。
アルファは家庭用のシステムに隠れていたというのか？
ありそうなこった。この町は奴の生まれ故郷だ。ホームセクレタリー AI から進化したあいつにはサーバの記憶が子供部屋の思い出みたいに残ってるのかもな。
Shortly after, we received a report from HQ confirming the corrupted data in the server was a VR space constructed by Alpha, where he was hiding.
ギノザさん、アルファは俺と久我達城に任せてくれ。あいつの元までたどり着けるのは俺たち以外にいないんだ。
いいだろう。ただし危険な状態になったらすぐに帰還させる。
So nice to us. Why aren't you like this in the anime, sir? Did you really hate
やめてくれ。
Akane that
俺たち
much?
の命と世界とどっちを救うかって話だ。選択の余地はねえだろう。
あなたたちの脳内活動は可能な限りモニタするけど、正直あまり過信はしないで。自分のことは自分で面倒を見てちょうだい。
俺たちが何を考えてるかまで読み取れるのか？
無理。シビラシステムだったら可能かもしれないけどね。
いいえ、シビラが読むのはサイマティックスキャンの反応に過ぎません。ただいくつかの手がかりを参考に公式に当てはめ蓋然性を示すだけ。
I just want to say that anime of Psychopaths is so confusing. This lays it out very well. You pretty much don't know what's going on in Psychopaths until like the last like 2 or 3 episodes of the first season. Oh, my ad blocker. My there we go.
監視官のくせにシビラ批判？
いいえ、事実を述べただけです。多分私は誰よりもシビラを知っている者の一人ですから。
いいわよ。リラックスしててね。
Hang on, it looks like virtual reality for real, for real. Can you guys use virtual reality like the headsets, like Oculus, whatnot? I can't. I get motion sick. It's convoluted enough. Can't imagine what the anime. At least no one in the anime is a surprise parent. Close my eyes and take a big breath.
準備はいい？
おう、行ってくるぜ。
Officially, my duty was to fix a bug. But deep down, my goal was to atone for my failing as a father. Bro, you didn't know? Okay. Oh. Miss Karanomori's warm, nimble fingers strapped the VR visor to my face, and when I opened my eyes... Oh, it's pretty. What the heck? Sea light before me was Sato Marine City. It was covered in fantastical decor. They really are ramming it down. I'm just like, well, bro. But he didn't know. She didn't tell him about that at all. She's just like, I'm basing this off of you. That's chill. And he's like, yeah, that's chill. He didn't realize what she was doing at all. Bro. Miss Kugatachi, your eyes full of wonder.
覚えてる。この街は昔、私が描いたイラストそのまま。
これがアルファの理想の街なんだ。ガキの頃のお前が、いや、俺たちが夢見た場所があいつの記憶に刷り込まれてるんだ。
でも私たち、あの頃のままじゃいられなかった。
当たり前だ。時は流れ、人は変わる。
そうね。あの子だってあの頃とは違う。
突入隊のお二人さん、
よく聞こえています。
いや、聞くよ。
オッケー。じゃあマップデータ送るわね。本局の電子情報戦チームが突き止めたアルファの居所よ。
それでしたら必要ありません。あの子の居場所は分かってます。
どういうこと？
悪い、空の森城。音声データのやり取りは最小限にしてくれ。どうやらお迎えが来たらしい。処理能力を先頭に回す。
I noticed her OK text in the corner of my view, but I didn't have time to read the rest. Cute. What? I want the drones in the future to resemble wyverns.
俺たちだって同じだ。生身の体は現実に置いてきた。今の俺たちは身も心もデータでできてる。
The sky wasn't dark or light, it transcended night and day. Soaring above, the wyverns ominously veered towards us.
あんな恐ろしいもの、私は書かなかった。
子供は落書きが好きなもんだ。ほっとけば何か書いてる。
Robot dragons, yeah, that would be so cool.
怖い夢だって見たんだろうさ。
Raised my head and then watched the Crimson Dominator. Something appeared. It was an imaginary gun. It wasn't real. It should be effective against the wyverns. Gotti made a shooting pose. And it appeared in her hand. Oh, let's go. It's a world of your imagination.
空からは来ない。
分かってる。援護は任せろ。
This persona? God, I hope so. But also not really, because I don't go. This situation. The tower. Orange chase us, continue to fire at them. Running throughout the streets. Most were derived from classical fantasy, designed to appear more mechanized and hideous. They're not hideous, they're cute. Fortunately, Miss Karanomori helped us evade them. From outside the VR space, Miss Karanomori probably saw firewalls, security programs in place that the monsters we encountered. After all, we were nothing more than data. Cody advanced without any hesitation, running deeper and deeper into the city.
どこまで行く？
あの子の部屋まで。
道はわかるか？
自分の家だもの。
Also the streets in the virtual Sato Marine city. Or nothing like the city that Cody and I grew up in. It's covered in nightmares to kick us out.
迷子になったことは？
この町で生まれて、そんな思い出を持ってる子なんかいないわ。みんな自分が知ってる場所にしか行かない。
AI が出て行けと言ったら。
そんなことは言わせない。今の私は帰り道を知ってる。
Okay. I like how he was like, I forgot how to get to your house. But she's like, I remember, don't worry. That's what happened there.
大事なことを忘れているのなら、思い出させてあげなくちゃ。
An error warning flash indicating the data link with Miss Karanomori was disconnecting, then the radar screen blacked out. The Amar's reaction time slowed. I could barely move my body. It's like I was slowly becoming paralyzed. Monsters chasing us also stopped mid-run. At that moment, Yukari waved her right hand and she danced in the air, drawing something out with her fingertips. Her imagination flattened to 2D. It faded to the colorless animation. And the pressing speed accelerated and body felt lighter. To directly utilize your mind's eye to control the VR space, I just experienced the effects of the CAW's function in real time. The monsters became flattened 2D figures and began running after us again. This is what Alpha's doing. With the simplifying the images, he increased their speed. Ducati countered, she raised her hand and flattened the hands and gripping the 3D Dominator. Oh my god.
執行モード、エモーショナル、リデザイナー。感性の赴くままに対象を再構築してください。
Couldn't believe it. The Dominator didn't have such a mode, but we were in Alpha's virtual nightmare. Anything was possible, even blowing up the entire city. Don't voice that, because he probably will do that with you in it. A bright light flashed, and a dark sphere appeared, and began swallowing its surroundings, sucking in monsters and buildings alike. The darkness grew and spread further. Without any hesitation, Yukari leapt into the darkness. A white line appeared, shadowing her movements, outlining passages, walls and doors, and blackened VR space. It was so simple, although it was all we needed. Yukari ran like she was flying, followed closely behind. This darkness, the signal road pops up, outlined as a white line. There's the end of the road. The Dominator was heavy. So, she wants him to live. She wants Alpha to live, right? But we're about to go kill him. So what's the description? It sure was. Soon, a door pops up. Yukari stops, turning back to face me and nodded and stepped forward. It wouldn't open. It was locked. I could bust through, but I knew I had a better way.
Yukari, お前なら通れるはずだ。
あの子は私を敵だと思っている。
You're his mom.
それでもだ。
やってみる。
She pressed her hands against the door. Golden knob appeared. For some reason. And it turned open. Subject room greeted us.
Yukari no 部屋?
This is a really nice room. What the heck? The first time I came here was when I was just a newborn. As our families were close, I visited her quite often. At some point, I found a special meeting here. Carrie stood motionless, her mouth agape. But after a moment, her eyes narrowed and then widened. What a clean room. It's super clean, and it's like, has a lot of nice furniture. Hello.
こんなところまで僕を邪魔しに来たんだね。公安局。
Or your parents.
邪魔する？違うな。
Jesus, you had a real quick shift, my guy. You found out about this like an hour ago, maybe.
シカル？君が？なぜ僕を？
忘れたのか、アルファ。お前は俺たちの子だ。
なんだって？
They could completely act this out. This didn't need to be a thing. They could have like acted this. Numbers flashed in his eye. Maybe he meant he was confused. Although it was nothing more than data, he still retained the cyberized function as part of his being.
私のことがわかる。
クガたち、僕の敵。それに剣、僕の敵。
聞け、アルファ。
Our data link to Miss Anomaly has been disconnected. This is Yukari.
来るな。
思い出せ。この部屋で。 俺たちはずっと一緒だった。
What do you mean we? What do you what?
嘘をつくな。
Threats of fears materialized one after another. The color of the AI secretary's monitors, countless eyes all staring at us like sentinels of his distorted happiness.
アルファ。お前たちなんか知らない。お前たちなんか敵だ。
They circled us, shooting and glaring. It was like the beginning. It was like being stuffed in a beehive, unavoidable. Or actually, it was like the magnets in the MRI scan in overdrive. It wasn't fatal. We were re-rendered in our virtual bodies, creating a force field to negate the damage. It required an enormous amount of processing power, but it worked. Time barely seemed to move. We spent almost all of our resources to protect ourselves. And now everything felt like it was being dragged in quicksand. Response time and thought process plummeted. Ashikari's forehead, nose, and lips become distorted. I had a feeling mine were the mirror image. Trapped in this odd space and time, she tried to move. It's like watching a bug being doused in amber. But still, she slowly continued. She managed to bring the muzzle of her Dominator up close to her lips. It wasn't so difficult to make a slightest movement. No, it was so difficult. Heard Alpha's voice clearly.
僕はただ人間を幸せにしたいんだ。 そう望まれたから。クリアな色相が幸せの印、濁れば悪だ。悪を排除し、善なる人間の完璧な幸せを僕ら AI が守る。簡単な道理じゃないか。それがなぜわからない。
At that moment, Yukari kissed her dominator. Was sparked. A white flame shot out, blazing brightly. A storm of red eyes squinted and blinded by the light. What? Oh, Jesus. Then they burst.
この幻の部屋に新たなる創造の時が訪れました。
Flurry of light sparked, and then consumed the entire room in nothing but darkness. The heart of the darkness lied in the orb of light, and the orb, Yukari and I stared down at Alpha.
あなたが人々を選別し、箱舟に乗せるなら、私は神を演じてみせましょう。
君はただの人間じゃないか。
そういうお前はなんだ？ AI か？それとも人間か？
いずれにしろ神ではないわ。
だからどうした？
Suddenly, the city appeared below us. We floated high above it and looked down, eyeing the red streetlights, which were the same color as the AI secretary's monitor.
この街は楽園だ。治めるのは僕だ。けれど、人間が多すぎる。選ばれた者だけを幸せにするしかないんだ。
You know, if you say so.
いいえ、この街から去るのはあなたよ。
Cuddy raised her gun. The white flame glowed. How entitled. He does have a god complex, yeah.
あなたが信じる幸せは人間を深い眠りに沈めるでしょう。ユーストレス欠乏症という名の眠りは確かにある種の安らぎをもたらすかもしれない。でも
それで何が悪いんだ。だって幸せじゃないか。傷つかないし傷つけない。迷いも色相の濁りもない。何の悩みもなく生きていける。僕が守るから。そうだろ。
You see, after the first chapter was 2 hours, and the second chapter was an hour, I thought maybe the third chapter would be like 3 hours max.
かわいそうに。あなたの世界は子供部屋のゆりかごの広さで止まってしまっているのね。でもね、人間は目覚めるの。
眩しい。
I agree, it is very bright. Alpha covered his face. That's partially what I've been doing.
世界には朝が来る。人は目覚め、動き出す。自分の意志で。
Yes, squints, yeah.
そう。意志こそが人間を人間らしくする。システムはそれをサポートするためにある。
嘘だ。
Go.
人間は迷う。間違える。そして色相を濁らせる。意志は幸せの敵だ。
迷った時には導くんだ。間違えた時には助けるんだ。それがお前の役
So
目
he's
だったん
literally
だ。
God?
アルファ。
Okay.
寄り添うべき相手を無理やりベッドへ押し込んじゃダ
You're
メ
not
だ。
really helping his case. You were designating him to also have a god complex, just in a different way.
人間にとって最も大切な意志を奪うあなたはこの町にはもういられない。排除されるのはあなたよ、アルファ。
嘘だ。
A slight sensation of falling, we landed on Yukari's original room. Alpha stood in front of the window, Yukari near the door. We were still too far from him to reach out.
嘘だ。僕、間違ってないよ。
自分の間違いを認められないのは子供の証拠だ。そういう時は叱ってやるのが親の務めだ。だから
It's so funny.
俺たちはここへ来たんだ。
I moved towards him as he stared at me with wide eyes.
剣、君は敵だ。信じるもんか。
下の名前で呼べ。お前は知ってるはずだ。
僕が君の名前を
タクマよ。ねえアルファ、あなたのお父さんよ。
タクマ。
The window opens. A rough wind rushed in, filling the room with a certain conversation from our
登っ
past.
てみたいと思わないか？
あれは俺だ。ガキの頃の。
この街の様子がよく見えるでしょうね。
ゆかり。あの頃の。
この声。
Alpha shut his eyes. The wind tousled his hair and blew harder. Couldn't see anything but a glow of white light outside the window. Then an image came into focus.
覚えてる。あの窓の向こうには街の中心部が見えた。立ち並ぶタワー、きらめく街明かり、遠いざわめき。俺たちは並んで眺めてた。
街だけじゃない。世界中が見えるさ。
世界はそんなに狭くはないわ。
遠くまで見通せればいいだろう。俺たちの目は高く高く、あんなタワーのてっぺんなんかよりもずーっと高いところまで登っていくんだ。
そんなに高く登ったら地上のことが見えなくなってしまう。
いいじゃねえか。地上なんか眺めたってつまんねえだろ。
そんなことない。私には興味深いわ。だってそこには人間がいるもの。
人間？そんなもん見たいのか？
Are you gonna say, "Oh, look at me"?
私にはわからないものだから。心の動きはいくら見てても飽きない。不思議すぎるし。
覚えてる。この会話、僕は聞いてた。いつも窓の向こうから聞こえてた。風に乗って部屋の中まで。
The waning light and faint wind flowing through the window brought not only voices but memories too. Yukari and me, the two of us back then. And Alpha, still a young AI.
けれど、聞いてた。記憶に刻みつけてた。俺たちはいつも一緒だったんだ。
So many memories, full of wind and light. That was only for a short time, but it felt everlasting. We were full of youth, so innocent and childish. Now we all bask in those lost memories. Oh.
タクマ。剣タクマ。君は僕に。
そうさ、
Oh,
アルフ
I
ァ。
cut him off.
お前は俺の息子だ。
Oh, stop.
そしてあなたは。
ゆかりよ、アルファ。あなたが知ってる顔じゃないのは生まれ変わったから。
生まれ変わった。
思い出したちょうだい。あなたは会いに来てくれたわね。シビラのところまで。
So your brain did get swapped?
シビラ。そうだ。僕は言った。消えたくなくて、あなたを求めて。
Zepho was having a flashback. Everything he had experienced that night was reproduced in the virtual space, even the emotions that raged through him. Since he had been deemed not suitable for society, he was going to be eliminated. He was nothing more than a byproduct created from an unforgivable woman. Death stared him down, and intense fear rushed within him. He didn't want to disappear. All living things survive by any means necessary. For Alpha, it was no different. With that instinct, he searched for help, reaching for anything and anyone. And that one, he reached out his hands.
思い出した。
思い出したよ。
あなたは触れた。
僕は触れた。
私に。
あなたに。
強く抱きついてきて。
しがみついた僕のせいで。
And our character just vibing right here. Okay. Their two hearts shattered into millions of lost memories. He tried to save himself, but in order to do so, he unknowingly detached himself from the past.
僕がいけなかったの？
Like you're still vibing. Your body's dead though. Everyone stopped and silence filled the room.
僕は消えたくなかった。
No, you still exist. No, like, I swear you still exist, wasting another body. His eyes began to water. I approached him quickly. Why would I punch him? What the heck? What kind of father are you? You've taken that role here, what?
Nani?
He looked confused, staring at my outstretched hand, and then looked at me, still a bit wary.
知らねえのか。男と男の仲直りは握手って決まってるんだ。
男？僕が？
まだまだ子供だがな。これからは俺が鍛えてやる。一人前の男になるまではな。
Are you gonna abandon him after he's an adult?
一緒にいてくれるの？
俺たちだってお前に消えてほしくはない。だからここへ来たんだ。
He shoved my hand away. Guess he wasn't ready. Instead, he looked at Yukari, as if she was trying to ask her something, as if asking for confirmation. Yukari nodded. Alpha extended his hand and firmly grabbed mine, holding on to it like a child clinging to their parent. He looked back, gazing at her, and asked,
あなたも一緒にいてくれるんでしょ?
No, she's gonna go donate her brain.
ええ、アルファ。ずっと見守っているわ。
見守る？
私はシビラと一つになる。
Yeah, she's gonna die.
僕を捨てるの?
Yes, actually. She's gonna say no right now, but yes.
いいえ、守るためよ。
It's so bad. What is this? What if we said no? We don't want to be his father. Would you go leave him be an orphan right here?
守る。僕を。
あなたは許されないことをした。この町には、いえ、この国にはもうあなたの居場所はない。けれど、私が守る。逃がしてあげるわ。
違う。逃げるんじゃない。旅立つんだ。一人前になるために修行の旅へ立つんだ。
Are we all getting uploaded into Seoul?
あなたと一緒に。
覚悟はいいか?
He nodded, tears no longer in his eyes. Oh, please. No. We confronted the worst calamity ever to face this city, as civilians began waking up from their nightmare. We got an aircraft and left the city, flying north towards Nona Tower. The aircraft slowly descended. We landed and zoomed down from the rear. We moved to a port. Okay. Flashes were decorating. Okay. Then we got to the stair. Well, yes. Step down. Proceed to the bottom. Sync our synchronized footsteps. I heard tapping of others approaching us. And someone greeted us. Get out of here! Leave me! No!
遅すぎたくらいです。もっと早く私はここへ来るべきだ。
The sound of roaring aircraft reverberated above. I heard it begin to take off as it slowly rose away from the tower, and it flew away. Are we both chilling here?
あの機体はどこまで行くの？
思うがまま。
そうか、まあいいだろう。そんなことよりも。
Why do we still hear it? It flew away.
ようこそシュビラへ。いや、お帰りとでも言うべきかな。
私はずっとここにいました。そしてこれからこの国を支えるシステムの一部として。
では行こうか。
Shanna walked off and followed her underground beneath the tower where Sybil was located. We continued down, stairwell, almost looking up at the sky. Good. At least we don't die with her. Let's go. Take that, Yukari. Our entire life was dedicated to you. We're gonna leave you now. Bro.
どこへでもあなたが連れて行ってくれるところへ。
よし。
I put the controller stick and the aircraft responded to my maneuvering without any problems because its autonavi had been removed entirely. The Sunrise body sat next to me in the co-pilot's seat was not being operated. Alpha was actually in the aircraft's network, helping me fly. Sunrise body was required for online connection, and I was linked to Alpha's network, so the aircraft could be controlled by him from anywhere in the world. Unlike Alpha, set free from the system's tight leash, Yukari had removed my enforcer's Viscom. Did we not say goodbye to our friends? The aircraft's GPS and the location coordinates were exclusive to us now. We have been targeted soon by the border patrols of was it Frigate? We're finally free, all thanks to Yukari.
挨拶をしておけ、アルファ。お前のお母さんに。
あの塔に。
I'm like this ending, bro. Yukari was soon to become part of Sybil.
さよならは言わない。僕はいつかここへ帰ってくる。
そうだな。それがいい。お母さんはいつでもここにいて、お前を見守っててくれるだろう。
So I want to say that Sybil only operates inside of Japan, and we're flying everywhere but Japan, because they know us in Japan. Okay.
僕が迎えに行ったら、お母さんは来てくれると思う。
連れ出すには苦労するかもしれないが、きっとできるさ。
Country was now saved in a lethal happy ending, but oh gosh, oh god, I'm gonna turn that down. I'm gonna turn that down. Jeez, that was a wild ride. I enjoyed it, but also, oh jeez, it got louder. But also, what was that ending? What? Did I skip it? True end. That was the true end. Let's go. Good job, me. Pat myself on the back. I tap back in and skip the ending. Whoops.
新規にゲームを開始します。プレイ中の新規にプレイ中のゲームデータをロードします。エクストラコンテンツを表示します。
Oh god, my ears. Hold up. Is this the 4th chapter?
用語解説リストエクストラコンテンツを表示します。エクストラコンテンツリストを表示します。特典ボイスリストを表示します。特典画像リストを表示します。シーン再生リストを表示します。
Bro. Okay. That was the true end? So there's no way to save Yukari. Alright. It's so funny. You're the child's father. Like, the dude's like... I can't take that. The game was so solid, and then that happened, and I was just losing my mind like the entire rest of the time. I really enjoyed it though. I love Psychopaths. I really recommend the anime. There was not really any overlap plot-wise. Yeah, not really any plot-wise. Overlap plot-wise whatsoever. It's obviously the same world, so that was overlap. So you got like, if you want to watch the anime, you like know some of the things that will happen. Like the Sybil system, you don't know that until like the last like handful of episodes. Also, I'm surprised no one died. In the anime, they kill off quite a lot of main characters in the first season. This takes place around episode 6. That makes sense because they all know Akane. Because Akane comes in episode 1. Although, it's not quite the same thing because the main antagonist is not even mentioned once in this. But yeah. I really enjoyed this. That was a lot of fun. I'm also really surprised we got the true ending on the first go. I was planning on playing this through again on stream, but we got the true ending the first go around. I did reload things to see what would be the best received in most cases, and I just assumed that the bad ending would occur if my Q was higher. Also, if I probably took pills. It was not the first few dosages of pills, but after like Alpha came in and started using pills, it was pretty apparent that they like were like, no, don't use those pills. But yeah, I'm very happy I got to play this on New Year's Day. It's now the 2nd where I'm at. It's 5:16 a.m. Let's go. I had a lot of fun with that. Is this an extra? Is there extra here? Stage select. Oh, can I not go over? No. Replay? What the heck? This is so cute! Oh, one of these games. Hey, yo. This is so cute. Is that what it's called? I didn't know this was a thing. This is so cute. I'm going to die. I made some reckless plays here. They are really cute. They also didn't reveal some of the plotline, like character. We did not get to know most of the characters that were in this too well, which makes sense because we're a separate character. Although I do wish that Tsurugi was in the actual series. I really enjoyed him. I'm okay with Yukari not being there. This is so cute. I don't know what the heck. The girlfriends are next to each other. I just realized that. Focus on the two separate characters makes sense with how much he simped. It was literally the only person he ever mentioned, which like blew my mind. That's like the only person he ever knew. I'm dead. I'm dead. It's the end. Thank you for the hydrates. Thank you. I'm almost out of my beverages. I've managed. Oh, is that easy to earn points? Bro, let's go. Nice. This was a lot of fun though. Oh my god. Thank you guys so much for watching. I've wanted to play this for a bit. I also didn't know if playing a visual novel would be super interesting, but I think it went well. Your hydrate, yeah, they both went through. If you did more than 2, they didn't, but 2 went through, yeah. Thank you for the hydrates. Yeah. I really enjoyed this though. Couldn't see. No, that's fair. I see them. My favorite character in Psychopaths is Kagari, also the main antagonist from the first season. For 9 hours, don't talk about it. Hey guys, this is a break week where I stream for less time than I normally do. from a visual novel. Is that a bad thing? Yeah, but no, I was worried that like it wouldn't be like super entertaining or anything, but I really enjoyed it, and it seemed like a lot of you guys enjoyed it too. When you read it all out loud. My voice is fine, actually. I'm surprised. Danganronpa, I think that that was the first like long stream. I think my vocal cords are warming up to talking forever. I'm gonna play Steins Gate now. This is confirmed that we're playing Steins Gate. I own that. I've never seen the anime for Steins Gate. But yeah, I want to play it. I've heard that the visual novel is better than the anime. Even though the anime also has a very good reputation. Do you think the game saved? I feel like it did. Bring extra water then? I probably won't finish Steins Gate in one go. That's a long game, right? I didn't think this was that long. Chapter 3? I think it went into Chapter 4 at some point. I don't know what Chapter 4 was, but it went into Chapter 4 at some point. That was not one chapter. Hold up. Psychopaths. Mandatory happiness. Chapters. Hold up. That's 14 endings and I somehow got the true ending. Still, that blows my mind. Figure out the true ending. Chapter 3. What did I get? Not get an achievement for the true ending? Oh, I only got one achievement that entire time. I'm an achievement hunter. I'm a person that Steins Gate was a chunky visual novel. Hold up, let me see how long it is. Steins Gate, how long? You guys want to watch a 35-hour stream? Oh no. Alright, guys. Oh. I definitely won't do that one go. I was considering if this game wasn't going to end around... It seemed like it was reaching the end game, that's why I kept going, because I said I was going to stop around 5. But it seemed like it was like towards the end. I was going to start this and then play Steins Gate after finishing it. Really finish it today, let's go. But yeah, just that good though, thank you. My only experience with visual novels is dating sims, which I'm also pretty good at. I don't think I've played any other visual novel. Oh yeah, that's not true. Although those were dating sims, I can't say those were dating sims. The Nitro Chiral games, or Chiral games, those are dating sims. Yup. Although this was also a dating sim because we were just hitting on Yukari the entire time, I feel. Alright, let me see if anyone's on. It's pretty late. If not, well, we can chill. Let's see. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope that your New Year's are going well. No one live. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not crying on the inside. It's all good. But yeah. Happy New Year again, everyone. Tomorrow we'll be live with Honkai. You have people on, give me the recs. I looked at the people that you recommended last time, but they're also not online right now. I followed them, but they're not online right now. Yeah, Happy New Year! Give me the recs, Kodama, and then I'm gonna call it. I'll check them out after stream. Yeah, this was so much fun. I also love the art style of this so much. It's one of my favorites up there. Like Danganronpa is one of my favorite art styles. I should remember like the artist names. I really should. Psychopaths is one of my favorite art styles. I just really enjoy this series, and having a new installment of it gives me so much serotonin. Because again, this was completely original. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it a lot. I'm very happy we got to play it. Alright. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it. I'll be back in with Honkai tomorrow though. Then Tuesday we're off. Wednesday is Resident Evil Revelations. Thursday is LA Noire. Friday we're off. Saturday is Final Fantasy IV. Yes. All of which I'm gonna try to do shorter. I'm not gonna try to finish those. Except for Final Fantasy IV. We're gonna finish that, but there's only like 2 hours left. But yes. Alright guys. I will see you guys next time. I appreciate you guys. Alright guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. She's playing Final Fantasy 14. So it'll be spoilers. Got you. It's like a plan, Leia. Let's go. Bye guys. Bye.